Great Xian Nation, Xianjing, Grand Tutor's Manor. Grand Tutor, please drink. Grand Tutor, please eat. Happy birthday, Grand Tutor! In the past 50-odd years, I went from having nothing to achieving the rank of Grand Tutor. My power overshadows the world. The story of it all would be enough to fill a multi-million-word novel. When I, Li Fan, first transmigrated to this world, I was nothing but a poor, struggling scholar. A life like this. What more could one ask for? Grand Tutor! Grand Tutor! Falling fire from the sky. It's a divine sign, an auspicious omen. An auspicious omen. It looks like it's flying toward our Grand Tutor's manor. This is Dao Xuanzi. Don't you push me too far. Cultivators. It is an auspicious omen. An immortal master. An immortal master has appeared. How can this be? Ko Hong, did you really think I'd let you go just because you fled to this land of immortal extinction? Hand over the cultivation method you obtained that day, or this won't end until one of us is dead. A joke. It's precisely because I lack a core formation method that I've been trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years. Now my lifespan limit is approaching, and I'm about to turn to dust. Having finally obtained this core formation method, how could I possibly hand it over to another? That's right. The Golden Core Dao is a path one walks alone. Though there are many core formation methods in this world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. Since it's come to this, with the path to longevity right in front of me, how could I possibly let you go? Haha. How laughable. We were brothers for 100 years, yet now we draw blades on each other for a mere chance at survival. I know I am not your match. It seems I won't be escaping my fate today. However, there are so many mortals in this place. I wonder, can you withstand such a dense concentration of the immortal mortal miasma? Ko Hong, what do you think you're doing? If you can't handle the power of the immortal mortal miasma, perhaps I can find a chance to live. Damn it! Ugh. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. My wife. My children. Cough, cough. The once prosperous and lively Xianjing has become a hell of blood and fire. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but mangled bodies and collapsed buildings. After surviving such a catastrophe, likely not even 1 in 100 of the citizens remains. All of this, every bit of it, is because of the 2 cultivators who suddenly appeared. Ha! How can there be cultivators in this world? From the moment I became an official, I used the power in my hands to search for any possible trace of the immortal path. After I became the Imperial Tutor, standing above all others, I scoured the entire world. North to the frozen sea, south to the great ocean, east to the ruinous abyss, and west to the linked mountains. In all of Great Xian, there wasn't a single shred of evidence that immortals existed. I had already given up. I had already grown old. Were those 2 people immortals? And where did these immortals come from? Fate is toying with me. Huanjin. When the true is made false, the false becomes true. Charging complete. Virtualize current scenario and return to the initial anchor point. Huanjin. This is the name I gave my unique treasure. Its function is to turn truth into illusion, reality into virtuality. It turns everything I've truly experienced into a simulated, illusory experience, allowing me to return to a set anchor point, which is the moment I first transmigrated to this world. In fact, this is already my second life since transmigrating to the Great Xian Nation. In my first life, although I had great ambitions, I was ultimately just an ordinary person. I wanted to become the Zhuangyuan but repeatedly failed the exams. After turning 30, I finally gave up on the idea of becoming an official and started a small business. I became a common wealthy patriarch, then married, had children, and lived out an ordinary life. It wasn't until I was old and on my deathbed that I finally awakened the unique treasure, Huanjin. That is what led to my unstoppable rise in this second life. Because after the Huanjin system charges, it allows me to restart this life and return to a breakpoint to begin anew. But I can't restart just yet. I still have important things to do in this life. Relay my command. Order the garrison camp stationed outside the city to rush to Xianjing and maintain order in the disaster's aftermath. Yes. Most of Xuanjing's buildings were destroyed. After my trusted garrison camp takes control of Xianjing, not only can they expedite the post-disaster reconstruction. More importantly, I can stay in the barracks to oversee the cleanup efforts and secretly send people to investigate the whereabouts of the two cultivators. 1 month later, the ruined city of Xianjing had only just begun to recover a semblance of life. Several months later, the ruined city of Xianjing had only just begun to recover a semblance of life. Reporting to the Grand Tutor, there is still no news of those two cultivators. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up about this. In that case, I have nothing left to cling to in this life. Huanjin. Virtualize current scenario and return to the initial breakpoint? Yes. Dao Xuanzi. Kohong. In 50 years, I will still be waiting for you in Xianjing. Huanjin. Restart a new life, return to the first year of the breakpoint. Understood. You returned to Anchor Year 1. Overjoyed, you acted out and were almost forced by your aunt to drink exorcism water from the village witch. Half a year later, you took the provincial exam. Although you placed low, in the 30s, you ultimately succeeded in becoming a Jiren, bringing honor to your ancestors. Anchor Year 2, you took the metropolitan exam and passed. You performed exceptionally well in the palace exam, placing in the second rank, and were bestowed the title of Jinshi. You pulled strings in Xianjing and obtained the post of county magistrate for Jiangnan's Wen County. Anchor Year 3, you began to cultivate your trusted inner circle. You successfully produced a batch of explosives and matchlock rifles. Anchor Year 5, refugees gathered to rebel against Prince Langya's manor. You led troops to the rescue, saving Prince Langya's family. Prince Langya was deeply grateful to you. Anchor Year 6, you were promoted to prefect of Jianghuai Prefecture and married the daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights, Prince Langya. Anchor Year 7, your wife bore you a son. Anchor Year 10, Princess Langya gave birth to a son. You personally visited to offer congratulations and presented a carefully prepared gift. Anchor Year 15, the Emperor passed away. Prince Langya inherited the throne, changing the era name to Xianjing. Emperor Xianjing summoned you to the capital, promoted you to Vice Minister of War, and ordered you to lead troops to suppress rebellions. Anchor Year 18, you wiped out the rebel armies. Emperor Xianjing reclaimed your military authority and promoted you to Minister of War, appointing you Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. Anchor Year 20, the Empress was suddenly implicated in a witchcraft case. Emperor Xianjing was furious and confined her to the cold palace. The Crown Prince secretly sought your help, and you decisively agreed. Through private investigation, you found the person who framed the Empress, clearing her name. However, Emperor Xianjing did not release the Empress from the cold palace. Anchor Year 25, you secretly received news that someone had reported you for privately visiting the Empress in the cold palace. In the same year, Emperor Xianjing was assassinated while traveling. The officials retrieved the Empress from the cold palace. The Crown Prince then ascended the throne, with the era name Kungning. Anchor Year 26, you were additionally ennobled as Grand Tutor and appointed Grand Scholar of the Deliberative Council, reaching the pinnacle of officialdom. You used this opportunity to eliminate dissent and build your own faction in the Imperial Court. Anchor Year 30, the people of the world knew only of the Grand Tutor, not the Emperor. Anchor Year 31, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and bore you a son. Anchor Year 38, Emperor Hongning died of depression. Anchor Year 40, the Empress Dowager died of illness. Anchor Year 45, your wife passed away. Anchor year 46, your eldest son died of illness. Anchor year 50, two immortals arrived from the ruinous abyss, destroying Xianjing. You narrowly escaped with your life. Was reality turned into illusion, or was it all a simulation, an error in perception caused by it being too real? Or perhaps, upon reaching a certain level, the line between false and true no longer exists. Forget it. Best to look at these four options first. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options to retain: 1. An item in your possession during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulation memory of one person closely related to you. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Forego the above choices to speed up the charging process. The first and second options are self-explanatory. If I ever embark on the path of cultivation, those two would be a great help. Unfortunately, I was merely a mortal in this past life. As for this third option, there's no telling what some. Therefore, stability is paramount. That only leaves the fourth option. Huanjin, as virtualization requires charging. When I receive a fatal blow, Huanjin will consume charging progress to automatically protect me. This is also why I was able to escape death several times in my previous life. Thus, the fourth option is the safest and most stable choice. Speed up the charging progress. Name: Li Fan. Realm: mortal physical. Age: 2086. Mental age: 166/1056. Virtualization charge progress 30%. 3 lives, 166 years. So I've already lived this long. And that mental age limit. I remember in my last life it was only just over 900 years, but now it's increased to over 1,000. When one carries too many memories, one's mental endurance reaches a threshold. An excessive burden will crush the soul. This is the so-called erosion of time. However, the mental age limit will increase as one's mental fortitude strengthens. As long as I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this will be a problem. The goal of this life is to learn the secrets of cultivation from those two cultivators. In 50 years, they will descend upon Xianjing. With preparation against their lack of it, I might just have a chance of winning. Perhaps what I can rely on, besides guns and explosives, is that immortal miasma they spoke of. But I can't just wait idly for 50 years. They came from the ruinous abyss in the east. I can first send people deep into the bottom of the abyss to investigate. The most frightening thing in life is having no goal. In my past life, I would often wake from the Empress Dowager's bed in the middle of the night, feeling an immense emptiness and confusion. In my past life, I had already stood at the absolute pinnacle for a mortal. I couldn't go any higher. It would be the same even in another life. Power, pleasure. After repeating them so many times, they became tasteless as chewing wax. Perhaps, after some future reincarnation, I would have actively chosen to end my own life. But the appearance of those two cultivators showed me a brand new possibility. It's as if I see a strange, alluring world beckoning to me. I want to cultivate. I want long life. No one can stop me. Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong. See you in 50 years. With the experience of 2 lives, everything went as smoothly as water flowing to its destination. I still participated in the Imperial exams. But this time, with decades of experience and power, the essays I wrote were naturally far superior to my previous lives. Provincial exam, metropolitan exam, and palace exam, I placed first in all of them, achieving the triple first, and shaking the world with my fame. Afterward, I still chose to take an official post in Wen County. Although there was much confusion and regret in the imperial court, my request was approved. Due to my great fame, coupled with my crystal-clear understanding of the temperaments of every official in the county, I quickly brought Wen County to heel. I then began to promote and cultivate my trusted subordinates from my past life. Anchor Year 4, I searched in secret and found someone who could act as Prince Langya's body double, cultivating him as a trusted subordinate. Anchor Year 5, I ordered my subordinate to pose as a refugee and attack Prince Langya's manor. I feigned a rescue, but in reality, I coordinated from the inside to kill Prince Langya's entire family. At the same time, I had the double take his place. From then on, I secretly controlled Prince Langya's manor. Chief Grand Scholar's granddaughter, Princess Langya. Anchor Year 9, the wedding of Prince Langya and the Chief Grand Scholar's granddaughter proceeded as scheduled. That night, I stormed the bridal chamber and had conjugal relations with Princess Langya. Anchor Year 10, Princess Langya gave birth to a son. Of course, he was my seed. Anchor Year 15, the Emperor was finally gravely ill. After receiving the Edict of Succession, I rushed to the capital with my trusted subordinates. Chief Grand Scholar, after Prince Langya ascended the throne, I aggressively placed my subordinates in the imperial court. With the Chief Grand Scholar's covert cooperation, I easily seized control of the situation. Anchor Year 20, after helping my son become emperor, I enfeoffed myself as Grand Tutor, stepping out from behind the curtain to the forefront, once again wielding power over the world. After this, not only did the wheels of Great Xian's development not stagnate, but they turned even faster under my will. Anchor Year 35, Grand Tutor's manor. So, the fog over this ruinous abyss dissipates for half a day every 15 years. Reporting to the Grand Tutor, that is correct. The immortal seeking camp was ordered to station by the ruinous abyss and observe day and night. We finally made a breakthrough a few days ago. After the great fog dispersed, a faint light could be seen shining from the bottom of the abyss. We used a telescope to observe and actually discovered an inverted landscape. Although what each person saw was not identical, there were 10,000 mountains rising and falling, with magnificent structures hidden among them, barely visible. There were towering cities on the plains, bustling with life, with no less than 1 million people. There was even a city in the sky wreathed in rosy light, with all kinds of rare and exotic beasts flying about. It was truly. So they really did come from the ruinous abyss. Have you found a way to get to the bottom of the abyss? Your subordinate is incompetent. We tried various methods, but alas, as soon as we descend to a certain depth, we are shredded by a sudden astral wind. The astral wind is terrifying. Even our strongest armor cannot resist it for a moment. It seems. I'll just have to wait for you too. Anchor Year 50, Great Xian Nation, Xianjing. Dao Xuanzi. Don't you push me too far. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? What are these tiny metal pellets? A bit interesting. Using intricate mechanical structures in place of formations, and the explosive power of mortal things in place of spiritual energy. To think that after several thousand years, the mortals exiled to this land of immortal extinction could actually research such an ingenious object. A pity. It's only effective in this place where the great Tao is incomplete. Outside the land of immortal extinction, it's just a pile of useless scrap metal. Mere mortals, daring to make a move against us cultivators. I originally felt a hint of guilt, but now it seems you're just seeking your own death. Tao art, fire dragons roar. What's going on? That fire dragon's roar of mine is fundamentally not something mortals can withstand. Why are there still so many people alive? These hidden weapons were soaked in mortal blood. After you were tainted by the immortal mortal miasma, your Tao arts were weakened. We were ambushed the moment we arrived. And the enemy even used the immortal mortal miasma. They were clearly prepared. This place is bizarre. We shouldn't stay long. Go! Dao Xuanzi. Ko Hong. If you two flee today, tomorrow, the news that you obtained a core formation method will spread throughout the entire cultivation world. How is that possible? Only the two of us know about obtaining the core formation method. How could the news have leaked? Who is it? You're courting death. Not good, Ko Hong. Dodge, quick! Immortal Masters, our Grand Tutor has given an order. If you two surrender, your lives can be spared. Has surrender. Take my storage ring. Go. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Kohong. Cultivated for 205 years. Achieved his Tao foundation with the mystical object, Chiu Dragon Branch. In the land of immortal extinction, he was besieged by several thousand mortals and was carelessly injured by the immortal mortal miasma. His cultivation was instantly lost, and his lifespan neared its end. Now, his body dies and his Tao vanishes, returning the Tao to the heavens. Immortal Master Tao Xuanzi, our Grand Tutor has no intention of fighting you to the death. If you give up resisting, our Grand Tutor guarantees your life. When Kohong died just now, I seemed to hear a strange voice from the sky. But what that voice was is no longer important, because hunting immortals in this life is already hopeless. I didn't expect the immortal mortal miasma to be so lethal to cultivators. I do not know who you are, nor do I know your purpose. Today, we brothers were plotted against by you, resulting in death and the loss of our Tao. There is nothing more to be said. However, I cannot accept this. Hiding behind mortals, and even using the immortal mortal miasma, a despicable thing scorned by all cultivators. My brother, Kohong, died at the hands of someone like you. I feel it was not worth it for him. You have all seen my brother's foundation establishment mystical object. Now I invite you all to take a look at mine. With the wonders of heaven and earth, I build my Tao foundation. My Tao foundation is named Tao Xian. I have a sword. I invite you all to view it. Huanjin. This simulation has ended. Is this a peak foundation establishment cultivator? If it weren't for the immortal mortal miasma, even if I reincarnated 100 times and used countless schemes, it wouldn't be enough to pose a threat to them. I didn't expect this immortal mortal miasma to directly cause Kohong's body to die and his Tao to vanish. I originally thought when they called each other brother of 100 years, it was just talk. I didn't expect their relationship to be so extraordinary. When they were attacked, Tao Xuanzi called out to warn Kohong. Kohong, knowing he couldn't escape death, willingly gave the core formation method to Tao Xuanzi. Tao Xuanzi, seeing Kohong die by ambush, was unable to accept it and gave up his chance to live, striking out with a mutual destruction sword art. This all shows that the two truly shared a friendship beyond the ordinary. That's right. The Golden Core Tao is a path one walks alone. Though there are many core formation methods in this world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. The Golden Core Tao, a path one walks alone. Immortal methods cannot be cultivated together. If it's like this for men as close as brothers, what is the cultivation world outside really like? No matter how dangerous the path ahead is, I will not waver. Furthermore, with Huanjin's help, as long as I am careful enough, no predicament should be able to stop me. Last time, I chose to attack both of them at the same time. Perhaps this time, I can choose to win one of them over. My mental age limit only increased by a few dozen this time. It seems I'm nearing the cap. If I count the life before I transmigrated, this is already my 5th life. The path to seeking immortality is so difficult. I hope these 50 years won't be wasted. Anchor Year 35, The Endless Ruinous Abyss. From the experience of the last simulation, I know that the dense fog over the ruinous abyss dissipates once every 15 years. Today, I have come to the ruinous abyss precisely to see it with my own eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a massive amount of white fog was forced to erupt from the ruinous abyss, rushing straight to the sky like a reverse waterfall. This great wind lasted for a good quarter of an hour before the heavy fog finally dispersed. I took out the telescope and looked toward the bottom of the ruinous abyss. According to the intelligence, the scene that appears at the bottom of the ruinous abyss is different for everyone who looks. The immortal Tao is dead. The immortal Tao is dead. What on earth happened in this place? And what in the world happened to the entire cultivation world? Xianding City, year 50. Dao Xuanzi. Don't you push me too far. Ko Hong, you brat. We have been waiting here for you for a long time, on the orders of Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi. How can this be? Did Dao Xuanzi somehow know I would flee here? Immortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi, you are despicable. What's going on with these mortals? Why are they attacking Ko Hong under my banner? And they're using the immortal miasma? Something is bizarre here. Ko Hong, these mortals were not sent by me. Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, how can you turn your back and deny it? Didn't you promise that as long as we helped you kill this Ko Hong here, and seized his core formation method, you would lead my kinsmen out of this land of immortal extinction? And you still say it wasn't you. Besides you and me, who else in this world could possibly know about the core formation method? This person actually knows about the core formation. You should know, for the sake of that immortal miasma you spoke of, we have incurred public wrath. Now the world is boiling with resentment. If you, Immortal Master, cannot keep your word and lead us out, I fear it won't be long before my clan dies without a burial place. Found you. Shameless cur, shut your mouth. Does the Immortal Master wish to silence us by death right now? What magic tool is this? This person is surprisingly cautious. Dao Xuanzi. We have known each other for 100 years, yet I didn't think I had misjudged you so. Don't you want the core formation method? Why resort to so many despicable tricks? I'm not running anymore. If you have the skill, then come and take it. Dao Art, Flame Dragon's Fury. This Dao Xuanzi is fickle and vindictive. If he wins, we will have no way to live. Men, hear my command. Help Immortal Master Ko Hong deal with Dao Xuanzi. As the saying goes, one who commits many injustices is doomed to self-destruction. Dao Xuanzi, I never thought that you, who always prided yourself on being noble, would also betray trust and suffer the backlash. You idiot! Oh, really? You fancy yourself clever, so why are you now deserted by all? This is called being too clever for your own good. I have recently comprehended a new Dao art. It's perfect for sending you on your way. Dao art, prison dragon. Break for me. Dao Xian. Let me see, is your Dao Xian stronger, or is my Qiu dragon staff superior? Dao art, dragon transformation. Immortal Master Ko Hong, we will lend you a hand. Ah! Damn it! Qilu Dragon Branch. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Dao Xianzi cultivated for 201 years, achieved his Dao foundation with the mystical object, rusted sword Dao Xian. In the land of immortal extinction, he fought with another, and finally died at the hands of Foundation Establishment Cultivator Ko Hong. Now, his body dies and his Dao vanishes, returning the Dao to the heavens. That voice again. It also appeared when Ko Hong died. Dao Xuanzi. This old man, Li Fan, greets the Immortal Master. I plead for the Immortal Master's mercy, to save the lives of my clan of over 1,000 souls. You were the one making those sounds that echoed everywhere just now, weren't you? A mere mortal like you, actually interfering in a battle between us cultivators. I was merely seeking a chance at survival. Just as this old man said before, if the Immortal Master had been defeated, my kinsmen would surely have faced certain death. Fine. Seeking a chance at survival. Times are hard. Who isn't struggling desperately for that single chance to live? Before that Daozi, the immortal master promised me if. For 100 years, Dao Xuanzi always appeared to be a man of his word, but I didn't expect him to be so bottomless in his actions, to even deceive mortals. That immortal extinction great formation is so treacherous, even we would have trouble leaving. How could we possibly take mortals with us? What? You don't know a way to leave this place either? Correct. This is not a place to talk. Immortal Master, please follow me. Underground shelter. Immortal Master, what you said before, that it's impossible to take mortals out of this land of immortal extinction, is it true? You're just a mortal. Why would I lie to you? Perhaps a golden core stage cultivator could protect a mortal while breaking through that immortal extinction great formation. But with mere foundation establishment stage cultivation, it is absolutely impossible. Is it possible that there is no hope for us mortals to leave this world? To leave the land of immortal extinction, you must pass through the immortal extinction great formation. With a mere mortal body, there is absolutely no possibility of passing through. Besides, you're already an old man with one foot in the grave. Why are you so obsessed with leaving? Isn't it nice being the local emperor here? If my descendants could cultivate to the foundation establishment realm like you, immortal master, wouldn't it be possible for them to leave then? Haha, never mind that there isn't a shred of spiritual energy here, making cultivation impossible. Just the fact that immortals and mortals are forever separate. The mortals here are covered in miasma. How could they possibly cultivate the immortal Tao? I advise you to give up this idea. If you mortals want to cultivate, you must first go to the outside world to reforge your bodies and wash away this miasma. Otherwise, even if the great Tao to immortality were placed right in front of you, you could see it, but you could never touch it. Immortals and mortals are forever separate. So, there's truly no way? Truly, no. If the immortal master has no further instructions, this old man will take his leave. Immortal miasma. You. Ah. Since immortals and mortals cannot coexist, then how can I, a mortal, dare to fully trust a word you say? According to Kohong, this place is a land of immortal extinction. The cause of it all stems from a great change in the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago. At first, no cultivator paid any mind to this plague among mortals. It wasn't until the first cultivator became infected that the plague was strengthened and began to spread among cultivators. Its vector of transmission was the very spiritual energy that cultivators relied on for survival. The plague, through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rapidly spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Cultivators infected with this plague would, at best, suffer cultivation regression and drop in realm. At worst, they would lose all of their cultivation overnight, becoming no different from mortals, and would soon after suffer body death and Tao vanishing, returning their Tao to the heavens. In their despair, the cultivators vented their anger on the source of it all, the mortals. Thus, a large-scale campaign of slaughter began. But before long, this campaign of slaughter was forcibly halted. Not only did the plague not disappear with the deaths of mortals, but it instead seemed to lose its restraints, spreading out along the spiritual energy that permeated heaven and earth. This, in turn, led to the fall of even more cultivators. But sitting and waiting for death was not the cultivator's style. On one hand, a group of cultivators began to research methods to cure and resist this plague. On the other hand, the cultivators proposed the infamous Great Migration Plan. They would banish all mortals in the cultivation world to surrounding small worlds, shattered grotto heavens, and other such places that lack spiritual energy. Then, they would use formations to seal them off forever, preventing these mortals from ever returning. Originally, the cultivation world was left without mortals. But not all offspring born from the union of cultivators possessed the aptitude to cultivate. Thus, over time, many new mortals were born in the world. Within the bodies of these mortals, there was a shadow of this plague. And because this plague was especially lethal to cultivators, if the descendants of mortals wanted to cultivate, they had to first cleanse the plague from their bodies. Over time, this plague became synonymous with the division between immortals and mortals. Thus, people named it the immortal miasma. For cultivators, too. This place is the border of immortals and mortals. Over time, it became a place of extinction, called the Forbidden Land by cultivators. There's no telling how many lands of immortal extinction there are, and the number of cultivators willing to brave the immense risk to enter these places is even smaller. For me to have run into 2 of them is already a great fortune. As a mortal, my lifespan is limited. Even if I can endlessly simulate reincarnations, it's merely repetition within the bounds of that lifespan. I am already 70 years old this year. My physical lifespan limit is 86. In these 16 years, the possibility of encountering another cultivator is practically 0. Could it be? I can truly only repeat the life of a mortal, one life after another. After nearly 300 years of bitter waiting, how can I be resigned to this? Is there really no other way? No. How did the mortals in the Great Migration come to this land of immortal extinction? What, you still haven't given up? So what if you get out? At 70 years of age, you still want to cultivate. Now that your cultivation is completely gone, if you were to return to the cultivation world, could you continue to cultivate? What? If you can help me find a way to the cultivation world, perhaps I will take you with me when the time comes. You treacherous villain, still trying to trick me? Whether it's the truth or a lie, it is, in the end, a glimmer of hope. Are you willing to give up this chance at life, just to die of old age in this tiny place? If I'm not mistaken, what they used to migrate the mortals back then should have been magic tools like flying boats or flying shuttles. In ancient times, the cultivation world was full of people, sects were numerous, and it was incredibly prosperous. These kinds of transport-type magic tools were very common. A pity that the great change of heaven and earth occurred later. Every cultivator feared for their own safety and began to act alone. Flying boats and shuttles were rarely seen after that. The great change of heaven and earth. Are you referring to that bizarre Great Plague? The immortal miasma is bizarre, but it couldn't shake the foundation of cultivators. The reason the immortal miasma was able to run rampant was that the majority of cultivators in heaven and earth had fallen in a great calamity. That's right. The Golden Core Tao is a path one walks alone. Though there are many core formation methods in this world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage. A great calamity? Could it be? Immortal methods cannot be cultivated together? Correct. Immortal methods cannot be cultivated together. It's said that in ancient times, there was no such restriction. Back then, the vast number of great cultivation sects opened their doors wide, accepting disciples and teaching their arts. Cultivators had their masters to guide them, and could ask for help anytime they encountered difficulties in cultivation. They could even spar and exchange pointers with their martial brothers who cultivated the same method. The entire cultivation world was such a vibrant and magnificent sight. Until one day, the efficiency of cultivators' cultivation plummeted. 9 Yang Armor Scripture. Current number of cultivators, 968. When cultivating, they would feel something in their hearts. How many people in the entire cultivation world were cultivating the same method at the same time? They also discovered to their horror that the more people who cultivated the same method simultaneously, the lower the cultivation efficiency for everyone cultivating that method. Countless cultivators' cultivation bases could not advance an inch. Until their lifespans neared their end, they could no longer hide the killing intent in their hearts. Masters and disciples of yesterday, martial brothers and sisters, all instantly became mortal enemies. A great calamity that swept the entire cultivation world began. As long as you cultivate the same method as me, you are obstructing my Tao, and we cannot rest until one of us is dead. Even those rogue cultivators who hid in deep mountains or secret realms trying to avoid the disaster were not spared. Because cultivators practicing the same method could sense each other's locations. Since immortal methods cannot be cultivated together, how do the cultivators of today practice? And what is the cultivation world of today like? In today's cultivation world, if one wants to cultivate, there are but a few choices. One is to join the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance is a loose alliance formed by numerous cultivators. By earning contribution points, one can exchange for cultivation methods and resources within the alliance. In the alliance, one can obtain contribution points by accepting and completing missions, or by trading with others, among other ways. The second is the Five Elders Association. The Five Elders Association is an organization created by 5 peak-level mighty figures, and its power is immense. As long as one has the aptitude for cultivation, one can voluntarily join and choose a cultivation method. The price is the need to sign a soul contract, pledging to serve the Five Elders Association for a certain period of time. From your description, why does it feel like cultivation methods aren't all that scarce in the cultivation world? That is because the methods one obtains through these means are all incomplete methods. These methods were all newly compiled by the major powers over the years. Cultivating to peak chi refining is already their limit. Peak chi refining purple cloud art, chi refining specific fragment. Peak foundation establishment 9 revolutions great burning art, foundation establishment specific fragment. Peak golden core sun art, golden core specific fragment. If one wants to advance further and build the Tao foundation, one must switch to a higher level method. The same is true above foundation establishment. Switch methods? If one has to switch methods and start cultivating from scratch every time one breaks through a realm, wouldn't that mean all the hard work from before was for nothing? That won't happen. All who cultivate must practice the fragment of the supreme primal true scripture. This scripture isn't a cultivation method, but more like a secret art. Its function is to allow a cultivator to freely disperse their own realm without suffering too much loss. Dispersing realm before cultivating supreme primal true scripture. Dispersing realm after cultivating supreme primal true scripture. After dispersing their cultivation to switch to another method, they can quickly catch up to their original realm. Such a miraculous art actually exists. It's just, the appearance of this fragment is truly too timely. Only in this way could the many cultivators of the world be made to accept constantly changing cultivation methods. But what can be done? The path is truly difficult. Dao Xuanzi never knew, even at his death, that the reason I snatched the method and ran was not just because it was a core formation method. It was because it was a true art that could point directly to the nascent soul realm. Nascent soul. True art. Following that, Ko Hong introduced me to some common knowledge of the cultivation world, such as how the fall of a cultivator would trigger celestial phenomena within a certain range, before finally returning to the main topic. I once heard a rumor that, over the thousands of years, mortals from the lands of immortal extinction have successively and secretly returned to the cultivation world. It's just that most of it is baseless gossip, without any concrete evidence. There's no smoke without fire. Sometimes, rumors are in fact the truth of the matter. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will not give up. I really don't know how an old man on the verge of death like you can still go to such lengths. As long as you help me find the way to the cultivation world, I will not only let you go and let you return with me, but I will also return all of yours and Dao Xuanzi's things, including that nascent soul true art. Are you serious? Of course. Good. In that case, I will do my utmost to help you. Thus, with Ko Hong's help, I collected all the historical books and records in the world, striving to find clues about the Great Migration era from the fragments of ancient records. At the same time, I mobilized the army to excavate ancient tombs on a large scale, attempting to find any trace from within them. Although this incited public resentment and caused hundreds of officials to submit memorials of admonishment daily, I suppressed it all by force. Unfortunately, too much time had passed since the Great Migration era, and the lifespan I had left in this world was far too short. 16 years later, in the underground secret room, my lifespan limit is approaching, yet I still have nothing. This body is already so frail, like a candle in the wind. It could be completely extinguished at any moment. Before this life ends, I must first confirm the items within this storage ring. Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, Nascent Soul Realm Cultivation Method. Current number of cultivators 0. Nascent Soul Realm. What a pity I am still a mortal, without even divine sense. Sitting on a mountain of treasure, but unable to enjoy it. Rusted Sword Dao Xian. According to Kohong, after a cultivator falls, their foundation establishment mystical object will lose its miraculous properties along with the cultivator's body death and Dao banishment. Rechargeable item discovered, Rusted Sword Dao Xian, damaged. Proceed with charging? Yes. Anchor charge progress 1%. Current number of anchor points 1. According to the feedback from Huanjun, when the anchor charge progress reaches 100%, a second anchor point will be unlocked. In the future, when I virtualize everything and choose to return, I can choose to restart from any one of the anchor points. If I can really unlock a second anchor point, it would be so much more convenient. Although mystical objects of heaven and earth are rare, the cultivation world is boundless. There must be an endless stream of them. As long as I can leave this land of immortal extinction and jump out of these shackles. Other than some standard issue spirit stones, there's nothing else of value in the ring. It's time to end this life. Huanjin, this simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options to retain. 1. An item in your possession during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulation memory of one person closely related to you. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Forgo the above choices to speed up the charging progress. Retain one item. Damn it. As expected, the items in the storage ring can't be retained at the same time. Then there's no choice. I can only pick this nascent soul method. Name Li Fan. Realm mortal. Physical age 2086. Mental age 282 1109ths. Virtualization charge progress 0%. Current number of anchor points 1. Bound item Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Does this mean this cultivation method will permanently exist within Huanjin? This opens up many more possibilities for scheming. In my last life, in order to find the path to the cultivation world, my arrangement to excavate ancient tombs on a massive scale was simply too shocking. Even with my firm control over the imperial court, it still incited considerable opposition. If I were to do this right after the court is stabilized, it would surely be unsustainable. However, if I start planning from this moment, in 20 years, it might not be impossible to change the thinking of the people. Time flows by. My sixth life has begun. With my covert influence, many subtle changes have occurred in the world. Anchor Year 5, the antiquarian school appears out of nowhere. This school carries several ancient texts to the capital for an audience with the emperor. Because the ancient texts are so exquisite and rarely seen, they shake the world. The ancient texts are titled Yi Daod, Nanhua, Luanyu Dashue. Anchor Year 6, the emperor suddenly falls gravely ill and is bedridden. All the imperial physicians are at their wits' end. At this moment, the antiquarian school presents a medicinal pill to the emperor. The emperor, on the verge of death, takes the pill. Who would have thought the pill would have such a divine effect? In just a few days, the emperor makes a full recovery. Anchor Year 11, Jianghuai Prefecture cracks a vicious tomb robbery case, capturing a tomb-robbing crew of over 100 people. The Jianghuai prefect, Li Fan, does not dare to make a decision on his own. He sends a memorial, 800 li expedited, to Xianjing, asking for the emperor's judgment. A full month passes before the emperor's decree belatedly arrives. No capital punishment. They are only sentenced to be enslaved and sent to the capital. Anchor Year 15, the emperor is gravely ill. Wishing to seek an immortal pill again to extend his life, he dispatches over 100,000 troops to excavate ancient tombs everywhere, searching for traces of immortal pills. Unfortunately, immortal pills are hard to find, and the emperor dies with regret. However, the trend of antiquarianism and tomb-seeking flourishes throughout the land. Before his death, the emperor passes the throne to Prince Langia. At this point, I have once again taken covert control of the world. Anchor year 23, as more and more ancient tombs are excavated, lost history is gradually pieced back together. And the earliest dynasty that can be found is named Qi. Reward: anyone who can find a tomb from the Qi dynasty will be enfeoffed as a marquis of 100 households. I offer a reward to the world: anyone who can find a tomb from the Qi dynasty will be enfeoffed as a marquis. Anchor year 25, the tomb of the first emperor of the Qi dynasty, Yi Xing, is finally found. In just over a month, a passage to the main burial chamber is cleared. After all obstacles are cleared, I enter the ancient tomb, surrounded by my entourage. The main tomb passage stretches for several hundred meters, its walls covered with vivid, lifelike murals. Even after several thousand years, they are still clearly visible. We arrive at the main burial chamber. The chamber is 40 to 50 meters high and several thousand meters in length and width. The ceiling seems to imitate the layout of the stars, inlaid with tens of thousands of night-luminous pearls. Mountain peaks stand everywhere, submerged in a sea of clouds. It's unknown how this sea of clouds was generated. It remains fixed in the tomb chamber, not drifting about. Even after several thousand years, it has not dissipated. The mountain peaks are connected by unseen paths. As the group walks along, everyone clicks their tongues in wonder. These are truly the methods of immortals. Atop the highest peak is a simple thatched hut. The fertile fields outside it are already overgrown. Only upon walking closer do we realize that the thatch of the hut is actually woven from countless fine gold threads. You too, go open the door. Yes. Evidently, this thatched hut is Yi Xing's coffin. Tomb of Taihang sect outer disciple Yi Xing. It seems that although this person joined this so-called Taihang sect, he was only ever an outer disciple and failed to step onto the immortal path. In the end, he was banished to this place by the cultivators. Even before death, he still thought of his sect, not referring to himself as emperor but always as Taihang's sect outer disciple. However, according to Ko Hong, all the sects in the world should have been wiped out in the Great Calamity before the Great Migration era. Looking at it now, there must be another story here. This Yi Xing was likely entrusted by the cultivators of the Taihang sect to oversee the Great Migration in this world. I just don't know if we'll be able to find the flying boat used for the migration back then. The search of the main tomb chamber yields no results. I order the antiquarian camp to excavate the surrounding area. Several days later, news arrives. Master Chiluo, the antiquarian camp, in the burial goods list of a nearby companion tomb, found a record mentioning the words flying boat. But this tomb chamber was looted long ago. And based on the traces of damage, it was looted over 1,000 years ago. It's like this again. It's like this again. Every time, I'm shown a glimmer of hope, but in the end, it's like a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water unattainable. A reward for the world. Anyone who finds a clue related to the immortal boat will be enfeoffed as a marquis of 1,000 households. Anchor year 35, you've discovered an immortal's tomb? Reporting to the Grand Tutor, a few days ago, a group of people were excavating an unremarkable grave when they were suddenly injured by an unknown force, suffering heavy casualties. The antiquarian camp did not dare to be negligent and sent people to investigate overnight. Even with many highly experienced veterans, they could not budge this small tomb in the slightest. Bring the immortal miasma. Go and open the tomb at once. Be careful during the excavation. If you find anything resembling a flying boat, report to me immediately. Yes. A moment later. Reporting to the Grand Tutor. There is an object resembling a flying boat among the burial goods. This is a flying boat. This small wooden boat is the flying boat I've been longing for. And from a message carved into the tomb walls by the tomb owner before his death, I've finally understood the full story. It turns out the tomb owner was named Qianhong, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. More than 3,000 years ago, he was hunted by his enemies and, with no other choice, hid in this land of immortal extinction. The land of immortal extinction has no spiritual energy, and he had few spirit stones on him. Before long, his spirit stones were used up. Without spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy, his cultivation declined day by day. He guessed that when the mortals were exiled here thousands of years ago, 1 or 2 flying boats might have been left behind. So, he investigated far and wide, spending decades, and finally found the tomb of I Ching. There was indeed a flying boat in the tomb, but to his despair, the power core formation inside the flying boat was damaged. He didn't know the art of artifact refining and was unable to repair it. At this point, Qianhong finally gave up the idea of leaving this land of immortal extinction. If a cultivator of a later generation should enter my tomb, return my bones to the cultivation world. The items left behind are my thanks. Final words. With the protection of that formation outside the tomb, it's not strange he was so sure a cultivator would come. Let's see what he left behind. Mystical object of heaven and earth, halting steel fragment. It's actually a mystical object of heaven and earth. This is the object that has been guarding this tomb. Unfortunately, Huanjin isn't reacting at all. I used a large amount of mortal miasma to force my way into the tomb just now. This halting steel fragment must have been affected by the miasma and turned into an ordinary stone. Let's look at the second item. Lesser Huanjin Art Chi Refining Stage Cultivation Method. Current number of cultivators. Cloudwater Record Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivation Method. Current number of cultivators. How is someone already cultivating them? Could it be a trap? No, more than 3,000 years have passed. Forget foundation establishment, even a golden core cultivator would have turned to dust. But why are these methods being cultivated by people? Could it be the methods have an original archive? After the Great Calamity, many methods were compiled by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, the 5 Elders Association, and other major powers. There must be an original archive. When the leadership of a major power sees a method that no one is cultivating, they put it back out for people to exchange. It's even possible that in 3,000 years, these 2 methods have had who knows how many owners. Shady, so shady. The third item, the Taihang boat. The Taihang boat. After thousands of years of changing hands, it has now fallen into mine. Taihang boat, a tool used by the Taihang sect to transport mortals. Its internal formation is damaged. My hope of hundreds of years has finally been fulfilled. Although the Taihang boat is damaged, there's no need to worry. Qianhong couldn't repair it, and I, Li Fan, can't repair it either. But someone else can. Dao Xuanzi. Don't you push me too far. 15 years later. Anchor year 50. Ko Hong. Did you really think I'd let you go just because you fled to this land of immortal extinction? Hand over the cultivation method you obtained that day, or this won't end until one of us. It's just a mere core formation method. Is it really worth a life and death struggle for you two? Who is it? Such arrogance. Insolent. Why don't you two come down for a chat? Haha, please. Back then, my ancestor said on his deathbed that in a future generation, 2 people might come from the ruinous abyss in the east and set foot in the capital. This would be the opportunity for my clan to escape this place. For thousands of years, my clansmen have been skeptical. Today, it is proven true. We must have a good drink to celebrate. May I ask your name? This old man is Li Fan. Listening to your words, your ancestor predicted thousands of years ago that we too would come here? And what do you mean by an opportunity to escape this place? What? You two don't believe it? This matter is too bizarre. We too have roamed the cultivation world for 100 years, and we've never heard of any divination art that can predict events thousands of years into the future. I wonder if you two have heard of the Taiyan sect? Could you mean that sect from ancient times, renowned throughout the world for its art of divination? My ancestor was indeed a member of the Taiyan sect. Although my ancestor entered the Taiyan sect, he did not enjoy cultivating. Instead, he was obsessed with the arts of divination and calculation. Originally, this wasn't a problem. But who would have thought the great change of heaven and earth would occur, and all mortals would need to be migrated? With my ancestor's early chi refining stage cultivation, even if he was unwilling, no one would have forced him. However, my ancestor saw the panic among his family members and volunteered to take charge of the mortal migration. He then stayed here with the family. So, that's how it is. I wonder why you, friend, stopped the two of us? No cultivator has set foot in this place for thousands of years. The moment I saw you two today, I knew you were the ones my ancestor predicted on his deathbed, the key to my clan's escape. And seeing that you were about to fight to the death over a core formation method, I hurriedly spoke out to stop you. We've made a fool of ourselves. But perhaps you don't know, cultivation methods are hard to come by in the outside world. It is quite normal to turn on one's friends and kill them for a single manual. AI. How did it come to this? Hearing your tone, friend, it seems. Before his death, my ancestor passed down a cultivation method that points directly to the golden core realm. Wonderful! If you can obtain this method, brother, then we too will no longer need to fight. I wonder what it is you seek, friend? My ancestor's lifelong wish was to be able to return to the Taihang sect. Before his death, aside from this cultivation method, he also passed down a magic tool called the Taihang boat. Although it is damaged, my ancestor used the art of Taihang to calculate that many years later, two cultivators would come to this place. One would be skilled in sword arts, and the other would love artifact refining. They could help his descendants repair the Taihang boat and escape this land of extinction. That's spot on. My brother Kohong is obsessed with the Tao of artifact refining, and my own strength is precisely sword arts. This art of Taihang, is it truly so incredible? To have such unfathomable power with just a chi refining cultivation, it's truly hard to imagine. Words alone are no proof. Please, you too, follow me to see this cultivation method. What, brother, you already obtained one core formation method. Are you still not satisfied? Fine, I won't go then. Immortal miasma. One must be vigilant against others. We mortals, in order to protect our family's heirloom, have no choice but to act this way. Please look, friend. This is the cultivation method left by my ancestor. Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Treasured Tome Nascent Soul Realm Cultivation Method. Current number of cultivators, 0. A nascent soul method. It's actually a nascent soul method. Everything is as I predicted. How about it? Is what this old man said true? Earlier, in front of your brother Kohong, I only said my ancestor passed down a core formation method precisely because I feared he would have ill intentions again. Your meticulousness is admirable, friend. Rest assured, friend. My brother Kohong is proficient in the art of artifact refining. I will definitely persuade him to do his utmost to help you repair the Taihang boat. Ha! Then I shall be counting on you. After the matter is done, I will definitely present this cultivation method with both hands. So, what that Li Fan said is true. He really has an ancestral core formation method? That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. A mere mortal. We can just take the method by force. Can I take it by force? He's just a mere mortal. Although this Li Fan is just a mortal, he is, after all, a descendant of the Taiyan sect. You saw that terrifying art of divination earlier. It's truly frightening. If we take it by force, there's no guarantee he doesn't have other tricks. It's just helping him repair the Taihang boat. It's not a difficult task. Why cause more trouble? If we take it by force, and Li Fan is pushed to reveal that the method is actually a nascent soul method, it'll be disastrous. The next day, I handed the Taihang boat over to the two of them for repair. As expected of an item from the Taihang sect, the ingenuity of the refining technique, the profoundness of the formations, they both far exceed what I have learned. If I can repair this, my Tao of artifact refining will definitely advance. In that case, I must trouble you too. If you have any needs, just ask. This old man will certainly satisfy them. Cultivation takes no account of years. Though it looked like a small wooden boat, it took Ko Hong and the other nearly a full year to finish repairing it. This day, hearing the Taihang boat was repaired, I hurriedly went to find Ko Hong and the other. The Taihang boat's core power formation, transformation and scaling formation, and dust cleansing formation have all been fully repaired. Only the defensive formation and offensive formation were limited by materials, so only simple repairs could be done. Getting through the immortal extinction great formation shouldn't be a problem, but it'll be a stretch to handle an attack from cultivators. No matter. As long as I can get out of the immortal extinction great formation and return to the cultivation world. With my ancestors' token, I will naturally find a way to return to the Taiyan sect. This Taihang boat is powered by spiritual energy and must be controlled with divine sense. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. It can transform between 3 levels of size. The two of us don't have many spirit stones in reserve, but what I've placed as fuel is enough for you to leave this place in its second form. The first form is only 10 meters long and 2 or 3 meters wide. The slightly larger one is 100 meters long. And at its maximum, it's a full 1,000 meters long. However, piloting this Taihang boat requires the divine sense of at least the chi refining stage. I wonder if you, friend, require us to do it for you. Friend, your methods are truly extraordinary. To be able to control the Taihang boat despite being immortal. Just a few insignificant tricks, not worth mentioning. I must thank you too, friends. Trapped for 1,000 years, my hope of escape is now realized, all thanks to your efforts. Now that the Taihang boat is repaired, I wonder. It has long been prepared. Please follow me to retrieve it, friend. 3 days later, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, who had received the cultivation method, came to bid me farewell. Friend, we don't have many spirit stones left. If we stay in this land of immortal extinction any longer, we risk our cultivation declining. So today, we have come to take our leave. Friend, if you get out, you can come find me in Lingtian City, within the Tsongyam mountain range. As you requested, friend, this is a map I drew from memory of the area near the exit of the immortal extinction great formation. There are no blank jade slips here, so I had to use paper and brush. Thank you, friend. After some more pleasantries, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi finally turned into 2 streaks of light and departed. That Li Fan has an impressive will. He's quite a character. A pity his lifespan limit is approaching. Even if he can return to the cultivation world, he doesn't have many years left. Without achieving long life, all is vanity. Wasn't it for the hope of longevity that you and I turned on each other and fought to the death? Speaking of which, what exactly was the cultivation method that Li Fan gave you? It couldn't possibly be the same one you have, could it? Don't worry. Once I go back, enter seclusion, and break through to the golden core stage, I definitely won't short you on the 3 things I promised to do for you. This protective fog formation hasn't dispersed yet. I wonder if you, brother, dare to charge through? Ha! Why wouldn't I dare? Eastern Ruinous Abyss. Taihang boat cockpit. It's another 14 years until the white fog disperses again, but I am already 71. By then, I'll be 85, my lifespan limit approaching. Never mind piloting the Taihang boat. I have nothing left to cling to in this life. Today, I will probe the truth of this immortal extinction great formation. Beneath the ruinous abyss, a great fog shrouded everything. All around was a vast expanse of white, giving me a feeling of extreme unreality. Suddenly, as if it had hit something, the Taihang boat's hull began to shake violently. Is this the astral wind layer? According to Kohong, the wind blades here can easily tear a mortal body to shreds. Even Foundation establishment cultivators must protect themselves with spiritual energy. Thank goodness for the defensive formation, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Half an hour later, I carefully controlled the Taihang boat, spending a full half hour to finally pass through the astral wind layer. The shaking finally subsided, and what greeted me was infinite light ahead. Finally, I successfully escaped the immortal extinction great formation. After reaching the cultivation world, by a stroke of luck, I obtained a rare cultivation method. In just a short 100 years, I formed a golden core. After that, my cultivation path was smooth sailing. 1,000 years later, I achieved the Tao and ascended. Arriving in the immortal world, I started cultivating again from the lowest level immortal official, eventually becoming an immortal emperor who looked down on the immortal world. Afterward, I shattered the spatial barrier of the immortal world and ascended to the God realm. Starting as a miner in the God realm, after 10,000 years, I cultivated to the God King realm, becoming the most powerful existence in the God realm. Then, after immense hardship, I ascended to the primeval God realm, becoming a low-level gatekeeper in the primeval God realm. And painstakingly started all over again from the beginning. Was all of that just an illusion from the illusory light layer? Huh! Why has the boat turned around? According to Kohong's map, I have already left the illusory light layer and arrived at the third layer of the immortal extinction great formation, the inversion layer. It seems the Taihang boat automatically piloted away from the illusory light layer, which is why I woke up. Just now, I lost consciousness in the illusory light layer, but the Taihang boat was able to automatically travel to the inversion layer. Perhaps I can let the Taihang boat control its own direction, while I just provide the power to accelerate. A faint intuition came from the Taihang boat, telling me which way to go. I followed the Taihang boat's guidance and accelerated. Immortal extinction great formation, fourth layer, flowing fire layer. Just as expected, by following the direction the Taihang boat automatically traveled, I smoothly arrived at the fourth layer, the flowing fire layer. That's it. This Taihang boat was specifically responsible for migrating mortals thousands of years ago. The cultivator in charge of this must have left a hidden backdoor in this Taihang boat, allowing it to automatically pass through the immortal extinction great formation. Having tasted the benefits, I didn't try to control it at all, merely providing power and letting the Taihang boat fly through the immortal extinction great formation on its own. Fifth layer, profound ice layer. Flowing fire, profound ice, thunderstorm. These places seemed exceptionally dangerous, but the Taihang boat always managed to skirt past one deadly crisis after another. Sixth layer, thunderstorm layer. Seventh layer, darkness layer. The journey was fraught with alarms but no real danger. Just like that, I smoothly arrived at the final layer, the darkness layer. According to Kohong, this layer isn't particularly dangerous, just a patch of darkness. Past here is the cultivation world. 6 lives. Finally. Huanjin. This simulation has ended. What on earth was that just now? When Kohong and Dao Xuanzi crossed the immortal extinction great formation, they didn't encounter this thing in the darkness layer. Why did I? Could it be a measure that only targets mortals? It seems the safest plan is still to wait for the great fog to disperse and for the light to shine from the bottom of the ruinous abyss before exploring. Although I failed at the last hurdle, the gains from this life were indeed far beyond expectations. After choosing to retain the Taihang boat, I directly started my 7th life. Anchor Year 4, I led my trusted subordinates and secretly came to Qianhong's tomb. This time, I used a spray containing immortal miasma to slowly corrode it, until the power of the halting steel fragment was weakened to the point that it couldn't pierce armor. Rechargeable item discovered, halting steel fragment, damaged. Proceed with charging? Yes. A pity it was still somewhat damaged, but the anchor charge progress increased by 25%. I just need to do this 3 more times to unlock the second anchor point. The other items no longer had any value to me. After ordering my men to reseal the tomb, I left. Anchor year 5, I still couldn't resist and came to the eastern ruinous abyss. Just one look. I won't go down. At this very moment, if I were to pilot the Taihang boat, I could fly straight to the immortal world without a hitch, right? Yeah, I've already waited so long. Do I really have to wait another 15 years? So what if Huanjin hasn't finished charging? Cowering like this, how can I ever achieve the great Tao? I already probed it once in my last life. As long as I'm careful to avoid that unknown monster in the darkness layer, I can leave this godforsaken place. As long as I'm careful to avoid that unknown monster in the darkness layer, I can leave this godforsaken place. The immortal Tao is dead. What's going on? Just now, countless voices in my head were luring me to walk into the ruinous abyss. If not for the light from the bottom of the ruinous abyss piercing through the immortal extinction great formation, I'm afraid I would have fallen to my death. 15 years later, anchor year 20. Huanjin has finally finished charging. My confidence restored, I returned to the ruinous abyss. I piloted the Taihang boat, arriving at the thunderstorm layer after a journey of alarms but no real danger. I stopped above the darkness layer. A great wind began to rise. The frenzied thunderstorm, affected by this inexplicable wind, began to weaken. Specks of light emerged from the darkness. I used this precious light to search for the monster lurking in the dark. Unfortunately, I found nothing. Seeing that the light was about to disappear, I no longer hesitated. I piloted the Taihang boat at full power, speeding toward the bottom of the ruinous abyss. It seems my guess was correct. This monster bears extreme malice toward mortals. Perhaps its mission is to devour all mortals who draw near this place. Lip ward and lip ward. Huh! It can't keep up once I reach the thunderstorm layer? It stopped at the edge of the darkness layer. I can use the light from the thunderstorm layer to get a good look at it. What the hell is that thing? That giant whale is so enormous, and the Taihang boat is so small. But every time I pass through, it manages to find me. I'll just have to try other methods. Good thing I have plenty of chances to try. Over the next 15 years, I tried countless times to force my way through the darkness layer. But during this time, the time it took for the giant whale to find me after I entered the darkness layer was drastically reduced. As such, I could only weave and dodge the giant whale for a while before retreating in defeat. Anchor year. 15 years. Thunderstorm layer. Only on the day the white fog recedes does the giant whale seem to be delayed by something, taking a while to notice me. Relying on this extra bit of time, perhaps I can fly to the bottom of the ruinous abyss. This time, I've decided to risk it all, to charge straight down at the fastest possible speed. I'll cross the darkness layer before the giant whale can react. The illusory landscape appeared below, drawing closer and closer. But the giant whale's terrifying cry rang out once again. Not enough time. Huanjin. This simulation has ended. Forgo the choices, speed up the charging progress. Huh! My mental age limit didn't increase? It seems I've already reached the limit, so it's not increasing anymore. It's fine. I still have 748 years I can squander. The eighth life, anchor year 4. I once again opened Qianhong's tomb. Heh, at least this life wasn't a total waste. Anchor charge progress 51% up. Current number of anchor points, 1. Anchor year 5, the day the white fog receded. The virtualization charge progress was already approaching 90%. But anything less than 100% makes no difference to me. I can only wait patiently. Anchor year 20 I tried? I failed. Anchor year 35, I tried again. Still failed. Turn. However, these attempts were not completely useless. At the very least, my control over the Taihang boat became more and more skilled. Anchor year 50, I did not choose to force my way through the darkness layer again. I was already old. My reactions and mental acuity had declined sharply. There was no chance of success. So, I chose to meet my two old friends, to see if I could get any clues from them. Dao Xuanzi, you don't push me too far. Hearing this sentence now, I suddenly feel a bit nostalgic. As before, I used the bait of a golden core method to lure the two to the Grand Tutor's manor. Have you two ever seen such a monster? After 3 rounds of drinks, I took out the scroll painting of the giant whale. My ancestor said on his deathbed that if I had the chance to escape this land of extinction, I needn't worry about the rest. With the protection of my sex Taihang boat, I should be safe. Only the final layer, where a giant whale lurks, requires extreme caution. There's such a ferocious beast in that pitch-black, empty place? How come I didn't see it? Could it be? Oh? Friend, you seem to know of this beast? I've only seen records of it in an ancient text. It's said that in ancient times, there was a sect called the beast-taming sect. The beast-taming sect had no profound cultivation methods, relying solely on their beast-taming art to control the exotic beasts of heaven and earth to fight for them. Among the most famous exotic beasts controlled by the beast-taming sect, this giant whale seems to be one of them. Now that you mention it, I think I remember. It's called the realm-splitting whale? Do either of you know how one might avoid this realm-splitting whale? I've only heard fragments. Such an exotic beast vanished from the cultivation world thousands of years ago. How could we possibly know its habits? In the end, I still have to rely on myself? After handing the cultivation method to Dao Xuanzi and sending the two off, I chose to end this life. The 9th life, I once again opened Qianhong's tomb, wanting to absorb the halting steel fragment to charge. Unfortunately, Huanjin didn't react at all. Anchor year 20, anchor year 35, anchor year 50. I tried repeatedly, but could not break through the darkness layer. Anchor year 65, I was already 85 years old, my oil spent, my lamp flickering. I was too old. I no longer had the ability to match wits and courage with the giant whale. I didn't force it. I simply gave up all control of the Taihang boat, letting it drift slowly toward the bottom of the ruinous abyss from the start. Astral wind layer, illusory light layer, inversion layer, flowing fire layer. Profound ice layer, thunderstorm layer, darkness layer. What's going on? Why didn't the realm-splitting whale appear this time? I'm about to reach the very bottom of the ruinous abyss. Opportunity must not be lost. Full speed ahead. Why did it suddenly discover me now? So that's it. This realm-splitting whale cannot see, or perhaps ignores, objects moving at a constant velocity. As long as I maintain a constant speed, I can pass through this immortal extinction great formation safely. Ha! The final shackle binding me to this land of immortal extinction has been completely broken by me. Ha! Amidst my maniacal laughter and the giant whale's roar, the Taihang boat burst through the fissure between the two worlds, heading straight for the cultivation world. My surroundings blurred. I felt as if I had instantly crossed the distance of several worlds. Subjected to immense pressure, blood flowed from my nose and eyes, but I didn't care in the slightest. Looking back at the immortal extinction great formation, my perspective was now infinitely high. And yet, at this moment, I saw a sight I would never forget. It's the realm-splitting whales. Hundreds, thousands upon thousands of realm-splitting whales, carving out patch after patch of dark space within the void. And that land of immortal extinction I came from was drifting farther and farther away from the cultivation world. This is the cultivation world. To be able to see the cultivation world before dying. This life was not lived in vain. Huanjin. This simulation has ended. 9 lives, nearly 500 long years, I have finally touched the threshold of cultivation. According to my previous plan, I was going to choose to speed up the charging progress. But after seeing the list of selectable items, I hesitated. Because I was shocked to see the halting steel fragment. After some thought, I still decided to choose to retain the steel fragment. This is a good chance to verify a certain guess in my heart. My 10th life thus begins. Since I didn't choose to accelerate charging, I need to wait 20 years for it to complete. Anchor Year 3, I came to the outside of Qian Hong's tomb. I didn't choose to use the immortal miasma to break into the tomb, but instead directly took out the halting steel fragment from Huanjin. After this steel fragment brought from the previous life appeared in the world, a wondrous change occurred. It actually began to slowly dissipate, like an ice block under the scorching sun. And the formation generated by the halting steel fragment inside Qian Hong's tomb clearly grew much stronger. It's just as I thought. Mystical objects of heaven and earth possess uniqueness. 2 identical mystical objects should not exist in the world, yet I, with Huanjin's ability, created an identical one from thin air. The consequence is that the 2 mystical objects spontaneously merged, ultimately becoming one. Afterward, I ordered my subordinates to use the immortal miasma spray to break into the tomb. It took a considerable effort to slowly wear down its power. Entering Qian Hong's tomb, the halting steel fragment's appearance hadn't changed much, it just looked slightly less damaged. Huanjin still can't absorb it. It seems this steel needs to be repaired more completely before it has new energy for Huanjin to absorb. I then stored this, strengthened, halting steel fragment in the Taihang boat, as part of my belongings for the future trip to the cultivation world. Anchor Year 20, Huanjin, is about to finish charging. I ruthlessly investigated and purged a batch of corrupt officials and powerful landlords. Taking all the gold, silver, and jewels their families had accumulated over generations. This is because I'll still have to deal with mortals after arriving in the cultivation world. Gold, silver, and valuables must be prepared in advance. Besides money, food is also essential. But grain is the foundation of the nation, and besides, I was asking for far too much at once. The officials all submitted memorials in opposition. I didn't waste words. In front of all the civil and military officials, I expanded the Taiyan boat to its maximum size, suspending it in the air above the imperial palace. After the common people saw this, they all knelt and kowtowed. And when the civil and military officials in the court saw such immortal methods, they all changed their attitudes. They proactively and diligently helped me prepare the grain. With the officials' proactive help, plus the execution of a batch of profiteering merchants, the Taiyan boat was finally stuffed full. All preparations were made. I had no more ties to the mortal world. Piloting the Taiyan boat, I once again came to the skies above the ruinous abyss. I relaxed my mind and let the Taiyan boat autopilot at a constant speed. It only took a few hours, but in my eyes, it felt even longer than the hundreds of years I had experienced before. The tearing sensation of crossing between 2 worlds washed over me. This time, I gradually adapted to it. After a long wait, I finally passed through the immortal extinction Great Formation and arrived in the cultivation world. However, after getting a clear look at the surrounding scenery, I was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the place I emerged different this time? I can't find the location of a sea on the map Ko Hong drew either. Whatever. I can only take it one step at a time. I wonder if I can find an inhabited place before the spirit stones in the Taihang boat run out. I picked a direction and piloted the Taihang boat, flying while searching everywhere for traces of cities. The sea was truly vast and boundless. I flew for 7 days and 7 nights without seeing any sign of human habitation. After another 10+ days like this, the Taihang boat's speed grew slower and slower, as it was about to run out of power. Just at this desperate moment, the faint shadow of a ship finally appeared on the sea in the distance. When I looked at the ship with my telescope, I was speechless. It was a ship, all right, but it was a ship that was about to sink. It seemed to have been attacked. There was a large hole in the hull, and 2/3 of it was already submerged. In the water around the ship, dozens of people were struggling, clearly the ship's crew and passengers. Everyone, don't be afraid. I've already sent a signal to the Immortal Master. He will be here to save us soon. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Immortal Master! My heart skipped a beat. I put away the tie-in boat and jumped into the sea, and quietly swam toward their direction. I silently blended into the crowd, also pretending to be on my last breath, barely struggling to survive. Immortal Master, save me! Immortal Master, save me! Noisy! A figure appeared in the sky. Hearing the voice, it was a male. He seemed to have used some magic art. His clothes and face were as if behind a layer of gauze, impossible to see clearly. From the moment he appeared, the surroundings instantly fell silent. I also found that I couldn't make a sound. With a casual point of his finger, that Immortal Master lifted the ship, which was already mostly submerged, out of the water. And the large hole in the ship's hull was actually repaired in an instant. Who sent me the signal? This lowly one, Su Changyu. You understand the rules, right? After we get to the place, this has nothing to do with me. I have never seen you, and I don't know who you are. Understand? This lowly one understands. I don't know what magic art the Immortal Master used, but the ship began to move quickly in a certain direction. The Immortal Master stood at the bow, not saying a word. Everyone on the ship once again fell into a strange silence. More than half a day passed like this. After dark, a faint, flickering light was finally visible in the distance. It was an island that looked quite prosperous. Hundreds of large ships were docked at the island's harbor, a magnificent sight. However, the ship I was on did not head toward the harbor. Instead, it went halfway around the island, coming to a sparsely populated area on the back. The ship quietly followed a waterway into a natural karst cave. After traveling through the narrow cave for a while, the ship finally stopped. After the ship stabilized, several burly men in black came aboard to meet it. The men in black acted as if they didn't even see the Immortal Master, simply herding everyone on the ship to disembark. They brought everyone to a spacious hall. You will rest here tonight. There is plenty of food in the hall, you may take it as you wish. Tomorrow, someone will take you to get your identities registered. After giving the instructions, the men in black turned and left. What rotten luck, to actually run into a sea monster. There were nearly 100 of us when we set out, but now, less than half have survived. I don't know what my father was thinking, insisting on sending me to this great world to cultivate. If you asked me, how can cultivating be as fun as listening to music? Exactly. Back in my homeland, I was the son of the Prince of Jinan. What riches and glory couldn't I enjoy? What's so good about this godforsaken place that? What's the point of saying this now? Which of your families didn't pay a huge price to send you all here? Instead of complaining, you might as well cultivate patiently. If you can really become an Immortal Master, not only will you have a hope for a long life, Su Changyu, you'll also have a chance to return to your homeland and bring your family out. These people, I'm afraid they're just like me. Mortals exiled from a land of immortal extinction. It's just that, in the land of immortal extinction they came from, the existence of the cultivation world doesn't seem to be a secret. And they've already developed a mature, smuggling route? Brother, you look a bit unfamiliar. May I ask what official post you held in Dali? Or perhaps you are a wealthy merchant from one of the provinces? Goodbye. Oh my God, you scared me to death. That old man, One look and you can tell he's been in a high position for years. He's no simple character. Daybreak. In a moment, I'll take you to get your household registration. Once you have it, you will officially be members of Leoli Island. Remember, do not say what shouldn't be said. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. You are all residents of Dayu Island in the west. You were hit by a wind disaster, your island was destroyed, and you fled here as refugees. If anyone asks, that's what you'll say. At the middle-aged man's instruction, we all changed into tattered clothes. Afterward, the middle-aged man led the way, under the watch of 4 or 5 men in black. We followed a hidden path out of the karst cave and onto the surface. Our group of dozens was not small, but the island's residents mostly just gave us a casual glance before looking away, clearly accustomed to this. After twisting and turning through the city's residential area for who knows how long, we finally arrived in front of a manor. The gatekeeping servant boy went in to report, and returned a short while later. He led us through a side door on the left, and into a large hall. 2 or 3 other groups were already gathered in the hall, over 100 people in all. Soon it was our turn. Steward Zhao. Are these all refugees here to be registered? Sun Jiang, these refugees are all either rich or noble. That's right. They were all wealthy families on Dage Island. A pity they didn't have an immortal master's protection. When the natural disaster struck, all their wealth and glory vanished like a bubble. Now they can only come thousands of li to our Leoli Island to seek refuge. Some days ago, the wind disaster was raging. Even our Leoli Island was affected. The western islands suffered even heavier losses. It's said over 200 islands were razed to the ground. Who knows how many mortal souls returned to the sea? Fortunately, the immortal masters are merciful and ordered us to help the refugees. When the immortal masters grant their rewards, you will definitely get your share. It's a good thing your Tianbao Tower is so diligent. Don't worry, I will report this faithfully to the island lord. After that, Steward Zhao began processing the registration procedures for everyone. Before long, it was my turn. What's your name? Li Fan. Here, drip a drop of your blood on it. Take this spirit talisman. From now on, it is your proof of identity. You must present this spirit talisman for all matters on the island, big or small, like receiving work, collecting grain, or undergoing inspections. Do not lose it. Why is Steward Zhao being so cordial to this Li Fan, explaining so much? The household registration was distributed very efficiently. Our entire group received Leoli Island's household registration. We left the manor, but did not return to the karst cave. Instead, we were brought by Sun Jiang to the large courtyard of a residence. Now that the household registration is in hand, the contract can be signed, right? Sichanjiu. We already know this. But how does one remove this miasma? There are several ways to remove the miasma. The first is the island's body-purifying spirit pool. By soaking in the spirit pool for a day and a night, you can completely remove all the miasma from your body. Unfortunately, the materials required to open the spirit pool are astonishing. Although our Leoli Island is wealthy, we can only open it once every 3 years. Let me think. The last time it opened was a year ago. That means we have to wait almost 2 more years for the pool to open. Furthermore, the number of spots to enter the spirit pool is limited, and the competition is fierce. You outsiders have no foundation here. How could you possibly compete with the people on the island? Then what about the other methods? The second method is to cultivate the profound yellow pure heart mantra and coordinate it with specific medicines and diet. Over time, you can change your constitution and eventually clear all the miasma. Although this method is time-consuming, often taking 5 or 6 years, its advantage is its stability. It also doesn't require any special price. The profound yellow pure heart mantra and its corresponding medicinal pills can be bought at the island's apothecaries. 5 or 6 years. Are there others? The third method is to become a test subject. Test subject? That's right. Some immortal masters are very interested in the miasma inside mortals' bodies. Every year, volunteers are selected from the island's mortals to serve as test subjects. The immortal masters use special methods to extract the miasma from the test subjects for research. In just a few months, the miasma in a test subject's body can be completely extracted. It's just that this process is far too painful. You could say it's a state of torment where one can neither live nor die. The vast majority of people can't last until the miasma is completely extracted before they are driven completely mad by the torture. Are there any other methods? It's said that the direct mortal descendants of those immortal masters can, by relying on heavenly and earthly treasures, reforge their bodies. Not only do they no longer need to worry about the miasma, but they can also improve their cultivation aptitude. However, such methods are not something you or I can even imagine. Even our Luli Island's island lord doesn't get this kind of treatment. That's all I know. If you really want to cultivate, you should think it over carefully in the coming days. I know you all returned from the lands of banishment after countless hardships, and all have a heart for the Tao. Who wasn't like that at the beginning? Unfortunately, the immortal path is truly difficult. Even if you can remove the miasma, those who can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draw it into their bodies are few and far between. Why seek out trouble? Being immortal isn't so bad. Instead of bitterly pursuing the immortal path, you're better off enjoying life. Indulge yourself, live in the moment. After Sun Zhang left, the crowd dispersed. I asked around and found the place to collect a free residence. I presented my spirit talisman, and was then led by a guide to the residential area in the northern part of Luli Island. Countless houses were packed densely here. Most of these houses only had one room, but fortunately, they all had a small courtyard enclosed by a wall, so they didn't seem too shabby. After handing me the key, the guide left. 6th row, 7th house. This is it. The room was extremely simple, with only a bed and a few tables and chairs. Whatever. At least I got settled without much trouble. It's all thanks to those Ligia people. It's a pity that apart from that Su Changyu, this group seems to be full of mediocre people. They have no heart for the Tao and won't amount to much. The primary goal now is to remove the miasma from my body. Although the spots for the body-purifying spirit pool are precious, the treasures I plundered and stored in the Taihang boat are countless. Forcing my way into a spot shouldn't be difficult. The downside is it's too conspicuous. As they say, don't flash your wealth. I have no foundation here. If I suddenly expose too much wealth, I will definitely be targeted. I need to plan this carefully. Who is it? Me. You're not one of us, Ligia, are you? What? Who exactly are you, and what's your purpose in sneaking onto Luli Island? How did you know I'm not a Ligia person? When we fell into the water, I vaguely saw your figure suddenly emerge from underwater. At first, I thought it was an illusion. But later, I thought it through. You weren't in the group when we departed from the Ligia. Seems you're quite sharp and meticulous. Of course, besides me, not a single one of those idiots noticed a stranger had infiltrated the group. Are you sure? No one besides you noticed? Of course. How can those idiots compare to? Truly clueless. Relying on a bit of petty cleverness, you discover I might have snuck in under a false name, and you impatiently rush over to threaten me. You don't even stop to think, didn't you, Ligia people, also get your registration by falsely posing as refugees? The moment you get Luli Island registration, you really start to think of yourself as a native. That immortal master whose face couldn't be seen, the one who came to get you, and Sun Zhang's Tianbao Tower. They all acted very cautiously, terrified of being found out. Obviously, the identity of mortals from the lands of banishment cannot see the light of day. There's no way Tianbao Tower and that Ligia group will investigate this with any fanfare. Even if they investigate the fatty's disappearance and trace it to my place, now that the body can't even be found, as long as I deny ever seeing him, there's nothing they can do to me. Just as I predicted, a few days passed. Other than Suyu asking one question, the fatty's strange disappearance didn't attract anyone else's attention. These past few days, I've been asking about various matters on the island while also scheming how to reasonably take out and use the treasures in the Taihang boat. Gradually, I've gained a general understanding of this lily island I'm on. This sea area is called the Tsongyun Sea. The Tsongyun Sea is vast and boundless, with tens of thousands of islands scattered throughout. And Liuli Island is located in the southern part of the central Tsongyun Sea area, and is medium-sized. It gets its name because the surrounding waters are rich in a delicious fish called the liuli fish. Liuli fish are very popular among mortals, and certain medicinal pills refined by immortal masters also use the liuli pearls that are occasionally born inside them. Therefore, the immortal master stationed on Liuli Island must collect a certain number of liuli pearls every year. Going to sea to catch liuli fish is the most popular job. You only need to hand over 70% of the caught liuli fish, and you can keep the remaining 30% to sell yourself. Unfortunately, going to sea requires a large boat, and the schools of liuli fish are erratic. Finding the fish requires a special spirit lure from the island. The spirit lure is only issued by the liuli manor when going out to sea, and it is taken back upon return. Private fishing is not allowed. If caught, it's immediate execution. Therefore, this matter of catching liuli fish can only be done with the liuli manor's permission. A few days ago, a fleet that went to sea not only returned with a great haul of liuli fish, but also encountered a shipwreck. This shipwreck was actually carrying over 10 chests of gold, silver, and jewels. This time, the fleet lucked out. Regarding items salvaged from shipwrecks, the island's rules are the same as for liuli fish. You can keep 30%, and the remaining 70% must be handed over to the government. When this fleet returned to port, half the island was in an uproar. Even the island's finance supervisor, Steward Qian, came to inspect it personally. Many people on the island began pulling strings, trying to get a spot on the next sea voyage. As long as I can go to sea alone, I can launder the treasures from the Taihang boat via shipwrecks. The only difficulty is how to get the qualification to go to sea alone. Too many people on the island want to join the fleets. After some casual inquiries, I learned the key. The Liuli Island Lord has 3 trusted aides. Steward Zhao is in charge of personnel, Steward Qian is in charge of finances, and Steward Zhou is in charge of security. The vast majority of spots for the sea fleets are in Steward Qian's hands. Steward Zhao and Steward Zhou have always wanted a peace, but Steward Qian has kept a tight grip, only allocating 1 or 2 fleets to them. On the day of registration, Steward Zhao's attitude toward me was different from the others. I don't know why. Perhaps I can go and see this Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao isn't someone the current me can see just by asking. Tianbao Tower. So I decided to go through Sunjiang at Tianbao Tower. But I was refused entry. What kind of status does Elder Sun have? Is he someone you can see just because you want to? Get lost. Tianbao Tower is open for business after all. How can they just drive people away without even meeting them? And these men in black made the decision without even asking for instructions, as if they already knew who I was. Could something have happened with the Ligia people, causing Sun Jiang to turn hostile? After asking around, I found out what happened. It turns out that in order to remove the miasma from his body as quickly as possible, Su Changyu resolutely chose to become a test subject. Before leaving, Su Changyu signed his name on that remaining contract. With that, the 3 contracts were fulfilled, and the deed completely dissipated. There are no longer any ties between Ligia and Tianbao Tower. No wonder they suddenly turned hostile and deliberately avoided us. I just didn't expect Su Changyu to be so decisive. I tried to persuade him not to be so hasty. But he wouldn't listen. If not to save his terminally ill sister, Brother Su wouldn't have been so desperate. Although Sun Jiang chose to avoid me, I won't give up that easily. Judging by how he couldn't help but comfort Su Changyu that day, this person is at least not a wicked man. The reason he kept a cold face before was probably just because he didn't want to get too involved with mortals from the land of immortal extinction. Compared to strangers, I prefer dealing with people whose background I know a little about. So I returned and stood before Tianbao Tower once again. Why have you come back, kid? Looking to die? I am here to do business with your Tianbao Tower. You're driving people away without even talking. Is this Tianbao Tower's way of treating guests? You. After going back to ask for instructions, the man in black led me inside. Seated in a guest room, a maidservant served a cup of tea. Good tea. Dayu Flame Dragon. It grows in the submarine volcanic craters around Dayu Island. There are only a meager dozen or so plants. Now, with the destruction of Dayu Island, this Dayu Flame Dragon has temporarily become a unique rarity. Then I have benefited from your light, elder son. The matters of Dali are finished. There should be no further entanglement between you and me. Why have you sought me out again? Elder son has misunderstood. I am indeed here to discuss a business deal. Business? You. What business? I wonder if Tianmao Tower is interested in a spot on the sea fleet. Every time the fleet goes to sea, not to mention the treasures that can be salvaged, the liuli fish and other marine specialties alone are enough to make a killing. To say our Tianbao Tower isn't interested would be impossible. But the fleet quotas are firmly controlled by Steward Qian. Not to mention our Tianbao Tower, even Steward Zhao can only get 1 or 2 spots. You, a newcomer, what ability do you have to aim for that? If I can see Steward Zhao, I have my own ways to persuade him. Then let him see Steward Zhao. It's not a difficult task. If it fails, chop him up and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Greetings, shopkeeper. Then I thank the shopkeeper in advance. You seem to have some confidence. It doesn't look like you're talking big. I have always kept my promises. Humph. If it really succeeds, my Tianbao Tower will take a corresponding cut of the benefits. According to island rules, you can keep 30% of the harvest from each voyage. I don't want a penny of that 30%. Half to Steward Zhao, half to your Tianbao Tower. That is strange. In that case, going to all this trouble, what is it that you want? I only want a spot in the body-purifying spirit pool that opens once every 3 years. Haha. Please, uncle, you're already this old, and you still want to learn from others to cultivate? Haha. Haha. I seek only longevity. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Good, I agree to this matter. When the date is set, I will send someone to notify you. Then, it is settled. I live in house number 7, 6th row, outside the city. You can find me there. Shopkeeper, about that spot in the body-purifying spirit pool. Although the competition for the body-purifying spirit pool spots is fierce every year, our Tianmao Tower isn't without the strength to compete. If he can really secure a sea fleet, in just 5 years, the fleet's profits would be equal to the value of 1 spot. This is a guaranteed profit. However, what? That man's eyes looked so scary. On the way back, I stopped by an apothecary and bought the profound yellow pure heart mantra and the accompanying medicinal ingredients. Even if everything goes smoothly, it will be 2 years before the body-purifying spirit pool opens. Why not try cultivating it first to see the effects? Perhaps I, Li Fan, have astonishing aptitude and can remove the miasma myself in less than 2 years? For the next few days, I stayed at home cultivating, waiting to meet Steward Zhao. Who would have thought, before I even met Steward Zhao, I heard a piece of shocking news. Su Changyu died. When his corpse was sent back, It was just a mass of twisted flesh and blood. It didn't look human at all. It was terrifying. The flesh even twitched inexplicably. It made one's scalp tingle. These newcomers from Ligia couldn't even scrape together enough money to buy a burial plot. Tomb of Su Changyu. They were planning a sea burial, but I couldn't watch that happen, so I took out some money to let Su Changyu rest in peace in the earth. Xiaohun, heir to the Prince of Jinan of Ligia. Xiaohun cried miserably. I didn't feel much, just a bit of sentimentality. Su Changyu conducted himself decently, and his will was quite firm. Though not a once-in-a-century genius, he definitely wasn't mediocre. Among this group from Ligia, I originally thought he was the most likely to make a name for himself. And yet, a person like this couldn't even pass the prerequisite for cultivation, the hurdle of the Tao, and died so silently. The immortal path is difficult. In the subsequent process of cultivating the profound yellow pure heart mantra, I felt the weight of those words even more deeply. Facts prove that I am not some peerless genius. For nearly a month, I lived in seclusion, cultivating this pure heart mantra every day. Generally speaking, even a person with mediocre aptitude would experience obvious effects like improved spirits and faster thinking after half a month. But a month passed, and I didn't feel a single change. I wasn't anxious, though. I just treated it as a daily cultivation task. Another half-month passed like this, and finally, the people from Tianbao Tower arrived. Following the messenger, I met Steward Zhao in a courtyard owned by Tianbao Tower. Steward Zhao, long time no see. I hear from the Tianbao Tower people that you want a spot on a sea fleet. That's quite an appetite. What backing do you have? Fleets go to sea merely for profit. I wonder, Steward Zhao, how do you think the profits from catching lily fish compare to directly salvaging treasures from shipwrecks on the ocean floor? Salvaging treasure can equal the earnings of several regular fishing trips. But how can one encounter such good luck every time? In my dozen years on this island, I recall only a handful of major hauls. If I command a fleet, I can guarantee that every time we go to sea, we will bring back a certain amount of treasure. You're actually not lying. I indeed did not talk big, but I wonder how Steward Zhao figured that out. I was born with a pair of special eyes that can recognize capable people and distinguish truth from falsehood. When you spoke just now, I only saw a soft white light emitting from you, proving that your words were true and you harbor no ill will. To think such a unique art exists? On the day of registration, Steward Zhao's attitude toward me seemed slightly different from others. Did you see something then? I only saw that you were extremely wealthy and had a lot of blood on your hands. Clearly, you were no ordinary person. That's why I was polite to you, forming a good relationship in passing. In that case, on the day we registered, you already saw that Sun Zhang from Tianbao Tower wasn't telling the truth? So what if it's true? So what if it's false? With an immortal master guarding the island, we don't fear trouble. As long as you behave yourselves, we won't do anything to you. Besides, taking in refugees was the immortal master's order. If Sun Zhang could bring so many refugees to my lily island, why would I make things difficult for him? I see. Since Steward Zhao can see that I am not lying, can you consider the matter of the sea fleet spot? You are a newcomer with no foundation. If I rashly hand a fleet over to you, it will certainly cause dissatisfaction among many. How about this? Next time a fleet goes out, you tag along. If you can truly salvage treasure every time you go to sea, then after a few times, the crew will definitely submit to you. Then you can take over the fleet legitimately. Steward Zhao is thoughtful. What? He persuaded Steward Zhao so easily. That's right. Could it be that Uncle wasn't talking big, and he really has the confidence to secure a fleet? I wonder what backing he actually has. Send him the title deed for that vacant courtyard on East Street in the city. Huh! Shopkeeper, we paid a heavy price for that courtyard, planning to use it to bribe Steward Jin. How can we let him have it so cheaply? Even if we give it to him, shouldn't we wait until he helps us secure the fleet? Go when I tell you to. If we really wait until then, a small courtyard won't be enough to curry favor with him. Sun Jiang sent someone to deliver the title deed to me. Naturally, I didn't refuse. Having nothing much to pack, I moved into the small courtyard on East Street that very day. Compared to the slums outside the city, the environment of this courtyard was far better, not just by a little bit. Afterward, I declined the few maidservants sent by Tianao Tower, and from then on, I lived there, quietly waiting for the fleet's next voyage. Originally, I thought it wouldn't take long, but who knew an unforeseen event would push the departure date to the indefinite future. Go home, quick! The wind disaster is coming! Immortal Master, protect us! Immortal Master, protect us! Mom! Where are you? The wind disaster is coming! The wind disaster is here! The Island Protection Grand Formation has been activated. No need to panic. Hide in your homes, you are not allowed to go out. The Immortal Master is merciful. This Island Protection Grand Formation flows with blue radiance. The faintly emerging runes look incredibly profound and mysterious. The howling sound just now, like ghosts weeping, was completely blocked out by the light shield along with the raindrops. Outside is a raging storm, inside is calm and tranquil. Is this the method of immortals? Is this heavenly lightning? The aftershock of the collision between the heavenly lightning and the Island Protection Grand Formation actually has such power. What? Again? Could it be that this life will end here? Fortunately, this Island Protection Grand Formation was even more reliable than I imagined. It actually held on the whole time without shattering. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, the great waves gradually calmed down, but only just calmed down. The wind disaster came quickly but left slowly. Amidst the wind and rain, it was hard to distinguish day from night. I felt like a full 2 or 3 days had passed before this wind disaster finally receded. I heard from the islanders that this wind disaster was actually relatively small in scale. The wind disaster 15 years ago was several times more powerful than this one. At that time, the Island Protection Grand Formation almost couldn't hold up either, and was forced to shrink its protective range. After the wind disaster, the area of Liuli Island became only 1/3 of its original size. In the dozen years following the wind disaster, Liuli Island gathered refugees from everywhere and slowly recovered its vitality. Wind disaster. So this is a wind disaster. The might of heaven and earth is truly terrifying. A few days after this wind disaster, all residents on Liuli Island received instructions, requiring every household to check if the Island Protection Grand Formation was damaged. The inspection method was simple. The Liuli Manor would issue a spirit talisman. One only needed to hang the talisman at home for a few days and nights, observing if any red light emitted from it. The Island Protection Grand Formation has 367,800 nodes. We must ensure there are no abnormalities in any node. Under the Immortal Master's will, and also for their own safety considerations, all affairs on Liuli Island were paused to prioritize the maintenance of the Island Protection Grand Formation. In the past, the Immortal Master would coordinate the maintenance of the formation. But this time, it said the spirit stones maintaining the formation's operation were nearly exhausted, so the Immortal Master returned to Wanxian Island to fetch spirit stones. The formation self-inspection counts 360 talisman flashes as a small cycle, and 360 small cycles as a large cycle. As long as no red light emits during one large cycle, it means the formation is unharmed. This Island Protection Grand Formation is so massive yet incredibly intricate. It's truly hard to imagine how it was built. 5 days later, the result came out, letting everyone on the island breathe a sigh of relief. The Island Protection Grand Formation was not damaged. With the return of the Immortal Master, the island's residents finally put their hearts completely at ease. Life on Lily Island gradually returned to normal. In the following months, refugees from other islands arrived on Lily Island from time to seek asylum. These survivors were only a minority. Most people on their islands died in the wind disaster not long ago. The Tsongyun Sea region is vast and boundless, with countless islands large and small. Only those islands with special resources would have an immortal master stationed there. I wasn't idle during these months. I persisted in cultivating the profound yellow pure heart mantra every day, and finally saw results. Both the physical age limit and mental age limit increased again. Although the margin wasn't large, it still lifted my spirits. Another month passed like this, and I finally received the message sent by Steward Zhao. The wind disaster in the Tsongyun Sea has completely disappeared. The fleet's next voyage is imminent. 3 days later, Lioli Island Harbor. This is the Tsongyuan, the ship Steward Zhao told me to come to. I don't know what madness has seized the island lord, wanting to hold some assessment. The fleet with the least harvest this time will be deemed unqualified and disqualified from future voyages. What are we going to do? Don't mention it. It's all because of the wind disaster. I heard someone say in private, the island protection grand formation of Coral Island to the south shattered, and the whole island was razed to the ground. And the supplies Coral Island was supposed to hand over have fallen on our Lily Island's head. What kind of mess is this? How are we supposed to live in the future? It's said to be only temporary, as long as we make up for what was owed before. Look at you useless lot. Why not think on the bright side? Doesn't the first place get a reward too? The share of the harvest is increased from 30% to 50%. Zhang Haoba. Boss, stop dreaming. First place? You know our fishing skills. Which time do we not barely complete the quota? Yeah, the way I see it, this is our last time going to sea. Why don't we just not go back? How satisfying it would be to become carefree pirates. Don't worry, there's a capable person on the ship this time. I guarantee everyone will return with a full load. Him? He's so pale and clean, has he ever been to sea? You bunch of blind fools, failing to recognize a noble person. This is a great talent specially invited by Steward Zhao. He'll be taking over our ship soon. Be polite. Boss, you've been captain of the Tsongyuan for almost 10 years. How can you just give it up like that? Yeah. Boss, you saved my life. If they want to kick you out, I, Lu San, will be the first to disagree. Humph. Why don't we just throw him into the sea to feed the fish once we're out? It's perfectly normal for someone to die at sea anyway. Calm down, everyone, calm down. Although I know everyone thinks highly of me, Zhang Haoba, the Tsongyuan is ultimately Steward Zhao's property, and we are all just risking our lives for him. Now that Steward Zhao says he wants to replace me, there's nothing I can do. Humph, petty tricks. You gentlemen don't trust me, but do you think Steward Zhao has misjudged? Since I have promised Steward Zhao that I can find treasure every time we go to sea, I certainly won't let everyone down. Does this kid actually have some skill? Maybe, it's true. Steward Zhao's eyes are incredible. He rarely misses the mark. Finding treasure every time we go to sea? I don't believe a word of it. He clearly pulled some strings to steal my position as captain. Does he think I don't know? Anyway, the big talk has been spoken. I'd like to see how you end this. Set sail. To sea. The Tsongyuan moved without wind, sailing out of the harbor and heading for the open sea. It didn't rely on wind or manpower, but on a set of miniature formations driven by spirit stones. The ship is also equipped with a spirit lure. When traces of lily fish are found in nearby waters, the spirit lure will issue a guide. But the sea is vast, and the range the spirit lure can perceive is limited. So experienced crew members are needed to first find the general area where the fish schools appear. However, with the wind disaster raging and fish schools migrating, all past experience is useless. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, relying entirely on luck. And that Sang Yuan's luck didn't seem very good. More than half a month passed. Aside from catching some ordinary fish schools and finding some standard sea ores, there wasn't much of a harvest. Not only were the crew members frowning, even Zhang Haobo began to feel anxious. After all, there is a penalty for last place this time. The island's rule is to return within a month. With only this much stuff caught, we might really have the smallest harvest. We can only hope for a turn of events in the next few days. Immortal Master, protect us. Yo, what's this? You're finally willing to come out of the cabin? If you didn't grab food every day, I'd have thought you died in there. I want a small boat. I see treasure. What? You aren't joking, are you? Quick, prepare a small boat for me. I see jewels deep under the sea shining brilliantly, waiting for me to salvage them. The opportunity is fleeting. The light of the jewels is dimming. I'm about to lose its location. Quick! Prepare the boat. Yes. You are not allowed to follow. Wait for my signal. Why? You're too noisy. It's easy to break my line of sight. Boss, is it possible he just ran off on his own? Don't talk nonsense. The sea is vast, and he didn't bring any dry rations alone. Where could he run to? 2 hours later. It's the signal. Quick! Sail the ship over. The treasure is right here. Into the water. Cast the nets. Yes. A full 16 chests of gold, silver, and treasure. Boss. Mr. Lee wasn't lying. He really can let everyone return with a full load. It's actually true. That guy can really find treasure sunken at the bottom of the sea. This kind of ability. He's an extraordinary person. An extraordinary person just like Steward Zhao. Zhang Haobo, oh Zhang Haobo. It's rare to encounter a noble benefactor. Not only did you fail to grasp the opportunity, you actually ridiculously thought he was here to steal your tiny fleet. No, I must apologize immediately. Right now, at once. As soon as I boarded the ship, Zhang Haobo came to bow and apologize to me sincerely. I dismissed him pleasantly and went back to my room to rest. Having obtained the treasure, the Tseng Yuan didn't bother fishing anymore. It immediately turned around and returned to Liuli Island. After all, the harvest was so great that not a single crew member could rest easy until they were safely back on the island. Don't dock just yet. Lu San, slip into the water quietly and go notify Steward Zhao to send someone personally to count the goods. Yes. If nothing unexpected happens, we should have the biggest harvest among the fleets this time. According to the rules, we get 50%. If outsiders count it, they'll inevitably skim off the top or miscalculate. If it's not our own people, I can't rest easy. The boss is right. We'd be heartbroken if we lost even a little bit. After waiting for some time, the Tseng Yuan approached the shore. The routine inspection personnel were blocked by Zhang Haobo and the crew. Zhang Haobo, what is the meaning of this? Not letting us board to count? Looking at your ship's draft, I'm afraid you came back empty-handed this time. It seems your time as captain has come to an end. What did you say? No need to argue with him. It seems there's a reason Zhang Haobo has been able to keep his seat as captain of the Tseng Yuan. It's just his background and experience that limit him. Soon, Steward Zhao arrived personally with his men. As 16 chests of jewelry were transported off the ship in full view of the public, the entire pier caused a sensation. Consequently, the news that the Tseng Yuan had harvested a massive amount of treasure spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the entire Liuli Island. Tianbao Tower shopkeeper. Shopkeeper! What is it? So flustered. Treasure. Over 10 chests. Tseng Yuan. It's just a dozen or so chests of treasure. What's the fuss? To digest these things on the island, they still have to go through our Tianbao Tower's channels. Wait, you said that Tseng Yuan? That ship with the uncle named Li Fan? Yes. No wonder that guy could persuade Steward Zhao. He was absolutely sure he'd find treasure as soon as he went to sea. This ability is just like our Tianbao Tower's head shopkeeper. Go arrange it immediately. See when we can invite him for a meal. Also, send someone to clean up Tingyu Tower, then send him the title deed. Yes. Could he be a psychic treasure body? The legendary psychic treasure body. As long as rare treasures exist within a certain range of oneself, one will sense them. Tianbao Tower's head shopkeeper, Ying, my older sister, has this specific constitution. It is precisely by relying on this heaven-defying ability that my sister built Tianbao Tower, a large trading guild spanning the Tsongyan Sea, from nothing in just over a dozen years. Now another psychic treasure body has actually appeared. Steward Dao's residence. You are indeed extraordinary. To salvage 16 chests of treasure on your first voyage, you've truly given me a huge surprise. The harvest this time was indeed substantial, but I'm afraid it will be hard to get this much in the future. That stands to reason. One can't have such luck every time. However, this harvest alone is enough for me to operate a separate fleet for you. In that case, thank you, Steward Zhao. I heard that you planned so painstakingly to seek a spot in the body-purifying spirit pool? Exactly. Even with inexhaustible wealth, it will turn to a pile of yellow earth in 100 years. Only by seeking immortality and asking of the Tao to prove eternal life, can this trip to the mortal world not be in vain. To still have a heart for the Tao at your age. I am not your match. A dozen years ago, when I was your age, I saved an immortal master by chance. The immortal master asked if I was willing to cultivate with him, but I knew I was long past the optimal age for cultivation. Even if I cultivated, I might not achieve anything. Moreover, the older one gets, the more deep-rooted the miasma in the body becomes, and the more painful it is to remove. Now, as I get older, I faintly feel regret. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Lily Island, those like you are truly a minority. You flatter me. I wonder about the matter of the body-purifying spirit pool spot, Steward Zhao. I cannot help you with this. The opening of the body-purifying spirit pool requires the island's immortal master to preside over it, and the spots are also decided by the immortal master. 1 year before the spirit pool opens, the immortal master will announce the required supplies. Various families collect the materials on the list and hand them over. Spots are decided based on the amount of contribution points. However, you don't need to worry. Tianbao Tower has branches on every island in the Tsongyan Sea. When it comes to the ability to collect supplies, there aren't many on Lily Island who can compare to them. Tianbao Tower. I had just returned to the small courtyard from Steward Zhao's residence when Sun Zhang arrived at my door. Clearly, he had been waiting for a long time. Your shopkeeper has business with me? I wanted to meet her anyway, so I readily agreed. As for the title deed to Tingyu Tower that Sun Zhang brought, I did not accept it. Let me introduce myself formally. Shopkeeper of Lily Island's Tianbao Tower, Ying. Li Fan. Uncle, you really are brief. Just a mere mortal. There is truly nothing worth saying. A psychic treasure body. Is that also not worth mentioning in your eyes, Uncle? Oh? What psychic treasure body? I don't know. Then how did you find the location of the treasure in the vast sea? I just felt it in my heart. And you still say you aren't a psychic treasure body? Seeing that I seem to truly not know, Ying helplessly told me about the psychic treasure body. So, your sister is also a psychic treasure body? How old is she this year? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? And where is she now? Could it be that you're our long-lost father? That can't be right. You don't look like us at all. I'm just curious. All right. Curiosity about one's own kind. I understand. We are originally from Yelan Island in the north. Our parents died in a disaster when we were young, leaving only my sister and me to depend on each other. In my memory, my sister and I relied on begging to survive every day, never knowing where our next meal would come from. But starting from some unknown time, my sister was always able to find various valuable things in different places. Tianbao Tower. So our lives got better day by day, and later, my sister single-handedly established Tianbao Tower. Unfortunately, I haven't seen my sister for several years. Where did she go? 3 years ago, an immortal master passing by took a liking to her and took her away. In the beginning, she would ask people to bring us letters to tell us she was safe. But later, we never heard any news from her again. Taken by an immortal master? Could he have taken her to cultivate? If only it were so. In a letter my sister sent back previously, she used a code only the two of us understood to tell me her situation was dangerous. She said if she didn't contact me again, it meant she might have met with misfortune. She also told me not to look for her. Could it be that her special constitution invited disaster? My sister is just a mortal. What she could sense were only things valuable to mortals. In the eyes of those immortal masters, these treasures are about the same as scrap metal. It's not like other immortal masters hadn't noticed my sister's special constitution before, but none of them took it seriously. I don't know why, but she was taken away by that last immortal master. Although my sister's fate is likely grim, the foundation she left behind is still here. The Tianmao Tower my sister worked so hard to build cannot be destroyed in my hands. I don't have my sister's miraculous ability. After she disappeared, Tianbao Tower's business got worse day by day. Coupled with me misjudging a few items later on, we lost another large sum. The elders of Tianbao Tower gradually became dissatisfied with me, and even wanted to join forces with outsiders to kick me out and divide Tianbao Tower's assets. Fortunately, they are still wary of my sister who was taken by the immortal master, so they have delayed making a move. So, using the excuse of opening up new markets, I came from Yelon Island to this Lily Island, to lie low for a while. I originally planned to develop here for a few years and accumulate some strength before settling accounts with them, but I didn't expect to meet another psychic treasure body on this Lily Island. With your help, I will definitely be able to regain control of Tianbao Tower. I am not interested in your Tianbao Tower's affairs. My only wish is to cultivate. You promised before that as long as I help you secure the fleet, you would help me obtain a spot in the body-purifying spirit pool. You haven't gone back on your word, have you? Our Tianbao Tower always puts integrity first in business. We will definitely do what we promise you. But what? Uncle, even if you can enter the body-purifying spirit pool, so what? Removing the miasma from the body is no easy task. Of the people who enter the spirit pool every year, barely half succeed. Moreover, the older you are, the higher the probability of failure. Uncle, you aren't young anymore. Are you 100% sure you can succeed? A person only gets one chance in their life to enter the spirit pool. If you fail, I'm afraid you'll have to say goodbye to cultivation forever. Even a 50% success rate is worth the attempt. However, listening to your tone. Correct. Sent along with my sister's last letter was a medicinal pill called the dust-leaving pill. According to my sister's letter, taking this pill will greatly increase the success rate of removing the body's miasma. If combined with the body-purifying spirit pool, even at your age, Uncle, there is a high probability of success. With such a miraculous pill, why haven't you taken it? Uncle, not everyone is like you, obsessed with wanting to cultivate. My wish is to do business well and protect the Tianbao Tower my sister left behind. Everyone has their own aspirations. So, Uncle, does this mean you agree? Allow me to go back and consider. I will give you an answer in 3 days. All right, then I'll wait for your news, Uncle. Farewell. I hope this time I haven't misjudged. After inquiring around, I confirmed that Inyushin hadn't lied about the dust-leaving pill. I met Inyushin again 3 days later and agreed to her request. We agreed that before the spirit pool opened, I would help Tiamao Tower collect a certain amount of treasure every so often. When the spirit pool opened, Inyushin would give me the dust-leaving pill. To show sincerity, Inyushin took out the title deed for Tingyu Tower again. Thus I moved again. Tingyu Tower is located in the center of Liuli Island. Although situated in a bustling market, it feels as if one is living deep in the mountains. During the year I lived in Tingyu Tower, I first completed 3 official sea voyages for Liuli Island. Each time, I brought back several chests of treasure, shocking the whole island and successfully winning a fleet spot for Tiamao Tower. Afterward, every time the Tiamao Tower fleet went to sea, I would go with them. In 1 year, Tiamao Tower made a fortune, earning almost the sum of the previous 5 years' profits. And I established my prestige among the people of Tiamao Tower. Everyone looked at me with both respect and fear. However, I did not slack off in my cultivation. This past year, whenever I had free time, I diligently cultivated the profound yellow pure heart mantra. Finally, something happened that made me overjoyed. Huanjin's charging progress accelerated. Before this, Huanjin's charging progress only grew naturally with the passage of time. It reached 100% every 20 years, and after slowly rising to the cap of 200%, it would increase no further. I've been in the cultivation world for over a year. According to the previous pattern, the charging progress should be between 6% and 7%. But I discovered that the charging progress actually reached 15%. The charging speed almost doubled. Apart from the pure heart mantra, I haven't come into contact with anything else that might help with this. The only explanation is that cultivating the profound yellow pure heart mantra can speed up Huanjin's charging progress. In addition to the charging progress, my physical age limit and mental age limit have both seen considerable growth. Time passed quietly in cultivation. Soon, only 1 year remained until the opening of the body-purifying spirit pool. Uncle, Liuli Island has announced a list of supplies the Immortal Master needs this time. The materials required this time are all very common, except for this Starsea quicksand, which I've never heard of. It seems the key to fighting for the spots this time lies in this Starsea quicksand. I have never heard of this thing either. It looks like we'll have to ask the people from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Those people are like reincarnated hungry ghosts, incredibly greedy. I'm afraid we'll have to bleed money. No matter what, we must get the Starsea quicksand. I am determined to get a spot in the spirit pool. The Wanhua Chamber of Commerce is not a local guild of the Tsongyan Sea, but comes from the mainland, unknown tens of thousands of li away. It is said that the Chamber of Commerce is backed by immortal masters, which is why they can easily cross the boundless seas to do business on this remote Liuli Island. We still have a year to prepare. The Wanhua Chamber of Commerce's merchant walker will pass through the Tsongyan Sea in 3 months. I can contact him then. We can't pin all our hopes on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. In the last year, Liuli Island has taken in many refugees from all over the Tsongyan Sea. There's no guarantee someone among them recognizes this Starsea quicksand. We can ask around among them. Other factions on the island will also be looking for this Starsea quicksand, so we need to monitor them closely. With the announcement of the materials needed for the body-purifying spirit pool, the matter spread across Liuli Island. Even ordinary people who didn't care about the matter knew that the major factions on the island were now looking for something called Starsea quicksand. One day, Xiaoheng suddenly came to Tingyu Tower. I wonder what business you have with me, little brother? I heard that Brotherly has been looking for Starsea quicksand recently? That's right. I am old. If I want to cultivate, I can only rely on the body-purifying spirit pool. What do you know of this thing? Back when the Immortal Master descended upon our Dali, he promised that as long as we gathered the supplies he needed, he would take a group of people to the cultivation world. Among those supplies was Starsea quicksand. Oh? Why don't I have any recollection of that? When the announcement was made to the world, the content of the list had already been reduced by a few items. Those were reserved as internal quotas and distributed to the major noble families of Dali. What my Prince of Jinnan's estate was assigned to collect Was this star sea quicksand? Speak. What are your conditions? Back then, you paid to bury Changyu. That counts as a kindness to me. I shouldn't be doing this, but life on Lily Island is truly too hard to endure. I don't have Brotherly's great ability. I'm still living in the slums. Little brother, no need to say more. I know your difficulties. I am determined to get this item. As long as you can provide a clue, just ask for whatever you require. I will try my best to satisfy it. Then I thank you in advance, brother. Actually, this item isn't rare. It's just that the immortal masters call it something different from us mortals. In fact, the so-called star sea quicksand is just meteorite iron from the sky. Star sea quicksand. So that's it. But will just any meteorite iron do? Are there any other special requirements? Yes, brother, there are. Subsequently, Xiaoheng slowly explained the specific requirements one by one. First, the appearance of the meteorite iron must be good. It can have a pitted surface. Second, the overall weight of a single piece must be at least 50 jin. And then, I listened while firmly memorizing it in my mind. Good, I understand. Speak, little brother, what do you want? I just want a decent courtyard, plus a job that's slightly easier. Of course, if I could have a few servants to help me manage the courtyard, that would be even better. The majestic son of the Prince of Jinan, and that's all you require? Why not add a little more? I still have some say within Tianbao Tower. I know my own capabilities. To eat well and live well, without living so tirelessly, I am already satisfied. If I suddenly possessed wealth that made others jealous, it would be easy to invite disaster instead. I didn't press him further. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiaoheng bid me farewell. Do you have any plans to cultivate? After all, you went through untold hardships to come to this cultivation world. You can't have made the trip for nothing, right? We'll see. I really have no interest in cultivation. Reading that profound yellow pure heart mantra makes me drowsy immediately. After sending Xiaoheng off, I went straight to Tianbao Tower. Star sea quicksand is meteorite iron? Just meteorite iron? That simple? He shouldn't be lying. But we still need to verify it. Didn't you say the merchant walker of the Wanlu Chamber of Commerce is coming to Lily Island soon? You might as well probe him for the truth then. That's a good idea. If we can save a sum of money, that would be best. No matter what, we should start secretly purchasing meteorite iron that meets the requirements. Not many people know about this item yet, but that might not be the case for long. In addition, when purchasing, we must mix it with other items to deceive others and confuse the public. Star sea quicksand is actually Lily fish stones. What? At the same time, we can order people to release fake news about star sea quicksand in the market to muddy the waters. Uncle, you really aren't simple. I used to just know you were a psychic treasure body. I didn't expect you to have a comprehensive plan for everything. What did you do before, Uncle? Just taught people to read books. Humph, I don't believe it. All right, I'll leave these matters to you. I still need to go cultivate. Unless there is a special situation, do not disturb me. By the way, handle the matter I promised Xiaoheng as well. Great auspiciousness. How can even a small matter like helping Xiaoheng be great auspiciousness? Is my seek good fortune and avoid calamity ability malfunctioning? Although I don't have the ability to sense treasures like my sister, I have been able to foresee the fortune and misfortune of events since I was young. Ever since meeting Uncle, every time he assigns a task, my premonition shows it as a sign of great auspiciousness. You have to know, before meeting Linkle, I had never encountered a great auspicious event. Although I don't know what kind of achievements Linkle will have in the future, I trust my intuition. I must do everything I can to help Linkle. Thus, under Yin Yuzhen's authorization, Tianbao Tower began to operate at full capacity. I heard Star Sea Quicksand is dog Bezor. Are you crazy or am I crazy? I heard Star Sea Quicksand is just Lily fish stones. Guess if I believe you. Tianbao Tower released a massive amount of fake news about Starsea Quicksand. Other factions knew there might be a trick, so they chose to wait and see at first. Within the boundaries of Liuli Island, they bought things related to the rumors. Consequently, other factions couldn't sit still and joined the army of buyers. We'll take all the dog bezoars here. They're already sold out. What about horse bezoars and ox bezoars? Also sold out? For a time, prices on Liuli Island skyrocketed, and chaos ensued. As the initiator of all this, I just stayed quietly in Tingyu Tower, cultivating. 3 months later, Inyusion finally contacted the merchant Walker of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Early this morning, Inyusion and I took a small boat from Tianbao Tower, left Liuli Island, and traveled tens of li north to the agreed-upon sea area. A flying boat suddenly appeared in the sky. Ha ha! Shopkeeper-in, long time no see! The flying boat arrived above us, then slowly stopped on the water's surface. Heh, seeing a flying boat for the first time must have given you a fright, right? What the? No reaction at all. Shopkeeper-in, long time no see! Walker Wu, the last time we met was 3 years ago. Time truly flies. And this is? An elder hired by our Tianbao Tower. A pleasure. Shopkeeper-in, let's go look at the goods first. I'm afraid that after this time, it will be difficult for us to meet again. What do you mean? Has something unexpected happened? I don't know the specific reason either. It's just that a few days ago, I suddenly received a notification from headquarters. All merchant walkers in the Tsongyun Sea are to cease all operations and return as soon as possible. If I hadn't already agreed on a trading date with you, I'm afraid I would already be on my way back. So we cannot delay this transaction. We must be quick. The reason Tianbao Tower could flourish on Liuli Island is because it has the backing of the Wanlia Chamber of Commerce. Now that the Wanlia Chamber of Commerce suddenly wants to withdraw from the Tsongyun Sea, what will happen to Tianbao Tower's business in the future? Why did my seek good fortune and avoid calamity not react at all this time? Shopkeeper-in? Apologies, I was distracted. Let's go see the goods now, please. Walking into the cabin, I led Walker Wu past the various goods one by one. 16 pairs of jade discs, 23 pieces of coral, 46 night luminous pearls. Starsea Quicksand, 3 pieces. What? Let me see. These pieces of meteorite iron weigh at least 50 gene each, yet in his hands, they are like toys. Good. Shopkeeper-in, you have good luck this time. To actually collect such fine items as Starsea Quicksand. We can confirm that what Xiaoheng said was correct. Walker Wu was very satisfied with the goods provided by Tianbao Tower this time. And because the two sides wouldn't see each other for a long time, he specially invited the two of us to be guests on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce's flying boat. After eating and drinking our fill, Walker Wu led us to the flying boat's warehouse. I collected these from various islands in the Tsongyun Sea. Some are priceless, while others, even I don't know their function. I just bought them because they look strange. If you too are interested, you can pick a few pieces from among them. Heavens! With my seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity, isn't this like a mouse falling into a rice jar? They are all mortal treasures. I have no interest. But seeing her eager look, I'll accompany her for a stroll. You only have the time of 1 stick of incense. Uncle, look at this jade bracelet, it's so beautiful. The material is not bad. Reincarnating for 300 years, I've lost interest in all mortal treasures. As long as it's not something related to cultivation, I don't care about any of it. Rechargeable item discovered mystical object of heaven and earth Shanghai pearl, incipient. Proceed with charging? It's actually a mystical object of heaven and earth. And it's one that is currently incubating, a mystical object of heaven and earth that hasn't fully formed yet. No, I can't act too excited. Put it back first. I pretended not to care and looked at other things nearby. Until Walker Wu announced that time was up, I didn't spare another glance at that Shanghai pearl. Aren't you going to pick a few items? It's rare for Walker Wu to be so generous. Once this village is passed, this shop won't be found again. Shopkeeper Ian is right. How can there be a reason to enter a mountain of treasure and return empty-handed? Wouldn't that be looking down on me, Wu? Go pick some more. Then it would be impolite to refuse. I'll take these too. Elder has a good eye. I found this ancient tree jade statue on a remote island in the northernmost part of the Tsongyan Sea. This jade statue was worshipped by a primitive tribe on the island for thousands of years. It is quite miraculous. If ordinary people keep it in their homes, it has the effect of calming the mind and strengthening the body. And what about this one? Oh, that? I bought it from a fisherman on Lilian Island. Luyun Island. With this, the two sides concluded the transaction. The Wanhua Chamber of Commerce obtained a large batch of treasures, while Yin Yuzhen obtained a large amount of gold and silver, as well as a few treasures. On the way back, although Yin Yuzhen had a full harvest, she still couldn't hide the worry between her brows. Are you worried about Tianbao Tower's future business? Yes. Without the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, we're missing an important sales channel. I don't know why the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce would suddenly withdraw from the Tsongyan Sea. When the cart reaches the mountain, there's always a way through. No need to worry overly much. Arriving at Liuli Island at night, I immediately returned to Tingyu Tower. The original intention of this trip was just to verify if the Star Sea quicksand was meteorite iron. I didn't expect to obtain this treasure. It's truly a pleasant surprise. I just don't know. What is special about this Shanghai pearl? Why is this tiny pearl named Shanghai, vast ocean? Could it be that it really contains an ocean inside? It's not even dawn yet. Who is coming to disturb me at this time? Who? Brotherly, it's me. Xiao Heng. Come in, little brother. Brotherly, something terrible has happened. The fact that we smuggled ourselves here from Li Jia has been leaked. Who leaked the secret? I don't know either. But now everyone on the island knows we aren't natives of the cultivation world, but were smuggled here by Tianbao Tower. I heard the Immortal Master is furious and wants to arrest and kill everyone. Don't worry. This matter is not a big deal. Why do you say that, brotherly? If the Immortal Master really wanted to kill us, we would have been beheaded long ago. Would he let us hear the news and discuss countermeasures? The way I see it, this isn't directed at us. The target of the person spreading the news is Tianbao Tower. Without explaining too much to Xiaohen, I hurried to Tianbao Tower. I received the news too. The various factions on the island have realized the fake news about the Star Sea quicksand was our doing. These people aren't resigned to it, so they spread the news that Tianbao Tower is secretly running a mortal smuggling business. They just want us to hand over some Star Sea quicksand. Anyway, we seized the initiative and have collected enough. We might as well throw out a portion of it and let them fight like dogs over a bone. They will surely start fighting among themselves very soon. 3 days later, Tianbao Tower met with the various factions of Liuli Island and put forward the following requirements. Tianbao Tower agrees to hand over a portion of the Star Sea quicksand, but the other parties must provide goods of equal value in exchange. At the same time, how the Star Sea quicksand is distributed among the families is up to them to decide. Finally, they must guarantee one spot in the body-purifying spirit pool for Tianbao Tower. These conditions weren't too harsh. So, after some negotiation, the two sides quickly reached a settlement. Thus, after paying the price of a few dozen pieces of meteorite iron, Tianbao Tower successfully extricated itself from this chaotic whirlpool. Brotherly! It's really over. Almost on the same day, the rumors about smuggling on the island vanished without a trace. Time flew by, and the day for the spirit pool to open finally arrived. Uncle, hurry and take this dust-leaving pill. I have waited too long for this day. After today, I will be able to remove the miasma from my body and officially step onto the path of cultivation. Swallowing the dust-leaving pill Infusion gave me, I followed a guide into the formation in the center of Lily Island. A total of 13 people entered the central formation. Apart from me, they were all teenagers. In an instant, our environment changed completely. In a split second, we went from a bustling market to deep mountains. Trees were lush and green all around, and in the distance, peaks were shrouded in mist, mountains rising and falling. Looking up, the mountain peak was hidden in thick clouds and mist, nowhere to be seen. Our group climbed up the stone stairs, not stopping for 2 hours. These youths all had impressive constitutions. After climbing for so long, they weren't even panting. I, on the other hand, being old, was already panting heavily and could barely keep from falling behind. Another hour passed before we finally reached the summit. The summit was just a small clearing. With everyone standing scattered about, it was already a bit crowded. This mountain peak was the highest among the range. Looking around, there was nothing but a vast sea of white clouds. The wind howled, the sea of clouds churned, occasionally revealing island-like mountain tops. How is the scenery? Guardian of Lily Island, Immortal Master he. We pay respects to the Immortal Master. The scenery here is superb. Truly a holy land of immortals. I have never such a wondrous sight. It makes one's blood surge with excitement. When I first came to Lily Island, the height of this mountain was at the very bottom of the range, far below the sea of clouds. Did you know that the mountains and rivers of the world can grow taller gradually, just like people? Is that true? Could it be that these great mountains and rivers are also living things that can become spirits? Some peaks appear towering, but in reality, their fate has ended, and they cannot advance another step in their lifetime. Some are just small earthen slopes now, but they have infinite potential. Who knows if, many years later, they won't grow into pillars that support the sky. Just like this Shaowei mountain. Back then, it was completely unremarkable. But in just a few decades, it can now look down upon all the other small mountains. Of course, more are like the countless peaks beneath this sea of clouds. From beginning to end, they can only serve as foils, silently looking up at the peaks above the clouds. If mountains are like this, how much more so are people? Today, you are fortunate enough to step into the spirit pool and wash away the miasma from your bodies. Whether you can step onto the immortal path, or even have hope for the great Tao of eternal life, and what achievements you will have in the future, all depends on your own fortune. Regardless of the future, today you must go all out. I have said all I need to say. Go! Immortal Master, may I ask where this body-purifying spirit pool is? Right there. Immortal Master, surely you are joking? Ah, the head. The head flew off. Spare us, Immortal Master. We dare not question the Immortal Master. Immortal Master, spare our lives. Let me teach you another lesson. On the path of cultivation, vision and perspective are also extremely important. Weigh clearly what should be said and what should not be said. Don't wait until the day your body dies and your Tao vanishes to blame me for not reminding you today. I have been taught. Excellent mental state, a pity he's too old. He has already entered the spirit pool first. The first to enter receives more spirit liquid. You all, go quickly. Yes. Cloud clusters enveloped me as I rushed into the sea of clouds. The surrounding white clouds continuously gathered towards me, and in an instant, they coalesced into white spirit liquid. Immersed in the spirit liquid, I didn't feel suffocated. Instead, I felt incredibly warm and comfortable. Like a fetus in the mother's womb, my mind gradually relaxed completely. But then, the warmth turned hot. The hot turned scalding. The scalding turned into scorching fire. Heat currents like magma flowed recklessly through my body, destroying, tearing, and drilling into every inch of my nerves. This pain was truly unbearable for a human. I subconsciously wanted to call out, Huanjin. 300 years of bitter pursuit, isn't it all for this moment? No matter what, I definitely won't give up. I want to cultivate. I want eternal life. The pain was like a knife, slicing my soul into 1,000 pieces, then 1,000 more. Endless, ceaseless. My consciousness began to dissipate. Even at this moment, the obsession in my heart made me hold on, and I did not activate Huanjin. Instinct replaced the self, and the profound yellow pure heart mantra began to operate at this moment. My consciousness seemed to gain a backbone, recondensing and strengthening. Although I was still in a state of senselessness, I was like a reef by the sea, standing resolute against the wind and waves. 3 days later. 11 of the 12 who went in have already come out. 4 succeeded, 7 failed. Now only 1 person remains in the spirit pool. The older a mortal is, the more inseparable the immortal mortal miasma is from their flesh and blood. The body-purifying spirit pool forces the miasma out by completely destroying the physical body, then uses the power of regeneration to reforge it. The pain experienced during this process is unimaginable. This person's will is so firm, it's simply appalling. At such an age, he actually persisted for 3 days under the ravaging of the spirit pool. If he succeeds in purifying his body, cultivating to the foundation establishment stage will definitely not be difficult, perhaps even golden core. Another 3 days passed. If I couldn't still sense his stable life aura, I'd really want to rush in and see what exactly is happening. Another 3 days. This body-purifying spirit pool was created by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance's Celestial Venerable of the East Pole. It stands to reason it shouldn't malfunction. Can someone really stay inside for so long? 9 days have passed. The materials maintaining the spirit pool formation are running out. If the formation stops, it can only be counted as this kid's bad luck. It has nothing to do with me, He Jingao. But with such mental state and will, if he succeeds. Forget it, forget it. Consider it a gamble that this kid will have extraordinary achievements in the future. These are what I secretly saved for myself. You kid better not disappoint me. 2 more days passed. Ha! Congratulations, little friend. From now on, the shackles are gone, and there is hope for longevity. Why is he so polite and enthusiastic towards me? Little friend, you may not know, but you stayed inside for a full 11 days. The formation materials were long about to run out. It was I who spared no expense and added more for you. What? You're shocked too, right? Let me tell you. The first 3 days. My physical age limit broke the 100 mark. Even more exaggerated is the mental age limit. It actually almost doubled directly, reaching over 2,000 years. Then on the 9th day. And how did the profound yellow pure heart mantra become the profound yellow heart refining mantra? Now is not the time to look closely. I'll research it carefully when I get back. The Immortal Master's grace, I, Li Fan, dare not forget. There will surely be a generous repayment in the future. What are you saying, little friend? The immortal path is difficult. I just help where I can. After removing the miasma, the next step is to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draw chi into the body. If you can condense a wisp of spiritual energy within your body, it signifies entering the chi refining stage. This 5 spirits chi sensing method is a summary of predecessors' experience in sensing spiritual energy. You must study it well. Also, this dust-leaving talisman. Before you draw chi into your body, you must carry it with you. You still live in the secular world and need to interact with mortals every day. Over time, it's inevitable you will be tainted by miasma again. This dust-leaving talisman can help you block the intrusion of miasma, but it's hard to sustain. It can only last for about 5 years. After breaking through to the chi refining stage, you can come find me on the island. At that time, I will lead you to our 10,000 Immortals Alliance's station in this Tsongyan Sea, Wanxian Island. He Zhenghao explained in detail some precautions during the process of drawing qi into the body. After all relevant matters were explained, I took my leave. This mountain's potential is exhausted. It's time to change mountains. The cultivation method I practice is called the sitting mountain art. The biggest characteristic of the sitting mountain art is sitting on the mountain and enjoying its success. Choose a mountain peak, sit upright upon it, run the cultivation method, spend several years, and one can merge one's own aura with the mountain peak. Thereafter, for every bit the mountain peak grows, one's own cultivation will receive feedback and increase correspondingly. Besides benefiting from increasing the mountain, one can also gain benefits from helping others. Just like helping Li Fan this time. If Li Fan can break through to the qi refining stage in the future, then I will receive feedback from the unseen, increasing my own cultivation. It's not absorbing or stealing the other's cultivation, but more akin to when one person achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. How much one gives also determines how much one will harvest later. So when I meet a promising junior, I won't be stingy about giving them a hand. Leaving the central formation, I didn't alert anyone and quietly returned to Tingyu Tower. I immediately tried running that inexplicably appeared profound yellow heart refining mantra. As soon as I ran it, I noticed the difference between the heart refining mantra and the pure heart mantra. Cultivating the pure heart mantra required a good half an hour to slowly calm the mind. But once the heart refining mantra was cast, in just a moment, I felt my heart become like a clear mirror. Furthermore, cultivating the heart refining mantra, I could clearly feel my spirit strengthening every moment. But why did this profound yellow pure heart mantra turn into this extraordinary profound yellow heart refining mantra on me? Immortal methods cannot be cultivated together. Does this heart refining mantra count as a cultivation method? Only one step away from crossing the threshold of a cultivator, and happily obtaining such a miraculous method as the profound yellow heart refining mantra. I couldn't help but feel a bit floaty. However, not a few days later, I received a letter. Xiaoheng succeeded in drawing qi into his body and has already gone to Wanxian Island. I just want a decent courtyard, plus a job that's slightly easier. What? I have no interest in cultivation. The words Xiaoheng said are still vivid in my memory. How long has it been? How did he successfully remove the miasma from his body and break through directly to the qi refining stage? I read the letter Xiaoheng sent several times before I unwillingly accepted this fact. It turns out that after I comforted him that day, Xiaoheng went home but was still anxious and couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he seemed to see the terrifying image of the immortal master descending from the sky and slaughtering everyone from Ligia. In order to sleep peacefully, and even more so to become a cultivator so he wouldn't have to live in fear every day, he began to seriously cultivate the profound yellow pure heart mantra. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, he completely removed all the miasma from his body on his own, drawing qi into the body. Then, he just felt like he had a good sleep, and he successfully drew qi into his body. When he tried to be intimate with his maidservant at home, a gentle hug almost killed her. He finally confirmed that he was already a cultivator, and that immortals and mortals must remain forever separate. Thus, after I came out of the spirit pool, Xiaoheng met He Zhenghao. I used all my materials to form a good relationship with that old man. If I had known, I would have saved them for this moment. This kid's talent is obviously 100 times better than that old man's. He Zhenghao confirmed that Xiaoheng wasn't lying and looked incredibly regretful. Then he took Xiaoheng and drifted away. That I have today is entirely thanks to brother's protection. Now, hearing that brother has successfully removed the miasma, you will surely break through to qi refining soon. I will go a step ahead and await brother's arrival at Wanxian Island. On the day we meet, if brother has any requests, I would not dare refuse even if it costs me 10,000 deaths. Is this the legendary talent that defies the heavens? Without relying on any help, stumbling around on his own, he could break through to the qi refining stage. But so what if his talent defies the heavens? What I rely on is the countless chances to start over granted to me by Huanjin. With Huanjin in hand, no matter what kind of genius, I have the confidence to crush them. The most urgent thing now is to draw qi into the body. First, let's look at the 5 spirits qi sensing method He Zhenghao gave me. The book records that in ancient times, there was a saying about spiritual roots. Back then, only mortals with spiritual roots could cultivate. There were ordinary 5-element spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as variant attribute spiritual roots like thunder, wind, and darkness. Spiritual roots were a gift from the heavens. Only the lucky ones favored by the heavens could sense the laws of heaven and earth and have the qualification to achieve the Tao and ascend to immortality. But there are so many mortals in the world, and those with spiritual roots are ultimately a minority. For the vast majority of people, cultivation was something they could only hope for but never reach. How unfair is this? Fortunately, in ancient times, an immortal venerable taught the Tao. The immortal venerable emulated heaven and earth. Facing countless mortals hopeless in their quest for immortality, he taught the Tao of longevity. The immortal venerable said, "I wish to become an immortal, why beg the heavens? If the heavens do not grant it, I will take it myself. Follow the heavens and be mortal. Defy the heavens and be immortal." The path of the immortal Tao is, absorb the spirit of heaven and earth to command its qi, borrow the wonders of heaven and earth to build the Tao foundation, spy on the laws of heaven and earth to refine the golden core, seize the essence of heaven and earth to form the nascent soul, extract the marrow of heaven and earth to obtain its divinity, sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to merge with the Tao. Defy the logic of heaven and earth to prove eternal life. The cultivation method of this world is completely different from what I imagined. No wonder, ever since I came into contact with the cultivators of this world, I've had a strange feeling. The heavenly Tao of this world seems to harbor a faint, yet immense malice towards cultivators. Whether it's the law that mortal methods cannot be cultivated together, or the strange phenomenon of a cultivator's death illuminating thousands of li of sky like a broadcast, or the bizarre immortal miasma within mortals that is extremely harmful to cultivators, all hint at this. Defy the logic of heaven and earth to prove eternal life. The content following in the book is the method of 5 spirits qi sensing. If a mortal who has removed the miasma cannot draw qi into their body, they can nourish their own 5 spirits to forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then refine it to break through to the qi refining stage. The so-called 5 spirits refer to the 5 emotions innate to humans: greed, fear, rage, hatred, solipsism. These 5 emotions are hidden within the human heart, inexhaustible and endless. 5 spirits qi sensing uses these 5 spirits as fuel to cultivate the root of heaven and earth in the dantian. Condense the root of heaven and earth. The root of heaven and earth connects the cultivator's dantian with heaven and earth. Once formed, the cultivator can use it to forcibly suck in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turn it to their own use. Those with excellent aptitude can cultivate the root of heaven and earth in a day and a night, stepping onto the immortal path. Even those with absolutely no cultivation aptitude can, through day after day grinding effort, form their own root of heaven and earth within 10 years at most. Just like that, day after day, a full 3 years passed, and I still hadn't succeeded in drawing qi. This 5 spirits qi sensing requires the 5 emotions as fuel to drive the formation of the root of heaven and earth. But because I cultivate the heart-refining mantra, I have very little accumulation of these 5 emotions. Having been cooped up at home for a long time, I felt the urge to move, so I decided to go out for a walk. Elderly? Elderly. Long time no see. So it's you. Haven't seen you in a few years. How have you been recently? Thanks to you, the fleet's profits have been really good these past few years. Especially with your story attracting a large number of young people who want to join the fleet. Our treatment and status on the island have risen with the tide. But the brothers of the Tsingyuan and I are preparing to leave Liuli Island. Oh? Since life is good, why the sudden thought of leaving? To be honest with Elderly, We brothers have encountered all sorts of strange things while out at sea recently. In our recent voyages, often one cast of the net brings up 1,000 jean of fish, full to the brim. 9 out of 10 nets are like this, and there are all kinds of fish. It's as if all the fish on the seabed are fleeing a disaster, all gathered together. We brothers have lived on this lily island since we were young and know the reefs around the island very well. But we recently discovered that there are more exposed reefs around the island. The water level changes every year, but this year's change seems a bit unusual. The brothers are all a bit worried. There's one more thing that worries us even more. In the past 3 years, not a single wind disaster has occurred. Not just in the waters around Lily Island, but the entire Tsongyan Sea is the same. The wind disaster has vanished? The wind disaster has never stopped since the day I was born. At most, there were a dozen or so a year, at least there were 2 or 3. But now, there hasn't been a wind disaster for a full 3 years. Some people on the island are clapping their hands in joy, saying it's the Immortal Master's protection. But my brothers and I don't see it that way. This is too abnormal. Something big is definitely going to happen. The island has the protection of the Island Protection Grand Formation, and Immortal Master, he is stationed here. Even if there is a situation, they should be able to handle it. Leaving one's homeland is not an easy thing. You should think it over carefully. Elderly is right. My brothers and I will consider it again. This interlude passed quickly, and I continued to concentrate on cultivation. Time flowed by, and another year passed. Inyushin finally accumulated enough strength and returned to Yelan Island in high spirits, regaining the position of head shopkeeper of Tianbao Tower's headquarters. Yelan Island was just settled, so she needed to stay there for the next few years to stabilize the situation. So she sent someone to deliver a letter sharing the good news. Xiaoheng also frequently sent people to deliver letters inquiring about my recent situation. He progressed rapidly and is now already at the mid-chi refining stage. Zhang Hubwa ultimately chose to leave the Tsongyan Sea with some of the brothers from the Tsengyuan. Worldly affairs are chaotic. I only cultivate patiently. On this day, wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth flowed slowly into my dantian along the route of heaven and earth, quickly spreading throughout my body. In my 7th year in the cultivation world, I finally entered the chi refining stage. The moment I stepped into the chi refining stage, I felt earth-shaking changes in my body. Spiritual energy surged and circulated within me, improving my slightly aged body as silently as moisturizing rain. The wrinkles on my face disappeared, and my skin became smooth again. Rejuvenation. My constitution was greatly strengthened. The current me can already command the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, shaping it into various forms. After breaking through to the chi refining stage, my lifespan limit has reached the extreme of 199 years. The 5 spirits chi sensing method mention that although the lifespan of cultivators far exceeds that of ordinary people, it has been greatly suppressed compared to ancient times. Next, I took out the 1,000 Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden chapter from the Taihang boat. Now that I've finally entered the chi refining stage, I can't wait to know its contents. Sensing the jade slip, in an instant, countless words and images flooded into my mind like a tide. I felt as if a lot of things were forcibly stuffed into my brain, and my temples throbbed faintly. Fortunately, my divine sense is much stronger than the average chi refining cultivator, so I adapted quickly. After a long time, I finally had a general understanding of it. The 1,000 Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden chapter is the cultivation method practiced by the ancient Tianji sect. The Tianji sect believe that all things in heaven and earth, like humans, have their own thoughts. It is difficult to detect them by ordinary means. But just as a person emits killing intent when they have the thought to kill, heaven and earth and all things will also emit some chi mechanism from time to time. When heaven emits killing intent, the stars move and constellations shift. When earth emits killing intent, dragons and snakes rise from the land. By capturing and refining various chi mechanisms between heaven and earth, one can trace them back to their source and reach a realm of resonance and unity with them. The Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden chapter is a technique for sensing and refining these chi mechanisms for one's own use. Once the technique is mastered, one can not only borrow the killing intent of heaven and earth to injure people but also use the chi mechanisms to deduce and predict the future. The will of heaven and earth is so vast, even a sliver of chi mechanism triggered is thousands of times stronger than a cultivator. This cultivation method is very strong, but it is also very dangerous to practice. Nourish one's own killing intent, take the vitality of all things sprouting in spring, and sense the chi mechanism from the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. If one contacts it rashly, it is easy to be injured by it. Theoretically, if this method is cultivated to the highest realm, one can merge with heaven and earth and transform into the Tao. Unfortunately, in the 10,000 years of the Tianji sect's heritage, the highest achiever only cultivated to the nascent soul realm. With the help of Huanjun, I am not too worried about the risks encountered in practicing this method. However, there is no rush to decide on the main cultivation method yet. Now that I have successfully drawn Qi into my body, it is time to see what Wanxian Island looks like. I just sensed a fluctuation in the spiritual energy on the island, so I knew you should have broken through. Although it took a bit long, you broke through in the end. You came to find me to go to Wanxian Island? Exactly. I have no more worldly ties and can leave at any time. Good, follow me. Guide. Open. What? The sun. Cracked open. Let's go. This is the Dharma Transmission Square. It was built to commemorate the immortal venerable teaching the Tao back then. Every station of my Wanxian Alliance has such a square. Flying is not prohibited in Wanxian Island, but remember that your altitude must not exceed the statue of the immortal venerable. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the 10,000 immortals grand formation. Even if you are in the nascent soul realm, your body will die and your Tao will vanish in moments. Although flying is not banned on the island, I advise you not to fly around randomly if you have nothing to do. He Zhenghao led me, walking while whispering instructions on what to pay attention to on Wanxian Island. Since it concerned life and death, I kept it all firmly in mind. Passing through a naturally formed corridor woven of vines, we came to a quiet, lush green forest. This mirror is the Tianxian mirror of our Wanxian Alliance. In a clearing in the forest, a huge, ancient mirror was placed. From time to time, cultivators passed through the mirror surface, going to unknown places. Cultivators also came out of the mirror and left directly. Legend has it that before the immortal venerable taught the Tao, this Tianxian mirror was just an ordinary mirror. Later, when the immortal venerable taught the Tao, this mirror reflected the immortal venerable's Dharma image and actually gave birth to a wisp of its own will. Later, it learned to cultivate like a cultivator, slowly evolving from a mortal object into the spirit treasure of heaven and earth it is today. Most affairs for you and me cultivators in the Wanxian Alliance are handled by this Tianxian. It is said that this guy holds grudges very much, so be careful and don't talk nonsense. Go, enter the mirror. As far as the eye could see, it was a solitary space. I didn't see any other cultivators. It was as if I was in the void, with nothingness and darkness all around. This person is a newly advanced cultivator, here to join my Wanxian Alliance on Wanxian Island. Referral of one early Qi refining cultivator. Recorded as medium merit. Converted to 50 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 920. Since you have arrived here, little friend, I am relieved. If you have any questions, just ask the Tianxian mirror. I still have island guarding duties, so I won't accompany you further. Many thanks, Senior. Divine sense fluctuation recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator, please state your name. Li Fan. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a benefit, you will be gifted 20 contribution points for free. You can use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magic treasures, etc. You can obtain contribution points by handing over materials, completing tasks, trading with others, etc. Similarly, if you encounter a problem you cannot solve, you can also spend contribution points to post a bounty. Your current total contribution points, 20. As a newly joined cultivator of the Wanxian Alliance, you can reside in the Tianxian Mirror for free for 30 days. After 30 days, you will need to pay contribution points to continue residing. The residence fee is 10 contribution points per 30 days. Of course, you can also choose to spend contribution points to purchase your own cave abode on Wanxian Island. If I can't make it in the Wanxian Alliance, can I choose to leave and join the Five Elders Association? Those who have joined the Wanxian Alliance cannot join the Five Elders Association, and vice versa. If this is violated, they will be hunted down by both sides jointly. I don't seem to have agreed to join your Wanxian Alliance yet, have I? Once you enter the Tianxian Mirror and your divine sense is recorded, it is considered a voluntary joining of the Wanxian Alliance. Then can I leave the Wanxian Alliance, not join the Five Elders Association afterward, and choose to be a rogue cultivator? Yes. But if you choose to leave, all items obtained within the Wanxian Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. Please make your choice carefully. Subsequently, I tirelessly asked the Tianxian Mirror question after question. After a long time, I have no more questions for now. Understood, cultivator. If you have new questions, you can call me at any time. You can also check by yourself through divine sense. According to the Tianxian Mirror, the form of this space can be controlled by divine sense. With the manipulation of my divine sense, the space changed from a void into a simple, ancient room. The interior decoration was exactly the same as the Grand Tutor's manor in Great Xian. The decorations and items in the room were almost identical to the real ones. I couldn't detect any difference at all. The Tianxian Mirror is truly an incredible treasure. Through the Q&A just now, I have gained a general understanding of this Wanxian Alliance. Cultivation methods, materials, and other items can be exchanged simply by opening the exchange menu with divine sense. Cultivation method exchange: Purple Cloud Art Erlichi refining 1000 contribution points. Fire Art Erlichi refining 1000 contribution points. Profound Wood Art Erlichi refining 1000 contribution points. Even the simplest Qi refining stage cultivation methods cost 1000 contribution points. Clicking open the mission board, the tasks available for early QI refining all have rewards of 5 or 10 points. Truly cultivating like an immortal but working like a beast of burden. You have a new image transmission. Please check it in time. View. I just entered this Wanxian Island. How is someone looking for me already? Brotherly, you've finally come. Before on Lioli Island, I was indebted to Brotherly for your care. I have always had no way to repay you. Leaving without saying goodbye that day added a bit more guilt to my heart. It turns out to be Xiaoheng. In the current cultivation world, cultivation methods are hard to seek. Newcomers often need a year or two to accumulate contribution points to exchange for a Qi refining stage method. That was the case for me back then. Fortunately, since I started cultivating, I have had repeated fortuitous encounters. A year ago, I just broke through to the late Qi refining stage, and now I have reached the peak. I intend to go to the center of the Tsongyan Sea, the ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, to find a mystical object of heaven and earth and achieve my Tao foundation. Mystical objects are hard to find. Once I leave, it might be several years before I can return. Before leaving, I have left a water attribute cultivation method for you. Wanxian Island is located in the Tsongyan Sea, where water Qi is most abundant. Water attribute cultivation methods are the easiest to practice here, and their power is also quite impressive. Brotherly, cultivate well. It's best not to rashly leave the island before breaking through to the mid-Qi refining stage. When I return, I will definitely drink to my heart's content with Brotherly. This kid. His current cultivation realm far exceeds mine, yet he still keeps the kindness of those years in his heart. Seeing this, his character is indeed good. Aside from the lesser evolution water art, Xiaoheng also gave me a copy of the Supreme Primal True Scripture. Ko Hong once said that practicing this art allows one to disperse their cultivation at will without losing much of their cultivation base. I can practice the lesser evolution water art first, then find an excuse to leave Wanxian Island before practicing the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Although the Tianxian mirror might not notice a tiny chi refining cultivator like me, being cautious is never wrong. Taking advantage of the remaining free residence time in the Tianxian mirror, I began cultivating the lesser evolution water art. Once I started cultivating, I realized the benefits of cultivating inside the Tianxian mirror. Consuming contribution points can activate the Tianxian mirror's assisted cultivation mode. In this mode, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Tianxian mirror will increase to several times that of the outside world, almost comparable to a top-tier grotto heaven. Furthermore, the Tianxian mirror will also grant the cultivator inside a state of spirit enlightenment. In this state, comprehension will be greatly increased. Practicing cultivation methods becomes much easier. This super cultivation state almost gave me the illusion that I was a peerless genius. Cultivation became a form of enjoyment. I was immersed in it, unable to extricate myself. When the time was up, I was abruptly pulled out of that incredibly smooth cultivation state. The cultivation speed in assisted cultivation mode is more than 30 times faster than my own cultivation. This deep sense of disparity almost made me unable to resist exchanging for another day. But thinking that I only had 10 contribution points left, I forcibly held back. Such a treasure should belong to me. No, at least not now. The Tianxian mirror is the supreme treasure of the Wanxian Alliance, its very foundation. It is not something the current me can covet. Earning contribution points is more realistic. I know why the Tianxian mirror opened this assisted cultivation function. Any cultivator who has experienced that super cultivation mode will find it hard to refuse trying it again. Plus, given the same amount of time, saving contribution points to activate assisted cultivation is faster than buried head bitter cultivation on one's own. This Wanxian Alliance really has the cultivators firmly in its grasp. Contribution points are a must-have, but compared to doing tasks to earn them, exchanging for them is the most time-saving and labor-saving method. If I take out the mystical object of heaven and earth, the halting steel fragment from the Taiheng boat, surely it can be exchanged for quite a few contribution points. Anyway, after Huanjin, the halting steel fragment will return, but the cultivation base can be retained. But I still need to take a mission to leave Wanxian Island before I can take out the Taiheng boat. Every inch of land on Wanxian Island should be under the surveillance of the Tianxian mirror. If I attract the gaze of a mighty figure, that would be trouble. Although Huanjin can turn reality into illusion, that requires my conscious control. What if a mighty figure acts and directly freezes my divine sense, making me unable to think? No matter what, caution is my first rule of conduct. Liuli Island, a mission regarding Liuli Island? The Pill Hall has issued a commission to recruit someone to go to Liuli Island and retrieve at least 20 Liuli pearls. The reward is determined by the quality and quantity of the Liuli pearls. This mission couldn't be more suitable for me. To avoid exposing the Taiheng boat, I spent 5 contribution points to buy the smallest storage ring as a cover. I spent another contribution point to activate the teleportation formation and return to Liuli Island. Quickly send someone to get me Liuli pearls, the more the better. As you command, Immortal Master. Arriving at the Liuli Manor, I met Steward Qian, who is in charge of finances. Steward Qian. Reporting to the Immortal Master, there are currently only 23 Liuli pearls left on the island. This is all our Liuli Island has been able to collect recently. If the Immortal Master still needs more, I'm afraid you will have to wait a year or so. Oh? Has something happened? I dare not deceive the Immortal Master. It seems that due to overfishing, the schools of Liuli fish have become fewer and fewer recently. I'm afraid we have to wait for them to recover naturally for a while before we can fish again. I understand. Returning to Tingyu Tower, I released the Taihang boat. Then I quickly completed the transfer of the gold, silver, and the halting steel fragment from within the Taihang boat. After doing all this, I returned to the Liuli Island teleportation formation. I wanted to return directly to Wanxian Island. Little friend, please stay a moment. No need to be nervous. I just wanted to ask, little friend, would you be interested in the matter of guarding an island? Of course, not this Liuli Island, but Taiyan Island to the west of Liuli Island. I have a good relationship with the guardian of Taiyan Island. He has encountered a cultivation bottleneck recently, and wants to go out to seek fortuitous encounters. However, he has duties and cannot leave without permission. So he asked me if I had any suitable person to recommend. Seeing you came to Liuli Island, I thought I'd ask you. Guarding an island requires at least a foundation establishment cultivation base, right? I'm only at the early chi refining stage. Can I really be a guardian? Naturally, it's not an official guardian position. My friend will issue a targeted commission to you, and you will merely temporarily substitute for him as guardian. Besides, Taiyan Island isn't a big island. With the Island Protection Grand Formation there, a chi refining cultivator is enough to look after it for a while. And as the referrer, I will naturally receive a share of the reward. During the temporary guardianship, what is the maximum time I can be away? The Island Protection Grand Formation generally cycles once every 5 days. If you have business outside, it is best to return within 5 days. It is inadvisable to go out more than 3 times a year. After receiving your contribution points each year, you can go to the Tianxian Mirror to exchange for 5 days of assisted cultivation time. These 5 days are often worth more than half a year of bitter cultivation. Alright, I accept this matter. But wait until I return to Wanxian Island and turn in my mission first. Naturally. You go first, little friend. Once things are prepared on the Taiyan Island side in a few days, I will go to the island to find you. Bidding farewell to He Jianghao, I returned to Wanxian Island. I delivered the Liuli pearls in the Tianxian Mirror. Because the quality of this batch of Liuli pearls was mixed, I ended up receiving a reward of 21 contribution points. Taking out the gold, silver, and the halting steel fragment from my storage ring, I requested to exchange them for contribution points. A moment later, the result came from the Tianxian Mirror. Batch of gold and silver can be converted to 235 contribution points. Mystical object of heaven and earth, halting steel fragment. Quality flawed. Can be converted to 1968 contribution points. Suddenly rich overnight, I didn't choose to spend lavishly right away. Instead, I first asked the Tianxian Mirror about my worries. Will any disasters occur in the Zongyun Sea region recently? Cultivator, please do not worry. These are normal fluctuations of heaven and earth. Based on calculations, no major disasters will descend within the next 10 years. Alright. I would like to know some information about the Liuli pill. Liuli pill, auxiliary medicinal pill, usable from chi refining to foundation establishment stage. After taking it, the heart becomes like glazed glass, liuli, clear and transparent. One can obtain an effect similar to spirit enlightenment, increasing comprehension of cultivation methods and cultivation speed. Furthermore, the effect stacks with the Tianxian Mirror's assisted cultivation. Liuli pills are very sought after among chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. The price of one pill fluctuates between 5 and 6 contribution points. Liuli fish are now almost extinct, so the price of Liuli pills will definitely rise with the tide. So I spent 2,100 contribution points and bought 350 Liuli pills in one go. By the way, I suddenly remembered something. The Liuli fish schools of Liuli Island have nearly disappeared due to unknown reasons. Important intelligence verified. Li Fan, the provider of the intelligence, is awarded 1 contribution point. Important intelligence only gives me 1 contribution point? Could it be that the act of hoarding is seen as a bit despicable by the Tianxian mirror, so it only gave me a reward of 1 point? Does this Tianxian mirror really have its own will? After I provided the intelligence, the market's reaction was quite rapid. The price of lily pills suddenly soared in a short time, skyrocketing from 6 points per pill to 9 points per pill. And the sudden price fluctuation also attracted the attention of those who were unaware. Soon, cultivators knew the news that lily pearls were about to go extinct. The price of lily pills was able to rise again, briefly reaching the astonishing price of 12 points per pill. Seeing the time was about right, in order to sell quickly, I chose to sell directly to the Tianxian mirror. The Tianxian mirror bought my 350 lily pills at the high price of 10 points per pill. I wasn't greedy either. With 3,500 contribution points credited, my total contribution points at this time had reached 3,629 points. The momentary explosion in lily pill prices was only because the sudden news stimulated cultivators to temporarily lose their reason. No matter how scarce lily pills are, they aren't worth this price. When everyone calmed down, the price of lily pills also returned to a relatively reasonable and stable price, 8 contribution points per pill. At this time, I bought back 100 lily pills for my own cultivation use. Through this operation, I increased my contribution points by 600 while also getting 100 lily pills for free. Introduction to Formations, Initial Understanding of the Tao of Alchemy, Basics of Artifact Refining, Illustrated Handbook of Cultivation World Treasures, etc. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, I bought them all first. Protective Dharma robes, concealment talismans, elementary compound formations, elementary alchemy sets, and other items commonly used by cultivators, I bought them all to my heart's content. As my storage ring gradually filled up, my contribution points also plummeted, dropping to 346 points. After finishing my spending spree, I took a lily pill, activated the assisted cultivation mode, and began practicing the lesser evolution water art. Water attribute spiritual energy surged out. I once again experienced what genius cultivation speed means. In 5 days, I had broken through to the perfection of the mid-chi refining stage. No bottlenecks, success followed naturally, thoroughly satisfying, leaving me wanting more. Afterward, I received a visit request from He Jinghao. I took the concealment talisman out of my storage ring and wore it before letting He Jinghao in. I've already settled things with the Taiyan Guardian. Next, I'll take you to see him. Just accept the commission. Wear this on you. Remember, when we meet later, don't talk too much. Just leave everything to me. This is an aura-amplifying talisman. If I hadn't just bought an identical one, I really wouldn't have recognized this spirit talisman. The effect of this aura-amplifying talisman is the opposite of the concealment talisman. It's used to disguise oneself as a higher realm cultivator. He Jinghao gave me this aura-amplifying talisman to make me disguise myself as a Foundation establishment cultivator. All that talk about a chi refining cultivator being enough to guard an island was a lie. He planned from the start to have me pose as a Foundation establishment cultivator to accept the Taiyan Island Guardian's commission, thereby pocketing the price difference. One must know, the contribution points cost to hire a Foundation establishment cultivator versus a chi refining cultivator is like heaven and earth. This person is deeply scheming, and his cultivation is far higher than mine. I absolutely cannot have deep dealings with him. With no other choice, I had to put on the aura-amplifying talisman. Subsequently, I agreed to the visit request from the Guardian of Taiyan Island, Zhou Qinggang. Zhou Qinggang looked at me and was very satisfied. He immediately issued a targeted commission directly to He Jinghao. After He Jinghao accepted the commission, he turned around and issued a commission to me. Fortunately, He Jinghao didn't seem too outrageous, so I reluctantly accepted this task. After handing a jade token to Jinghao, Zhou Qinggang left impatiently. This is the Guardian token of Taiyan Island. With this object, you can control the Island Protection Grand Formation. Little friend, you must keep it safe and not lose it. I accepted the token and went with He Zhenghao to the Tian Island Protection Grand Formation. This Island Protection Grand Formation wasn't like Lily Islands with thousands of peaks rising. It was just a seemingly prosperous city. These people are Tian Island's specialty, Tian fruits. These fruits are just like real people. In this city evolved from a formation, they work, live, marry, have children, and live out their entire lives. Consuming a mature Tian fruit can increase the lifespan of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage or below by 5 years. It is effective only the first time for each person. The required number of Tian fruits to be handed over annually is 30. Any extra can be kept for yourself. Consider it a benefit of the guardian position. On average, you can save 2 Tian fruits per year. In the Tianxian mirror, the price of a Tian fruit is generally around 90 to 100 contribution points. So, the compensation for you acting as the substitute guardian is truly not low, little friend. I must thank you, senior. What you say is true, but you kid also skimmed quite a bit off the top. It's nothing. You came from the island I guard. It is only proper that I support you. As long as your cultivation improves in the future, it won't be in vain for me. You broke through to the Midchi refining stage? Correct. I have a deep relationship with Xiaoheng. Before he left me a water attribute cultivation method. This method fits me quite well, and my cultivation progressed rapidly. I just broke through a few days ago. Hee, little friend acts quite cautiously. You even used a concealment talisman. If my cultivation method weren't special, I almost wouldn't have noticed. Understandable. Careful behavior leads to no big mistakes. However, I didn't expect your relationship with that Xiaoheng to be so good that he specially left you a cultivation method. That Xiaoheng is truly a heaven-defying talent. He's only been cultivating for a few years, and he's already about to reach foundation establishment. His future is limitless. It is highly likely he will achieve the golden core, or even the nascent soul. For you to have such a close friendship with him, little friend, is truly a sign of deep fortune. Meeting you, senior, is also a stroke of luck. Haha, it just so happens that a Tian fruit has matured. I will demonstrate for you, little friend, how to harvest this Tian fruit. The corpse is emitting a strange fragrance. This is the mature fruit? Truly a wondrous fruit. Little friend hasn't eaten a Tian fruit yet, right? Why not taste one first? This fruit seems to be seducing me to eat it. The fragrance it emits is getting richer and richer. This fragrance is making me hungrier and hungrier. I hesitated no longer and swallowed the Tian fruit whole. The feeling of hunger vanished instantly, as if I had eaten a grand feast. On the Huanjin panel, my physical age limit indeed increased by 5 years. A mystical object that increases life essence, truly extraordinary. It's just that its appearance before maturity is a bit strange, looking exactly like a human. This Tian fruit is transformed from humans, so of course it looks like them. What I just ate was a person. Strictly speaking, the Tian fruit belongs to the category of fruit, not humans. This brings us to the origin of this Tian fruit. 500 years ago, Tian Island was just a very ordinary island. But starting one day, everything became different. That's Tian Island over there, right? I feel like I haven't seen anyone from Tian Island go out to sea in a long time. Seems you're right. The mortals on the surrounding islands discovered that they hadn't seen the residents of Tian Island for a long time. Driven by curiosity, someone sailed to Tian Island, wanting to investigate. Unexpectedly, several waves of people went, and none returned. Realizing the situation was wrong, people hurriedly reported this matter to the island guardian at the time. The guardian at that time was already a golden core stage cultivator. Even so, after seeing what had happened on Tian Island, he fell into deep horror. All the mortals on the island had disappeared. And in the city where mortals used to gather, unbeknownst to anyone, tree after tree with lush foliage had grown, like a primeval forest. Hanging from the branches of those trees were fruits with human faces. When the breeze blew, the human faces on the fruits would reveal creepy smiles. That golden core guardian recovered from his shock and went down into the city to investigate. Not a single mortal survived on the entire island. They had all turned into human-faced fruits. But exactly why this bizarre event occurred, even this golden core guardian couldn't figure out. So he had no choice but to report the matter. The Wanxian Alliance sent specialists to investigate, but no one knows what specific conclusion they reached. All that is known is that later, the big trees in the city were all chopped down, and Taiyan Island recovered its vitality and original appearance. The Wanxian Alliance also built a grand formation here and appointed someone to guard it and harvest the fruits. And those human-faced fruits live within the formation as if nothing happened. Looking at it this way, aren't these Taiyan fruits just people? How are they people? They have absolutely no intellect of their own and act entirely on instinct. If you insist, they at most retain some lingering obsessions of humans. This matter is too mysterious. Whether these Taiyan fruits are people or not became unimportant after their life-extending effects were discovered by cultivators. Never mind these Taiya fruits. Even if they were real people, if eating them could extend one's lifespan, they wouldn't escape the fate of being eaten. Since then, I have been stationed here on Taiyan Island. I have to say, the position of Island Guardian is actually quite relaxing. I devoted almost all my time to bitter cultivation. After mastering some simple small spells, I decided to start practicing the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. This cultivation method of the ancient Tianji sect is truly obscure and difficult to understand. It is widely divergent from the lesser evolution water art I cultivated before, as if they are products of completely different systems. Just like that, a year passed. My comprehension of the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter had barely reached the entry level. I returned to Wanxian Island and received the remuneration for the substitute guardianship, 800 contribution points. Subsequently, I exchanged for the late Qi refining portion of the lesser evolution water art. After cultivating for another 5 days in the Tianxian Mirrors assisted cultivation mode, I faintly felt that I was not far from the late Qi refining stage. The temporary guardianship duty was still active, so I reluctantly returned to Taiyan Island. Bottleneck? Heavenly calamity? Does that mean I'm only one step away from the late Qi refining stage? Miscellaneous records of cultivation states that this kind of bottleneck cannot be broken through by bitter cultivation alone. One must find the opportunity sensed in the unseen to dissolve it and successfully break through. The existence of this bottleneck is like a calamity sent down by the heavens to obstruct cultivators' cultivation. Thus, cultivators also call it the heavenly calamity. I knew I couldn't force a breakthrough in a short time, so I temporarily put aside the cultivation of the lesser evolution water art and switched to practicing the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. Now that I have entered the introductory level of the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, I can start cultivating the second layer. According to the description, after successfully cultivating the second layer of the method, one can master the divine ability of discernment of mechanism. Amidst my diligent cultivation, another year passed. The cultivation of the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter made almost no progress. This cultivation method is mixed with insights into the heavenly Tao and allusions to anecdotes from the ancient cultivation world, making it truly obscure and difficult to understand. I went to Wanxian Island to collect my proxy remuneration and exchanged it for insights on cultivating ancient cultivation methods, to help me understand the method. Then I activated the assisted cultivation mode in the Tianxian Mirror. Just reading these insights and cross-referencing them with the experience I summarized over the past year, it was like enlightenment pouring over me. All the difficulties I couldn't figure out before were now all answered. I immediately rushed back to Taiyan Island to enter seclusion. Cultivating again this time was indeed incomparable to before. All the obscure and difficult parts of the method were clarified, so cultivation naturally had no obstacles. My mind immediately immersed in it. Cultivation knows no years. On this day, a golden mist-like spiritual energy suddenly appeared in my dantian. The second layer of the thousand mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden chapter is finally mastered. Now I have comprehended the foundational divine ability of the method discernment of mechanism. Let me see what the so-called chi mechanism of heaven and earth really looks like. What's going on? Tea Island, which is still in daylight, is actually shrouded in black QI like the underworld. Try again. How can this be? Water mirror technique. What is this situation? Could there be a problem with this Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden chapter? I am inside the Island Protection Grand Formation, and Taiyan Island is located in the central region of the Tsongyun Sea. This is the sphere of influence of the Wanxian Alliance. Who could cause such dense death chi to generate around me? Whether it's true or false, go to Wanxian Island to avoid the disaster first. Why is there no response from the teleportation formation? Use the communication talisman He Zhenghao gave me. Senior He. Senior He. Can you hear me? Now I can be completely sure. Indeed, a strange change has occurred. Staying on Taiyan Island is a dead end. I can't sit and wait for death. Currently, only Wanxian Island is the safest place. From Taiyan Island to Wanxian Island, it takes about 2 or 3 months to fly. Fortunately, when I went on a spending spree before, I bought a lot of spirit stones. No! The sea surface looks calm, but I feel that the world outside the formation is filled with killing intent. Once I leave the Island Protection Grand Formation, I will undoubtedly die. Now I can't go anywhere. I've been in seclusion for a long time and know nothing about outside affairs. Better to ask the mortals on the island. Taiyan Island Lord's Manor. Immortal Master, have mercy. Immortal Master, have mercy. Save us. What exactly happened? Speak quickly. Reporting to the Immortal Master, we really can't go on living like this. It hasn't rained for a full half year. The fresh water and food on the island are almost all consumed. If this goes on, everyone will starve to death. No rain for half a year? Something big is definitely going to happen. The fish in the coastal waters have been fished out. Not a single fleet that went out to deep-sea fishing has returned alive. Everyone is really about to starve to death. Everyone is about to starve to death, so why haven't I seen you lose any weight? I have already investigated the kitchen in your manor. What do you have to say? This Immortal Master spare. Listen up, all stewards of the island. The Island Lord has been executed by me. Come to the Island Lord's manor to see me at once. A moment later, several stewards came before me trembling with fear. Amidst their tearful complaints, I finally understood what had happened during the year I was in seclusion. The drought began half a year ago. The island's freshwater sources dried up as it didn't rain for many days. At first, food could still be sustained by catching fish in the coastal waters. But as the weather got hotter and hotter, no fish could be caught around the island anymore. And the fleets that went out never returned. Taiyan Island fell into famine. In just 1 month, 1/3 of the island's population died. Who knows how many tragedies occurred? If I had come out of seclusion a little later, I'm afraid I wouldn't even see a few living people. Matters have come to this. I cannot stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, when I left Great Xian back then, the Taihang boat was filled with grain. There is a dust cleansing formation inside the boat, so the grain naturally wouldn't spoil. So I took out the grain from the boat for the mortals' emergency use. Seeing the Immortal Master bring life-saving grain, everyone on the island excitedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. At this time, there weren't many mortals left on the island. If eaten sparingly, the grain in the Taihang boat should be enough to last these people on the island for a few months. Half a month later, Using basic formation knowledge, I'd built a crude seawater desalination formation. The mortals regained ample drinking water and food, gradually recovering their vitality. After building a formation with my own hands, I can be considered to have barely stepped onto the Tao of formations. It was then that I discovered the island protection grand formation of Taiyan Island was being damaged at an extremely fast speed. I don't know what kind of change happened in the outside world, but violent spiritual energy is raging. Going out is a dead end. If I stay on Taiyan Island, once the island protection grand formation is destroyed, it's also death. Is this heaven emitting killing intent? The island protection grand formation is in imminent danger. I have nowhere to hide. The mortals on Taiyan Island have recovered their vitality. I can be considered to have fulfilled my duty as guardian. Although unwilling, I have no other choice. No! The violent spiritual energy outside doesn't seem to target mortals. The fishermen didn't die because of the violent spiritual energy when they left the island, but because of the lack of fresh water and food, and the scorching weather. If I use the supreme primal true scripture to disperse my magic power and realm, temporarily becoming immortal again, and then pilot the Taihang boat, I can reach Wanxian Island, confronting death to find life. I am currently practicing 2 cultivation methods. One is the lesser evolution water art, and the other is the ancient Tianji 6000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter. One is the new law, one is the old law. The new law's cultivation method is to plunder heaven and seize from the earth. Precisely because of this, it arouses the malice of heaven and earth. Now heaven and earth have laid down layers of killing intent, targeting cultivators who practice the new law. If I only disperse the new law but keep the realm of the old law, will the killing intent between heaven and earth be a little less? As the technique operates, the water attribute spiritual energy gained from cultivating the lesser evolution water art slowly dissipates, transforming into a stream of pure energy, settling in my dantian. The lesser evolution water art has been completely dispersed, and I don't feel any discomfort. This supreme primal true scripture is indeed miraculous. The killing intent of heaven and earth permeating the outside world suddenly weakened. Unfortunately, the 1000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter is still cultivated according to the new law's way of plundering heaven and earth. The malice of heaven and earth has not completely dissipated. Going out now would still be life-threatening. I steeled my heart and continued to disperse my cultivation. Soon, another stream of pure energy appeared in my dantian. The 2 streams of energy were formed from different cultivation methods, yet at this moment, they merged together without any conflict. At this point, my realm has reverted to immortal. According to the description in the true scripture, these pure energies obtained from dispersing cultivation can be maintained in the dantian for about 100 years. But it doesn't matter. As long as I return to Wanxian Island, I can quickly cultivate it back. I piloted the Taihang boat and slowly flew out of the island protection grand formation. Violent, scorching spiritual energy raged, dyeing the distant sky an orange-red color. I was already a mere mortal. This sky-filling riotous spiritual energy just whistled past, not launching an attack. I flew towards Wanxian Island at full speed. On the way, I passed many islands. The people on these islands were all dead, devoid of any breath of life. 3 months later, I arrived at the location where Wanxian Island originally was. I opened the map and checked it 4 or 5 times, but I still couldn't believe my eyes. The once enormous Wanxian Island has completely disappeared. Only a gigantic black hole remains, lying empty across the ocean. The surrounding seawater continuously pours into the black hole, but evaporates into water vapor the moment it touches the edge. Due to the extremely high temperature above the black hole, the air is completely distorted. Wanxian Island is just gone like that. What kind of power could do all this? The malice of the heavenly Tao? Countless cultivators coming and going on Wanxian Island, the Dharma Transmission Square with 10,000 statues, and the 10,000 immortals grand formation that could instantly kill a nascent soul. In the face of this sudden disaster, cultivators became just like mortals, no different from ants. Run! Flee this godforsaken place. Escape this sea. Go to the mainland. Just like that, I flew for who knows how long with my mind in chaos. Suddenly, the Taihang boat seemed to crash into something and was forced to stop. Fortunately, there was a protective formation, otherwise the boat would be destroyed and I would be dead. Under the violent impact, although I suffered some minor injuries, I calmed down because of it. In the distance ahead of the Taihang boat was a continuous coastline. It wasn't far from the mainland. I manipulated the Taihang boat, trying to fly forward. But I couldn't advance an inch. An invisible barrier separated the Tsungin Sea from the mainland not far away. Allowed in, not allowed out. It seems I've become a turtle in a jar. Before activating Huanjin, I wanted to collect more information, so I wandered the Tsungin Sea. I passed by Yelan Island where Inyushin was. Like the other islands, no one survived. I passed Liuli Island. He Zhenghao was missing. Corpses littered the ground, and there were no signs of life. All the islands I passed had turned into lands of death. Occasionally, I met cultivators who survived like me, but they had all gone mad. Ghost. Ghost. Finally, somehow I returned to Taiyan Island. Here, I finally felt a long-lost vitality. Perhaps, in the entire Tsungin Sea, only these living people remain. They still didn't know what kind of changes had happened outside the island. Their faces still showed the smiles of surviving a disaster. Perhaps ignorance is also a kind of blessing. Immortal Master who saves from suffering and difficulty, protect us. Bless us with favorable weather in the future, and food every year. Immortal Master who saves from suffering and difficulty, protect us. Bless us with favorable weather in the future, and food every year. I don't know when the Taiyan Islanders built a temple. They even worship my statue, Immortal Master who saves from suffering and difficulty. Fine. I'll protect you for as long as I can. However, protecting mortals under the killing intent of heaven and earth is obviously not an easy task. The real disaster had actually just begun. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, still no sign of rain. The sea level began to drop, and the seawater kept receding from the island. Even with the seawater desalination formation, it became increasingly difficult for the mortals of Taiyan Island to get water. I was helpless too. How could I contend with the great changes of heaven and earth? The only good news is that during these 3 years, perhaps because the vast majority of cultivators in the Tsungin Sea had died, the killing intent targeting cultivators in heaven and earth also slowly dissipated. I also took this opportunity to cultivate back to the Michi refining stage. When I no longer have the ability to protect you, I will return to the anchor point. Wait, why is there a faint trace of white hidden in this Black Death QI? Where does the vitality come from? I operated discernment of mechanism to the limit and discovered that the vitality of everyone on Taiyan Island corresponds to me. But not me personally, rather something on me that I had almost forgotten. Unlike when I first saw it a dozen years ago, right now it has turned a deep azure, with rich water vapor harboring around it, as if a vast ocean is truly nurturing within it. Where the vast ocean dies, a vast ocean is naturally born. Where the vast ocean dies. I piloted the Taihang boat and flew to a height of 10,000 meters, wanting to observe the current Tsungin Sea. The Tsungin Sea below, due to the long drought, large swaths of the seabed began to be exposed. Ranges of undersea mountains gradually revealed their true faces. And the original islands of the Tsungin Sea were surprisingly the peaks of these mountains. Friend, if you get out, you can come find me in Lingtian City, within the Tsungin mountain range. Tsungin Sea. Tsungin Mountain. So it's the same place. In my last life, when my lifespan was nearing its end, by a stroke of luck, I broke through the blockade of the immortal extinction Great Formation and came to the cultivation world for the first time. The scene I saw then was a continuous mountain range. But in this life, after coming to the cultivation world, I arrived above a vast ocean. Before this, I didn't think much about it, assuming the teleportation location was different. Until today, seeing the dried up Tsongyan Sea and the birth of the mystical object Songhai, I finally understood. The place I arrived at after passing through the immortal extinction Great Formation was indeed the same place. It's just that the time I arrived in the cultivation world these two times was different. In my last life, when I came to the cultivation world, it was anchor year 65. And in this life, I entered the cultivation world in anchor year 20. A gap of 45 years. One time meeting a vast ocean, one time meeting mountain ranges. If I could have connected the various anomalies John Hubble warned about earlier with the differences I saw both times, perhaps I could have detected this great change of heaven and earth in advance. Now knowing that the Tsongyan Sea is the Tsongyan mountain range, I finally see hope for this disaster to recede. In anchor year 50, Kohong and Dao Xuanzi broke into Great Xian. At that time, they claimed to be from Lingtian City in the Tsongyan mountain range. Presumably before then, this drought would have already passed. The dried-up ocean will turn into vibrant mountain ranges. It is now anchor year 34, not far from then. Waiting without hope is the most tormenting, but after knowing the final result, this seemingly endless burning disaster became less terrifying. I calmed my mood and returned to Taiyan Island. I transmitted my voice to the whole island, telling them that this disaster would eventually pass. Receiving the Immortal Master's instruction, the residents of the island were ecstatic, rekindling their hope for survival one after another. I, on the other hand, went into seclusion and took out the mystical object Songhai again. Does the sliver of a chance for survival lie here? I poured my divine sense into, but it disappeared in an instant. It seems that to use it, I'll have to put in some effort. Without the Tianxian mirror right now, I can only fumble around on my own. Next, I made numerous attempts. Injecting spiritual energy, nourishing it with divine sense, even bombarding it with external force, and finally, I even tried the method of refining it with blood drops. But the Tsenghai pearl remained unmoved, unable to trigger the majestic water vapor contained within. Finally, I remembered that in the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden Chapter, there are methods to sense and refine chi mechanisms from various spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Immediately operating the discernment of mechanism divine ability, I looked towards the Tsenghai pearl. Deep blue radiance surrounded the Tsenghai pearl. Ancient, profound, vital. Although the Tsenghai pearl is small, its chi mechanism is extremely complex and powerful. It's just currently dormant and nurturing. If I didn't use discernment of mechanism to observe carefully, I wouldn't be able to distinguish it. I carefully sensed the chi mechanism of the Tsenghai pearl. Suddenly, I felt my body disappear. I seemed to have suddenly arrived above the ninth heaven, looking down at the ocean below from a bird's eye view. A certain will between heaven and earth descended. Thus, the ocean began to march towards death. Heaven gives birth, heaven kills. This is the logic of the Tao. Heaven wishes to burn the sea is powerless to resist. But he did not submit. Thus, although a vast ocean dies, another vast ocean is born. Suddenly, a sense of weakness came over me, and I broke away from that wondrous state. Before I had time to savor the scenes I saw earlier, I almost couldn't even stand steady. Unknowingly, I had gained some white hair, and fine wrinkles had appeared on my face. This was merely a split second of merging with the Tsenghai pearl's chi mechanism. Opening the Huanjin panel again, I sucked in a breath of cold air. In just that split second, my physical age went directly from 54 to 89. An instant felt like 35 years had passed. No wonder even in the ancient Tianji sect, very few people practiced this cultivation method. Just touching the will of the vast ocean for an instant consumed my lifespan rapidly. If my life essence hadn't been consumed too quickly, triggering the body's spontaneous warning, I'm afraid I would have been inexplicably assimilated by the vast ocean's will. At that time, it's hard to say if I could still activate Huanjin. I must have used the wrong method. Manipulating a mystical object of heaven and earth cannot be done this way. The human sense of time scale compared to heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, and vast oceans, is truly not of the same magnitude. But how exactly can one manipulate a mystical object of heaven and earth? Days passed, and I still hadn't figured out the method to use that Songhai pearl. And the weather became hotter and hotter, as if to carry out a final, thorough purification of the Tsongyan Sea. The mortals on the island gradually became too weak to even pray. If this continues, the mortals might die before this burning disaster passes. I couldn't help but become a bit impetuous, my mind filled with distracting thoughts. To calm my mind, I couldn't help but operate the long-neglected profound yellow heart refining mantra. I haven't deliberately cultivated the profound yellow heart refining mantra for a long time, because it doesn't help much with the substantial improvement of cultivation base, and even if I don't actively cultivate it, it will run slowly on its own. At this moment, as the heart refining mantra operated, the unease, fear, urgency, and other negative emotions in my heart all slowly disappeared, becoming nutrients to strengthen my Tao heart. My heart became calm again, and I suddenly had a feeling. The opportunity for my breakthrough lies in that Songhai pearl. I have been trapped in the mid-chi refining stage for several years, unable to advance an inch. Even after cultivating both methods to the mid-chi refining stage, I still couldn't find where my own opportunity lay. But at this moment, I suddenly felt the opportunity for a breakthrough in the unseen. The opportunity is to contact and comprehend the Songhai pearl with my own consciousness. Naturally, I know how dangerous this is, but it definitely coexists with opportunity. I felt in the unseen that operating the profound yellow heart refining mantra and the thousand mechanisms Jade Cosmos Golden chapter simultaneously could help me resist the assimilation of the vast ocean's will. My mind went into a trance, as if I had turned into a vast ocean again, watching the changes in the world. The sun rose and the moon set, stars shifted, clouds drifted and rain scattered. All of this accelerated thousands of times, flashing quickly before my eyes. Just one thought seemed to last for hundreds of years. An ancient, old, and vicissitudinous aura gradually tainted my consciousness. Just then, a cool aura suddenly surged out. Like a clear spring in the mountains, it slowly washed away the mottled marks of time. I also gradually recovered my own consciousness. At this moment, the consumption of life essence was still many times that of normal cultivation, and human emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were infinitely diluted. The current me can already mobilize a sliver of the Songhai pearl's power. My divine sense was strengthened thousands of times over. With a slight movement, it covered the entire Tian Island. Not stopping, my consciousness extended outward rapidly like ripples. Islands where life was extinct appeared in my mind one after another. Through divine sense, I saw beneath a certain island, a volcano that had been extinguished was reigniting under the influence of the burning disaster. I saw that in various hidden corners of the Tsongyan Sea, a few cultivators still survived. I saw many secrets hidden in the Tsongyan Sea that would usually be concealed, only revealed in such an apocalypse. However, these have nothing to do with me. Retracting my divine sense quickly, I mobilized the Songhai pearl, attracting the residual water vapor in the heaven and earth of the Tsongyan Sea to gather above Tian Island. Thus, the surviving humans on Tian Island finally waited for the long-lost heavy rain. People wept with joy. The heavy rain lasted for half an hour. I manipulated the Songhai pearl to spontaneously extract water vapor and rain on Tian Island every half-month, thereby ensuring the survival of the mortals on the island. After doing all this, I embodied the vast ocean, quietly observing this world, feeling the various auras circulating between heaven and earth, feeling the will of heaven and earth. 1 year, 2 years. The passage of time was no longer important to me. The more I gazed at the sky, the more insights I gained. Over the years, I thought the killing intent filling the heaven and earth in the Tsongyan Sea had gradually faded. But now I realize that the killing intent of heaven and earth has never decreased, it still exists now. Cultivators plunder heaven and seas from the earth, so the heavenly Tao naturally generates killing intent. However, the heavenly Tao does not act directly. Heaven emits killing intent, setting a plan to clear out cultivators. Then the embodiment of the heavenly law, the spirit of heaven and earth, comes into being as the times require. Their mission is to exterminate the cultivators who rebel against heaven and earth. At the same time I saw the spirit of heaven and earth, countless pieces of information suddenly appeared in my mind. Spirits of heaven and earth have no thoughts of their own, they only act according to their predetermined instincts. They are the laws themselves, slaughtering cultivators like slaughtering chickens or butchering sheep. For cultivators, spirits of heaven and earth are extremely dangerous. Once targeted, it basically means a situation of certain death. But at the same time, as embodiments of the great Tao laws, for cultivators, spirits of heaven and earth also signify a tremendous opportunity. As the saying goes, sacrifice the spirit of heaven and earth to merge the body with the Tao. Once a cultivator can sacrifice and refine a spirit of heaven and earth, regardless of their previous cultivation, they can instantly achieve the Tao integration realm. Eat him. Eating him will prove the great Tao. Eating him will allow me to ascend in broad daylight. Sensing my gaze, Red Flame turned his head. Our eyes met. The seawater in that Sunghai pearl boiled in an instant. I immediately withdrew my gaze, while alleviating the scorching sensation coming from that Sunghai pearl, and frantically operating the profound yellow heart-refining mantra to dissolve the rolling greed in my heart. Fortunately, he only took one look and then withdrew his gaze. Perhaps in Red Flame's eyes, I was just an unformed consciousness of the vast ocean, worth only a glance and no further attention. He turned back to continue scorching that Songyun sea. Reason and desire tore at my soul. Two diametrically opposed thoughts almost tore my consciousness in half. I could only struggle to maintain the operation of the profound yellow heart-refining mantra and preserve my Tao heart. I don't know how long passed before the storm caused by greed gradually subsided. I still had lingering fears and dared not pry again. To have glimpsed the heavenly mechanism this time and still kept my consciousness clear was already a great fortune. With a faint realization in my heart, I was about to leave that Sunghai pearl and return to my own body when I discovered something extremely awkward. My consciousness had been merged with that Sunghai pearl for too long, already exceeding the limit a chi refining cultivator could bear. My body's life essence was exhausted. If my consciousness weren't still connected to that Sunghai pearl, I would have long since died of old age. I'm afraid my cultivation in this life ends here. Although I feel it's a pity, I don't regret it. I learned the truth about the great changes in the Songyun Sea, saw the spirit of heaven and earth Red Flame, and personally comprehended the mechanism of heaven and earth. My gains cannot be said to be small. Even if this life ends now, I can accept it. But I don't plan to end this life yet. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Anyway, my consciousness is already trapped in that Sunghai pearl, so I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend the chi mechanism of heaven and earth again. As long as I don't seek death by spying on the spirit of heaven and earth again, merely sensing the chi mechanism should be fine. I mobilized a sliver of pure power from that Sunghai pearl to protect my body from decay. Now my consciousness has no body to nourish it, like water without a source or a tree without roots. It will be gradually consumed within that Sunghai pearl. According to my estimation, I can hold on for at most a dozen years. If I can make good use of this time, I might gain something more. I observed the circulation of the chi mechanism of heaven and earth, and the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. I watched the remaining lives in the Songyun Sea pass away one after another. I felt the indifferent, eternal killing intent between heaven and earth. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Anchor year 40. The Songyun Sea had long since dried up completely, becoming a veritable land of death. Only on Tian Island, under my protection, did a small number of mortals survive. That red figure that had been standing in the sky finally disappeared. His mission was complete, so naturally, he dissipated with it. No one can say for sure where in the cultivation world he will appear again someday. I gazed in the direction where Red Flame disappeared, and my mind sank into the Sunghai pearl again. As time passed, my consciousness became weaker and weaker. Losing the ability to think for myself, I could only silently observe this world from the perspective of that Sunhai Pearl. In the second year after Red Flame disappeared, several cultivators in green Taoist robes came to the Tsungyan Sea. With the casting of spell after spell, the sky finally rained down the long-awaited heavy rain. Subsequently, more cultivators arrived. Green light bloomed on the dry seabed. Vegetation representing the breath of life appeared on the earth. As the breeze blew, trees rose from the ground one by one. In just 1 year, those patches of scorched earth became vibrant again. The Tsungyan Sea also completed its transformation into the Tsungyan mountain range. A city standing in the sky was built above the Tsungyan mountain range, attracting more and more cultivators from all over the world. Anchor Year 48. A foundation establishment cultivator returned to the Tsungyan Sea. He came to the former Liuli Island, now the Liuli mountain range, with a sorrowful expression. My divine sense swept over, and seeing this scene, I also felt a wave of emotion. I know this person. It is Zhang Haobo, who decided to migrate out of the Tsungyan Sea because of the unease in his heart. More than 20 years have passed. I don't know what encounters he had, but he actually became a foundation establishment cultivator. Scenes of this life flashed rapidly through my mind. My consciousness was about to dissipate. Before disappearing completely, my consciousness returned to my own body. Over a dozen years of comprehension of the chi mechanism of heaven and earth caused the bottleneck hindering my breakthrough to suddenly dissipate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in, and my cultivation instantly broke through to the late chi refining stage. Huanjin. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options to retain. 1. An item in your possession during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulation memory of one person closely related to you. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Forgo the above choices, speed up the charging progress. Retain cultivation realm. I already know that Sunhai Pearl is on Liuli Island. I'll just go get it when the time comes. As I made my decision, 2 familiar streams of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air in my dantian. An inexplicable fluctuation descended upon me. A moment later, the spiritual energy in my dantian surged out like river water, sweeping through my whole body, transforming my body, and raising my realm. The immortal mortal miasma vanished in an instant, disappearing completely. The effect was far superior to the forced expulsion through the body-purifying spirit pool formation in my last life. The fluctuation just now was the will of heaven and earth, the power of laws. In my last life, I observed the operation of the chi mechanism of heaven and earth for over a dozen years through the Sunhai Pearl, so I recognized it at a glance. If the immortal mortal miasma is the will of heaven and earth that keeps immortals and mortals forever separate, then the fluctuation just now was the exact opposite. The immortal mortal miasma that has plagued the cultivation world for thousands of years actually disappeared so easily. Huanjin is truly inconceivable. The road to immortality is extremely difficult. Especially in this world, where cultivators plunder heaven and seize from the earth, and heaven and earth are filled with killing intent. In my last life, when I first entered the cultivation world, I met Su Chengyu. I thought he had an impressive will and was dedicated to the Tao, so he would surely achieve something. Who would have thought he would die inexplicably within a few days? On the contrary, the inconspicuous Xiao Heng by his side had heaven-defying talent. Within a few years he had hope for foundation establishment. He Zhenghao and I both thought he would definitely achieve the Golden Cord Tao in his lifetime, but who would have thought? Heaven and earth had long laid down killing intent. All living beings in the Tsungyan Sea, whether momentarily successful or frustrated, whether cultivators or mortals, were already destined to die. Only that ordinary fisherman, Zhang Haobo, after escaping a calamity, had another fortuitous encounter and became a foundation establishment cultivator. Nothing is more unpredictable than the affairs of the world. When heaven emits killing intent to exterminate cultivators, cultivators naturally cannot sense it. This is also why when I asked the Tianxian mirror if there would be a disaster, the Tianxian mirror answered no. It was just blinded by the heavenly mechanism. Based on calculations, no major disasters will descend within the next 10 years. Then why did the Wanlua Chamber of Commerce seem to have sensed it long ago and ordered all subordinates to withdraw from the Tsungyan Sea? And why didn't they warn the Wanxian Alliance, sitting by and watching countless lives be lost? There must be something fishy in this. If I have the chance in this life, I must get to the bottom of it. The cultivation world is incredibly dangerous. Before the virtualization charge is complete, it's better not to step into it rashly. Now that I practice the profound yellow heart refining mantra, the charging speed has greatly increased. The time I arrive in the cultivation world this time should be more than a dozen years earlier than in my last life. I remember that during these dozen years, a major event seemed to have happened in the Tsungyan Sea. In this life, relying on foreknowledge, I can make plans early. Great Xian, Jelly Mountain? Erlang, let's rest a bit. We've walked for most of the day. I really can't walk anymore. Tigers and wild beasts occasionally appear in these mountains. It's not safe to rest here. I know there's a hidden cave not far ahead. If you're really tired, we can go rest there. Erlang, are there really immortals in this mountain? Definitely. I saw one with my own eyes. Starting 5 years ago, you've been acting like you're possessed. Whenever you have free time, you head straight into Jelly Mountain. I don't know how many trips you've made back and forth, but I haven't seen you actually find an immortal. If you asked me, you should give up on this idea early. Seeking immortals and asking of the Tao is too ethereal and illusory. The way I see it, you should just practice martial arts properly like me. Wang Xuanba, how did you become as long-winded as my mother? If you keep spouting this nonsense, just go down the mountain by yourself. Erlang up ahead. Giant python. Xianjing. Damn it. Are we going to die here? Ever since that evening in this Jelly Mountain, when I saw with my own eyes the peerless figure of an immortal flying through the air, I haven't been able to forget about seeking immortals and asking of the Tao. So I went deep into the mountain countless times, just wanting to find this immortal and take him as my master. Who would have thought, not only did I not find the immortal, but today I'm going to lose my life here. What's going on? Why did so many wild beasts suddenly come out to attack the giant python? Could this be an immortal's method? Immortal Master! It must be you, right? Immortal Master! This kid isn't bad. His constitution seems a bit special, and his heart for seeking the Tao is also quite firm. It's a pity that I haven't even established a firm foothold myself, so how can I teach you? Better to wait until the time is ripe in the future, then I'll gift you a fortuitous encounter. It wasn't a waste of my 9 years of painstaking research. This formless killing intent is indeed extraordinary. In this life, since I was already at the late chi refining stage, to avoid the influence of the immortal mortal miasma on me, I simply came to this Jelly Mountain to live in seclusion. Since there is no spiritual energy in the land of immortal extinction, I spent the vast majority of my time comprehending the chi mechanism of heaven and earth that I observed in my previous life. 9 years of day and night, painstaking effort, I finally gained something and comprehended the formless killing intent from it. Once the formless killing intent is unleashed, it can disguise itself as the heavenly Tao's killing intent within a certain range and to a certain extent. Targets locked onto by the formless killing intent will perish in the killing tribulation on their own, without me needing to lift a finger. The will of heaven and earth dominates the vast majority of living beings in the world. Thus, countless animals were driven to generate endless killing intent towards this white python. This killing intent will not disappear until the white python is completely dead. Borrowing the mandate of heaven to use it, this is the profundity of the formless killing intent. Not only is its power impressive and its method treacherous, but its concealment is also extremely high. The formless killing intent itself is just like the killing intent of heaven and earth, similar to a pure will and rule. Ordinary cultivators cannot detect it at all. Gathering so many advantages in one, it is truly an essential tool for killing and robbing. Virtualization charge progress. It's already at 99%. It's time to step into the cultivation world again. Seeing the emerald blue Tsongyan again, I couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. Owner of the halting steel fragment, I scattered Xian Hong's ashes into the sea. In this life, I have fulfilled his dying wish. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Qian Hong. Cultivated the Tao for 265 years. Achieved Tao Foundation with the mystical object, Drifting Plum. Drifting away from home for 3,670 years. Now the soul returns to its native land, returning the Tao to the heavens. After the anomaly disappeared, I sensed that some indescribable change had occurred within me. But after a careful inspection, I couldn't figure out exactly what this change was. I decided to ignore it for the time being and just kept this matter in mind. Determining my current location, I decided to go to Lioli Island first. I didn't pilot the Taihang boat, but instead rode the wind to fly towards Lioli Island. I prepared to play the role of a rogue cultivator from the Tsongyan Sea, who had reached the late Qi refining stage by a stroke of luck, but couldn't find the method to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and thus wanted to join the Wanxian alliance. The Taihang boat is a bit too flashy for a rogue cultivator's identity. So I chose to fly on the wind. It's a bit slower, but I'm in no rush. What's going on? A killing intent has suddenly locked onto me. And the aura is very strong. At least foundation establishment stage. It's coming towards me. This speed is too fast. I have to expose the Taihang boat. Damn it! I've already pushed the Taihang boat to max speed, but this person is still slowly closing the distance. Formless killing intent. The moment I released the formless killing intent just now, it felt as if countless eyes were staring at me. Is this the side effect of releasing formless killing intent against a higher realm? Borrowing the mandate of heaven, did the will of heaven detect me? Fortunately, it seems that since it's only crossing one major realm, the problem isn't too big yet. The will of heaven just glanced at me and then went quiet. If I were to use it across even more realms, I'm afraid a spirit of heaven and earth would appear to erase me. After the formless killing intent was sent out, I soon sensed a tornado suddenly appearing in the world. This wind spun ceaselessly on the path of the opponent's advance, quickly forming a waterspout. The waterspout carried a faint green glow, like a giant dragon, whistling towards the opponent. Caught off guard, the person was squarely trapped by the waterspout. I seized this opportunity to accelerate and escape. But soon, the opponent broke free from the waterspout and flew towards me at an even faster speed. The killing intent was even more intense. Just then, a giant alligator shark leaped high from below the sea surface, swallowing him in one bite. A burst of flames erupted. The person flew out of the alligator shark's mouth, charging at me to kill again. Ugh! Arg! In the sky, under the bright daylight, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck down. Finally, Lioli Island was in sight. I hurriedly flew towards the central protective formation of Lioli Island. If I can get He Zhenghao's help, I'll be saved. He Zhenghao, come out and help me kill this little thief! Protector Wan? How did you end up looking like this? He Zhenghao. Huanjin. This simulation has ended. This was the shortest life I've experienced since activating Huanjin. I didn't expect to be inexplicably chased down the moment I entered the cultivation world. What's more ridiculous is that the opponent was actually someone from the Wanxian Alliance. He came from 1,000 li away with a clear goal: to kill me. Why would someone from the Wanxian Alliance hunt me down? And so soon after I entered the cultivation world? The Tsongyang Sea is currently under the Wanxian Alliance's control, and the opponent could obviously lock onto my location through some method. Where did it go wrong? I checked the items I held, examined, eliminated, and finally locked onto the target. Lesser Evolution Water Art. Currently, I can say I have no ties with the Wanxian Alliance. Only this cultivation method was inherited from the Wanxian Alliance of the previous life. This Lesser Evolution Water Art is definitely within the Wanxian Alliance's surveillance range. When they discovered that the Lesser Evolution Water Art hadn't been exchanged for, yet the number of cultivators increased by 1, they would know the news that the technique had been leaked. Without any hesitation, I operated the Supreme Primal True Scripture and dispersed the late Qi refining cultivation base of the Lesser Evolution Water Art. Anchor Year 9, I descended into the cultivation world again. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Without practicing the Lesser Evolution Water Art, I didn't attract the pursuit of the Wanxian Alliance protector. Only then did I slowly head towards Lioli Island. When I flew to the waters near Lioli Island, a certain image from my memory suddenly flashed. I stopped and looked down into the depths of the seabed below. My gaze pierced through the obstruction of the seawater, reaching the deep ocean floor. A group of lily fish were dragging corpses of mortals found from various parts of the ocean, offering them as tribute to a huge golden lily fish. This golden lily fish swayed its bloated body, swallowing the human corpses collected by its subordinates one by one. After chewing a bit and spitting out the crushed bones, it revealed a rather dissatisfied expression. Humph. The formless killing intent moved in response to my voice. Countless lily fish went mad, surrounding the golden lily fish. The figure of the golden lily fish disappeared into the school of fish. Golden blood slowly floated to the water surface. After the golden lily fish died, I collected the huge lily pearl from its body into my hand. Pity it's not a mystical object of heaven and earth. However, just carrying it on one's person has an effect similar to swallowing a lily pill. This item is not ordinary. Satisfied, I put it away and arrived above Lioli Island. I stopped in midair and released my spiritual energy. Which fellow Taoist comes to my Lioli Island? Greetings, fellow Taoist. This humble one is Li Fan, a rogue cultivator of the Tsongyang Sea. Cultivating to the late Qi refining stage was already fraught with difficulties, and I know that foundation establishment is hopeless for a rogue cultivator. Therefore, I wish to join the Wanxian Alliance to seek a foundation establishment cultivation method. I have long heard of fellow Taoists' reputation for being zealous in helping others and generous in giving aid, so I have come to pay my respects. I hope fellow Taoists can recommend me. If successful, I, Li Fan, will surely repay you. Oh my, fellow Taoist, what are you saying? We cultivators all know that cultivation is not easy. We help where we can. You can rest assured. The matter of you joining the Wanxian Alliance is on me. Fellow Taoist's title of timely reign is indeed well deserved. I admire you. When did I get the nickname Timely Reign? But this name is quite fitting. If it spreads, it will be of great benefit to my cultivation of the sitting mountain art. He Zhenghao went ahead to process the entry permit for me. I stood in the air above Lioli Island, waiting for He Zhenghao to return from Wanxian Island. According to He Zhenghao, cultivators at the late Qi refining stage or above, if they go there without permission, will be autonomously attacked by the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation. I have not failed my mission. Fellow Taoist, you just need to leave a trace of your aura on this passage spirit talisman. That will do. Once fellow Taoist officially joins my Wanxian Alliance, remember to return this passage spirit talisman. Do not lose it, otherwise you will have to compensate with contribution points of corresponding value. Subsequently, He Zhenghao took me to Wanxian Island and entered the Tianxian Mirror. This is the late Chi refining rogue cultivator I reported earlier who wishes to join my Wanxian alliance. Referral of one late QI refining cultivator. Recorded as high merit. Converted to 300 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 1340. May I ask presumptuously, how old is fellow Taoist this year? 29, I suppose? 29 years old, late Chi refining stage, and a rogue cultivator. Fellow Taoist's talent is truly the highest I have ever seen in my life. Fellow Taoist is new here and will surely encounter many problems. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will definitely tell you everything I know without reserve. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If you encounter any trouble you really can't solve, you can also ask me for help. Although I, He Zhenghao, am only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, I have a wide network of contacts and some faith in the Wanxian alliance. Afterward, He Zhenghao gave me a few more instructions and left with an excited look on his face. The treatment this time is much better than in my previous life. In the cultivation world, most cultivators are loners. Someone like He Zhenghao is truly uncommon. Moreover, just because my cultivation talent is slightly better, he's being overly enthusiastic. Divine sense fluctuation recorded. Independent space generated. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a benefit, you will be gifted 100 contribution points for free. You can use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation methods, magic treasures, etc. The Wanxian mirror began introducing relevant matters. Although I was already very familiar with it, I still listened carefully, comparing it with the situation in my previous life. I discovered that after advancing to the late Chi refining stage, the contribution points required to activate the assisted cultivation mode increased from 10 points per day to 30 points per day. Using the same operation as in my previous life, buy a storage ring, go out to transfer gold, silver, and jewels and the halting steel fragment, and return to the mirror to exchange. Batch of gold and silver can be converted to 863 contribution points. Mystical object of heaven and earth, halting steel fragment. Quality flawed. Can be converted to 1968 contribution points. Then I took out the lioli pearl obtained from the giant lioli fish. Exquisite lioli pearl. Can be converted to 850 contribution points. This exquisite lily pearl is equivalent to a weakened version of the lily pill. Although the effect is slightly worse, its advantage is that it is not consumed. It will definitely be useful for future cultivation, so I'll keep it for now. To earn more contribution points, I browsed the bounty missions posted by other cultivators in the Wanxian mirror. My gaze swept past quickly. When I saw one of the missions, I stopped immediately. With a movement of my divine sense, I checked the mission details. Mission details? Elder Chun of the Medicine Hall requires a supplementary ingredient for alchemy, blue blood coral. Now offering a bounty to all members of the Wanxian Alliance. Those who provide relevant information, once verified, will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Those who directly provide blue blood coral will be rewarded with 3,000 contribution points. I had seen this mission target as the consciousness of the vast ocean. So I accepted this mission. I have a clue to provide: northwest waters of the Tsongyan Sea, over 200 li west of Wuya Island. I once saw this kind of coral on the seabed. Unfortunately, there is a sea snake guarding the coral. I don't know the specific strength of the sea snake, but just a glance from afar gave me a sense of fatal danger. I made up a story and submitted the mission. With the efficiency of Wanxian Island, the authenticity of the information I provided was quickly verified. Verified, clue valid. Mission reward obtained, 1,000 contribution points. In just half a day, I received the mission reward. However, intriguingly, the bounty mission for blue blood coral was not cancelled because of this but remained posted there. It seems Elder Chin needs a large quantity of blue blood coral. I wonder what pill he is refining. Suppressing my momentary curiosity, I focused my attention on the most conspicuous one among the many bounty missions. Mission details: Bounty for Cloud Water Map Record. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. 2 simple lines of text, without any other explanation. But that number of 100,000 contribution points made the hearts of all cultivators who saw it sway uncontrollably. Unfortunately, the bounty mission has been hanging there for more than 10 years. Let alone completing it, no one has even figured out what the Cloud Water Map Record actually is. And the publisher of the mission is also extremely mysterious, never showing their face or giving any explanation from beginning to end. It's as if they are telling everyone in this way, those who understand will understand, and explaining to those who don't is useless. Currently, no one in the Tsongyan Sea knows where the Cloud Water Map Record is. Except for me. I intend to go to the center of the Tsongyan Sea, the ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, to find a mystical object of heaven and earth and achieve my Tao foundation. Cloud Water Map Record, Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. The reason no one knows this secret yet is simply because the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace has not appeared in the world at all. In my previous life, I also became interested in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace because of Xiao Heng's message. Consequently, I memorized this major event that was about to shake the Tsongyan Sea. Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, hanging alone overseas. It is said to be the most powerful sect in the Tsongyan Sea in ancient times. When the great calamity of heaven and earth descended, the disciples of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace killed each other, and few survived. The survivors activated the sect protection grand formation and lived in seclusion from then on. The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace was thus obscured by the formation and hidden in the central waters of the Tsongyan Sea. It wasn't until Anchor Year 11 that the formation shattered, and the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, hidden for 10,000 years, reappeared in the world. However, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, which chose to hide from the world, could not escape the fate of destruction. When the cultivators of the Tsongyan Sea entered it, they discovered that the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had long become a ruin filled with weirdness. There were over 100 cultivators in the first batch to enter the ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. Most were at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. They thought it was just an ordinary ruin, but they didn't expect the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace to be full of weirdness. Caught off guard, this group of cultivators suffered heavy casualties. In the end, less than 1/10 came out alive. Among them was a person named Sikoni. This person only had a cultivation base of the late Qi refining stage and looked ordinary. Everyone thought he had just survived by luck. Who would have thought that it was this Sikoni who handed over the Cloud Water Map Record and completed the bounty mission of 100,000 contribution points? After receiving the reward, Sikoni left the Tsongyan Sea through the ultra-long distance teleportation formation and disappeared from everyone's sight. Since then, Sikoni has never appeared again. Slowly recalling what I saw and heard in my previous life, I decided to learn about information related to weirdness and sect ruins. Purchase Guide to Survival in Sect Ruins. In today's cultivation world, all valuable sects worth exploring can be divided into 2 categories. One is where no weirdness exists. The other is where weirdness exists. If no weirdness exists, then as long as one is careful against formation traps, there is generally no huge danger. But if weirdness exists, one must be extremely cautious. So-called weirdness refers to various strange phenomena existing within ruins that cannot be measured by common sense. Weirdness seems not to belong to this world. It often has its own unique rules. The rules of weirdness also vary in strength. According to intensity, they are divided into Qi refining level weirdness, foundation establishment level weirdness, golden core level weirdness, etc. Making pirated copies is forbidden here. Support the official release. I insist on making pirated copies. Cultivators within the range of the weirdness must follow its rules if their cultivation base is lower than its rule intensity. Once violated, death is inevitable. I finished reading the Ruins Guide carefully and felt much more confident. In my last life, ever since news spread that Sikoni found the Cloud Water Map Record in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace and obtained 100,000 contribution points, Cultivators flock to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace one after another, discovering countless treasures. Most of the rules within the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had long since ceased to be secrets. However, there has never been a conclusion regarding exactly how Seikon-Yi obtained the Cloudwater map record back then. If I want to plot for the Cloudwater map record in this life, the best way is to secretly follow Seikon-Yi and intercept him just when he is about to succeed. There are still 2 years until the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opens. I can first secretly inquire about various information regarding Seikon-Yi, to know myself and the enemy. At the same time, I need to improve my own strength as much as possible first. Currently, I only have formless killing intent. I still need to cultivate more offensive cultivation methods. So I set my sights on a pile of Qi refining stage main offensive cultivation methods in the Tianxian mirror. Nether Spirit Phantom Art Qi refining stage cultivation method. Visualize and cultivate a phantom spirit in the mind. When encountering enemies, release the phantom spirit to confuse them. After the phantom spirit becomes powerful, it can even drill into others' sea of consciousness and directly launch a divine sense attack. Nether Spirit Phantom Art? Illusion techniques? This cultivation method is practically custom made for me. Although I don't know how my divine sense intensity compares to other cultivators, but having reincarnated continuously for hundreds of years, plus the enhancement of the profound yellow heart refining mantra, surely it won't be too weak. Furthermore, visualizing and cultivating a phantom spirit. If I use red flame as the prototype for visualization, the power of the formed phantom spirit should be quite impressive, right? It's just that this price is too expensive. Almost the same price as a foundation establishment cultivation method. No wonder no one buys it. No matter what, I gritted my teeth and bought the Nether Spirit Phantom Art. In the blink of an eye, I only had 1321 contribution points left. With the cultivation method in hand, I activated the assisted cultivation mode, took out the exquisite Lily Pearl, and began cultivating. Visualizing a phantom spirit cannot be done out of thin air. It must be based on something that truly exists in the cultivation world. Thoughts flowed slowly, past events floating before my eyes. I seemed to return to that moment in my previous life when I witnessed red flame burning the sea. A phantom image slowly appeared in my sea of consciousness. Just this unformed phantom image alone caused me to suddenly feel a sharp rise in my body temperature. Sweat poured down my body like rain. I forcibly operated the heart-refining mantra to suppress the scorching sensation, continuing to visualize the figure of red flame. As the red flame phantom spirit slowly took shape, my body temperature rose higher and higher. Spirits of heaven and earth are indeed no small matter. Even using them as a prototype to condense a phantom spirit won't work. There must be some rule restrictions in this that I'm unaware of. Spirits of heaven and earth are the manifestations of certain laws of heaven and earth. If the flame of red flame represents laws related to fire, then what special significance does the red of red flame have? Besides red flame, are there other flames? I tried immediately. The aura of the figure remained unchanged, but the color changed from red to green. This time, the phantom spirit formed successfully. But it was extremely weak, like an empty shell, completely lacking the power to injure enemies. Trying again. This time, changing from green to black. Black flame was like red flame, the phantom spirit couldn't take form. But the difference was that when visualizing black flame, the scorching sensation like red flames did not appear. Afterward, I tried all the colors I could think of. I discovered there were only 4 situations in total. The first, just like red flame, cannot take form, and a scorching sensation is felt during visualization. The second, just like green flame, although it can take form, it is like an empty shell and possesses no power. The third, like black flame, cannot take form, and there is no scorching sensation during visualization. And the fourth, which is also the most special one. A phantom image almost identical to red flame, just blue. No scorching sensation, instead, it was replaced by an extremely low temperature. During the visualization process, my body seemed to fall into absolute zero, completely frozen, but my consciousness reached a wondrous state. I felt as if my soul had left my body, watching the various changes in my body like an outsider. No emotional fluctuations. This was a state of absolute calm and rationality. At the same time, the blue flame phantom spirit completely took form. The temperature didn't rise, but vitality appeared rapidly within me. With a movement of my divine sense, the extreme cold on my body disappeared quickly. In the blink of an eye, I returned to my original appearance, and I also withdrew from the state of absolute rationality. Is this the power of the blue flame? Under the consumption of long-term cultivation, my contribution points were once again down to just over 100. The days of holding a huge sum of over 3,000 points felt like yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, it was empty again. Contribution points are consumed too fast. Let's ask He Zhenghao if there's a way to earn contribution points quickly. May I ask fellow Taoist He, is there any way to obtain contribution points quickly? Haha, that's how our Wanxian alliance is. Newly joining cultivators often need years of hard work to exchange for a cultivation method. However, since fellow Taoist was introduced by me, I naturally have to give you a hand. But this matter is inconvenient to discuss via the communication talisman. If fellow Taoist is willing, come to Lioli Island. We can discuss it in detail face to face. Truly a timely reign. But there must be a reason for this. Lioli Island Protection Grand Formation. Haha, it seems fellow Taoists couldn't wait. The mountains are sinking? The continuous mountains within the Island Protection Grand Formation were floating above our heads at this moment, like stars. What does fellow Taoist think of my Mountain River Star Formation? Mountain River Star Formation, truly extraordinary. Lily Island's Island Protection Grand Formation was transformed from this Mountain River Star Formation that I personally built. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to be proficient in formations as well. Although I built it myself, I naturally had help from others. To be honest, fellow Taoist, my foundation establishment mystical object is a Mountain River 100 Veins formation map. Therefore, I have a talent in the Tao of formations that ordinary cultivators cannot compare with. Speaking only of formations and not cultivation base, even ordinary nascent soul stage formation masters might not compare to me. I see. I wonder what exactly is the matter, fellow Taoist? He wanted to discuss it and speak of it in such a hidden space? It's not a major issue, it just breaks some taboos. I would like to ask fellow Taoists to make a trip to the land of immortal extinction, Li Jie. Want me to go to Li Jie? Could it be? Fellow Taoist, why do you want me to go to the land of immortal extinction? Although the land of immortal extinction is a small world for mortals, it has quite a few valuable things that can be exchanged for many contribution points. But if we collect them ourselves, it's time-consuming and labor-intensive, simply not worth the effort. However, the powerful and influential mortals in these small worlds often scheme to return to the cultivation world, so we can use this as a condition to let those mortals collect supplies for us. Coincidentally, Li Jie produces several precious treasures, and even quite a lot of star-sea quicksand. Li Jie smuggling star-sea quicksand. The immortal master cooperating with Tianbao Tower on smuggling is indeed He Zhenghao. Star-sea quicksand is a common material for setting up formations. The price of one gene is often between 2 and 3 contribution points. Scraping a small world once every 10+ years can yield thousands of contribution points. If we have a few more worlds like this, wouldn't that be equivalent to getting thousands of contribution points for free every year? Fellow Taoist just needs to make a trip to Li Jie for me and bring back the supplies I asked them to collect 10 years ago. After these supplies are sold, you and I will split the resulting contribution points half and half. Good, I agreed to this matter. Subsequently, He Zhenghao gave me a wooden boat similar to the Taihang boat, and a spirit talisman. Simple formations were carved into the wooden boat, it wasn't as exquisite as the Taihang boat. The spirit talisman was a form-hiding talisman, even stronger than the concealment talisman. Those below the nascent soul realm cannot see through it. Having prepared everything, I arrived at Ligia. I learned from He Zhenghao that in the center of this world, there is a huge volcano. The volcano erupts once every 200 or 300 years, causing countless casualties. But now, the intervals between eruptions are becoming more frequent, and the scale of eruptions is getting larger. The ruling class of Great Xian worries that one day, the volcano will completely turn this world into a lava hell. Thus, they try every possible way to send their descendants away from this place. Welcome, Immortal Master! The agreed day has arrived. Have you collected the supplies? Reporting to the Immortal Master, the items on the list are all ready. In that case, take me to get them. So, led personally by the Great Xian Emperor, I checked all the supplies. After confirming there were no errors, I satisfiedly stored them in my storage ring. The mission was considered successfully completed. It was smooth sailing, without any twists and turns. Truly a highly profitable business. I handed the wooden boat carved with formations to the Great Xian Emperor, and suddenly remembered Xiaoheng. Where is Xiaoheng, the heir of Prince Jinan? Take me to see him. Through the Emperor, I learned that Xiaoheng was currently being fostered in Scholar Su's home. So, under the Emperor's lead, I arrived at Scholar Su's residence. All rise. Greetings, Immortal Master! Which one is Xiaoheng? Reporting to the Immortal Master, he is Xiaoheng. I observe this child has extraordinary talent. He will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. In 10 years, I will come personally to take him away. Immortal Master, rest assured, we will definitely take good care of Xiaoheng. Please, Immortal Master, save my sister. Please, Immortal Master, save my sister. What nonsense are you making? Su Changyu. My young son is ignorant, please forgive him, Immortal Master. Please forgive us, Immortal Master. In my previous life, I heard Xiaoheng mention that Su Changyu had a terminally ill sister. I originally planned to check this situation anyway. Take me to see her. Just this once. A moment later, I saw Su Xiaomei in a basement. Her body seemed extremely hot. She was lying on a jade bed, surrounded by many blocks of ice. This Su Xiaomei actually has no immortal miasma in her body. And what kind of constitution is this? The wisp of spiritual energy I just sent into her body, after circulating once, it was actually strengthened? This spiritual energy is completely different from the original attributes in my body. It carries a scorching feeling. This isn't the heat of fire, but violent spiritual energy transformed from rage. Could it be that this is a natural immortal body, a person envied by heaven? Natural immortal body, born without immortal miasma, possessing unparalleled affinity for various cultivation methods and Tao arts. Not only is the cultivation speed terrifyingly fast, but casting techniques also receives a natural strength boost. Person envied by heaven, born with innate divine abilities, often incurs the jealousy of heaven due to the power of their divine abilities, accompanied by various tribulations from birth. If the tribulations can be neutralized, they will become even stronger through the hardships. Cultivation speed isn't necessarily fast, but in combat, they are often invincible among the same rank. They might even have the power to fight across a major realm. Both constitutions are 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. These two constitutions actually appeared in one infant simultaneously. Her body has no immortal miasma, undoubtedly a natural immortal body. And the angry power continuously burning her from within should be her innate divine ability. With the fire of rage continuously burning her own vitality from within, even if she hides in an ice cellar all day, Su Xiaomei absolutely cannot live to adulthood. No wonder in the last life, Su Changyu was so anxious, willing to become a test subject for the immortal tumor just to become a cultivator as soon as possible. In his view, perhaps becoming a legendary immortal master could save his sister's life. Unfortunately, if you hadn't met me, even a golden core cultivator might not be able to save your life. This treatment can ensure she remains safe and sound for 10 years. If I can retreat unscathed from the cloud water heavenly palace in this life, I will naturally come to find her earlier. I walked out of the basement and asked Scholar Su about Su Xiaomei's situation. Scholar Su hesitated for a long time before stammering out the sequence of events. It turns out Su Xiaomei is not Scholar Su's daughter, but the daughter of Scholar Su's younger sister, Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was much younger than Scholar Su. She was only 16 when she became pregnant with Su Xiaomei last year. At that time, her inexplicable pregnancy caused an uproar in the Su residence. Because she hadn't even married yet. Unmarried pregnancy was already an absolute scandal. What made Master Su even angrier was that Su Yuqing couldn't say who the child's father was. The Su family wanted to abort the child, but Su Yuqing refused to agree no matter what. Just like that, Su Xiaomei was born. Su Yuqing's body was already frail. Unable to withstand the strain, she passed away with regret just a few days after giving birth to Su Xiaomei. Who would have thought that not long after, Su Xiaomei would contract a strange illness? Her whole body burned hot, even to the point where she needed constant ice application for relief. The Su family invited all the famous doctors in the capital, but none could cure her until my arrival. Born by sensing the mandate of heaven? Perhaps only this can explain why Su Xiaomei's talent is so high. However, according to the original historical trajectory, even with her heaven-defying talent, she couldn't escape death in the face of tribulation. In the entire cultivation world, how many people like Su Xiaomei possess peerless aptitude but die in obscurity just like ordinary people? With matters here settled, I returned to Liuli Island. Within the mountain river star formation, I handed the storage ring to He Zhenghao. He Zhenghao seemed a bit distracted, only glancing casually before putting away the storage ring. His attention was focused on an ancient mirror surface in front of him. Looking at its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the Tianxian mirror. I followed He Zhenghao's gaze and saw a line of small text displayed on the mirror surface. Spirit Mist Grass. Current price 15 contribution points per stock. Rise already. Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? Sigh, fellow Taoist, you don't know. Some days ago, I received reliable news that the island where Spirit Mist Grass is planted suffered an attack from sea beasts, and most of the Spirit Mist Grass on the island was destroyed. The news hadn't spread yet, so I wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Buy. I'm going to make a killing this time. So I spared no expense in the Tianxian mirror, and hoarded a large batch of Spirit Mist Grass. At first, the price of Spirit Mist Grass did rise a bit, but who would have thought that before I could sell the Spirit Mist Grass in my hand, its price would suddenly plummet? It plummeted all the way from 25 points to 13 points, nearly cut in half. Fortunately, the price has rebounded recently, rising back to around 15 points. Then, fellow Taoist, he should take the opportunity to sell all the Spirit Mist Grass in hand. At least you can recoup some capital. How can I do that? My savings of nearly 100 years are tied up in this. At the very least, I have to wait until it rises back up before I sell. This guy is hopeless. Why is it falling again? 13? 12? 10? 8? Still falling? It should rise back up, right? Wanxian Island. The abnormal fluctuation in the price of Spirit Mist Grass caused a huge uproar. After the matter came to a close, I asked around a bit and understood the whole story. It was true, Lord Aoki Huashing, who set up a trap and ruthlessly harvested the cultivators who wanted to profit from the opportunity. The destruction of the Spirit Mist Grass Island was real, so after the news was confirmed, many people decisively entered the market, wanting to make a profit. But what they didn't know was that the Wanxian Alliance had recently discovered a grotto heaven that had been sealed for 1,000 years. It is said that the wood attribute spiritual energy inside is abundant, full of various rare spiritual plants. Spirit mist grass is practically everywhere. It seems impossible for fellow Taoist he to recoup his capital. However, this big shot's actions aren't very kind. The market is truly treacherous. He Jinghao gave me 1171 contribution points for the trip to Ligia, barely enough for me to use for a while. I didn't choose to enter seclusion immediately but instead searched for information on Jiao Shuyuan. I heard this person can obtain a large batch of form-hiding talismans from the Wanxian Alliance's Talisman Hall, obviously having quite a few connections. I might as well use the opportunity of buying some spirit talismans to see if I can get information about Sikong from him. Wanxian Island Commercial District, Qianli Hall. Let me tell you, regardless of how much the price has fallen now, we still have to trade these 10 form-hiding talismans at the price we agreed upon. What? You're canceling the trade? You don't even want the deposit back. Damn. Another one. Do you think I, Jiao Shuyuan, am easy to bully? It's over, it's over. I, Jiao Shuyuan, never do losing business. I didn't expect to be stuck with such a large batch of form-hiding talismans. How much for the form-hiding talismans? It's over, it's over. I, Jiao Shuyuan, never do losing business. 10 contribution points each. How many do you want? If it's over 10, I'll give you a 20% discount. If it's over 100, I'll give you a 50% discount. Why would I need so many? 5 or 6 are enough. And your price isn't right either. Before I came, I bought a form-hiding talisman of excellent quality in the Tianxian mirror, and the current price is only 20 points. You're selling these defective goods for so much? Note, at this time, Li Fan is still under the effect of the form-hiding talisman, so others cannot see his appearance clearly. 8 points each, can't go lower. You have to know that talisman crafting itself costs money. Alright, give me 6. I'll pay with medium-grade spirit stones, keep the change. Do you take business for gathering intelligence on cultivators here? I do. My business is losing money down to my grandma's house. If I don't take some side jobs, I can't go on living. What name, what cultivation base? Sikong, late Qi refining stage. Rest assured, he's just a tiny Qi refining cultivator. I guarantee I'll check his background thoroughly for you. It's just the price. Since he's just a tiny Qi refining cultivator, surely it shouldn't be too expensive. This line of work carries some risk, more or less. How about you give 80 contribution points? 40 contribution points. No more. Ouch, you bargained too hard. 60 points is a must, right? Otherwise, it's another losing deal. 50. Take it or I'll walk. Fine, I'll take it. Give me a deposit of 10 contribution points first. When there are results, I will notify you through this spirit talisman. Coming out of Qianli Hall, I returned to the Tianxian mirror. I activated the assisted cultivation mode and entered seclusion. I decided to cultivate the nether spirit phantom art to the late Qi refining stage level. 1 month later, in the waters of Yanjing Island in the eastern Songyan Sea. To test the power of the nether spirit phantom art, I took a mission to hunt red flame sharks and retrieve their inner cores. In the deep sea, I restrained my aura and followed behind a school of red flame sharks. There were a dozen or so red flame sharks in this group, surrounding and hunting a lone crimson's whale. Nether spirit phantom art, blue flame phantom spirit. These sea beasts are mostly equivalent to the Qi refining stage in cultivation. After launching a divine sense attack with the blue flame phantom spirit, they were actually like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without a shred of resistance. The power of the blue flame phantom spirit is indeed impressive. Bounty Hunt Dragon Whale. Reward, 2,000 contribution points. This is the dragon whale with a bounty of 2,000 contribution points. The bounty content mentioned that this dragon whale was the exotic beast that destroyed the island planting spirit Miss Grass. At that time, even the Foundation establishment stage island guardian could do nothing about it. Afterwards, the Golden Core cultivator of the Wansien Alliance arrived late. After taking a hit from the Golden Core cultivator, this dragon whale actually didn't die, but fled into the deep sea with heavy injuries. Heck, even a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't handle it. But I might not be unable to kill it. The dragon whale worth 2,000 contribution points snatched my spoils. How can I tolerate this? It's here again. This feeling of being stared at. However, the side effects this time are much smaller than last time. After releasing the formless killing intent on the dragon whale, I activated the form hiding talisman and followed quietly all the way. Over the next 20 days or so, the dragon whale suffered attacks from countless undersea exotic beasts. Fleeing in panic, it was already dying. Taking advantage of the dragon whale's blurred consciousness, I released the blue flame phantom spirit and dealt the final blow. After dismembering the dragon whale's corpse, I packed up the various messy things in its stomach and put them into the storage ring. There were actually quite a few lily pearls in its stomach. After ensuring I hadn't missed anything, I left quietly. Returning to the Tianxian mirror, I turned in the dragon whale's corpse and exchanged all the looted items for contribution points. Now my available contribution points have reached 2770. This many contribution points should be enough to choose a satisfactory cultivation method. Currently, I lack a cultivation method to conceal my own aura for tracking others. This type of cultivation method is also relatively rare, but for just the chi refining stage, my contribution points are definitely enough. Meanwhile, late chi refining Li Fan? Who is this person? Didn't they say that dragon whale could withstand a golden core cultivator's attack? How did this Li Fan hunt it down? Could it be that this person hid his cultivation base? This person is undoubtedly at the late chi refining stage. I found someone to confirm it. He was guided to join our Wansien Alliance by He Zhenghao not long ago. How exactly did this person do it? Could it be that this person possesses a unique treasure? Stop guessing. Latest inside scoop, this kid just got lucky. Fellow Taoist Zhou Peng, what do you mean by that? Yeah, good luck? How is that possible? I didn't dare believe it either, but those are the facts. The corpse of that exotic beast dragon whale was sent to Elder Gongsun of the Tianji Hall for analysis. The conclusion reached was that before it died, this dragon whale had fought with at least 3 undersea giant beasts of the same level. The vast majority of the wounds on its body were left by those giant beasts. Before it died, this dragon whale had already run out of oil and the lamp was withering. Even without that kid making a move, this dragon whale wouldn't have lived much longer. This chi refining kid actually has such good luck. We have to believe Elder Gongsun's analysis. Truly envious. That's 2,000 contribution points. After a period of searching and comparing, I determined my target cultivation method. Shadow following art. This cultivation method excels at tracking and concealment. Once locked onto the opponent, one can follow closely like the opponent's shadow, making it difficult for the opponent to shake off. It can also allow one to hide in shadows like a shadow, making one undetectable. Price: 1,800 contribution points. With such miraculous effects, I wasn't stingy and bought it directly. Just as I was preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation, I suddenly received a spirit talisman communication from He Zhenghao. Fellow Taoist Li Fan. Oh my, I didn't expect the person who hunted the dragon whale was really you. I thought it was just another cultivator with the same name and surname and realm as you. It wasn't until someone asked me about your situation that I confirmed it was really you who killed that dragon whale. Haha. Good, good, good. You've finally vented my anger for me. You don't know, these days, whenever I close my eyes, I see the scene of the spirit Miss Grass price plummeting. Just good luck. I happened to encounter that dragon whale fighting with other giant beasts while doing a mission, so I picked up a bargain. Luck is also part of strength. Fellow Taoists' talent and fortune are both so extraordinary. The great Tao is definitely expected in the future. It just so happens I have a matter I need to ask fellow Taoists' help with. I wonder if it's possible? Oh? What matter? I wish to ask fellow Taoists to substitute for me in the position of guardian of Liuli Island. What does fellow Taoist think? Substitute guardian? Because of the spirit mist grass matter earlier, I lost most of my savings from these years. Seeing that I'm getting further and further away from exchanging for that nascent soul cultivation method, I'm really not resigned to it. Coincidentally, a few friends recently discovered an ancient cave abode and invited me to explore it together. According to them, this cave abode should have been sealed before the great calamity descended. There must be many rare treasures inside, and perhaps even quite a few cultivation methods. If I can gain something, it can somewhat make up for my losses. So I decided to gamble on it. I wonder how long I would need to substitute as guardian. It won't take long. As short as a year or two, as long as 3 or 4 years. Apologies. I am truly powerless in this matter. I have a premonition that a breakthrough is imminent, and must go out to seek opportunities within 2 years. I cannot guard Lily Island for a long time. Is that so? Then I can only find someone else. I also wish fellow Taoist an early foundation establishment. No more messages came from the communication talisman. I activated the assisted cultivation mode and began practicing the shadow following art. Under the double boost of spirit enlightenment and the exquisite Lily Pearl, it took me less than 10 days to cultivate the shadow following art to the late Qi refining stage level. I spent 100 contribution points to simulate a chase battle with a late Qi refining cultivator in the Tianxian mirror. With the enhancement of the shadow following art, my speed increased greatly. Furthermore, a certain connection was generated with the locked target of the chase. The opponent's speed increase also caused my speed to increase to a certain extent. I could even constantly use the shadows on the ground to shuttle and jump. It didn't take long at all for me to catch up with the figure ahead. The chase battle ended, and I was quite satisfied with the shadow following art. Now everything is ready. I'm just waiting for the intelligence from Jiao Xiuyuan and the official opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. 2 months later. Wanxian Island, Qianli Hall. How does your Qianli Hall do business? It's just a tiny Qi refining cultivator, yet it took so long to gather intelligence. Keep your voice down. There was a reason for the delay. To tell you the truth, the difficulty of this mission was unexpected. The 50 contribution points agreed upon last time are really too little. You have to know, to get this done, I asked a senior at the late Foundation establishment stage for help. What, you want to renege? No, just add a little more. Farewell. Fine. We'll stick to the agreement, 50 is 50. Here, plus the previous deposit, is exactly 50 contribution points. It's not easy for me to earn this money from you. The intelligence is in the jade slip, please confirm. 2 people? According to the intelligence gathered by Jiao Xiuyuan, Sikong-Yi usually lives in seclusion and rarely shows his face. He also has a close friend named Bailey Chen, who is at the mid-Qi refining stage. Sikong-Yi and Bailey Chen seem to have an excellent relationship. Whenever they go out for action, these two are always together, inseparable. These two generally stay within Wanxian Island. Apart from doing missions to accumulate contribution points, they generally don't go out. Moreover, during Jiao Xiuyuan's investigation, these two had inexplicably disappeared once. After leaving Wanxian Island, they lost their traces, and it is unknown where they went. Who is this Bailey Chen? Why do I have no impression of him at all? Could it be that this person perished in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins? I didn't expect there would be one more cultivator to target. My current preparations seem insufficient. Fortunately, there is still plenty of time. One mysterious and of unknown origin, the other shady with unfathomable motives. I'd like to see what you two are planning. 1 year later. Anchor Year 11. Central waters of the Tsongyun Sea. The cloud water heavenly palace ruins are about to appear in the world. More and more cultivators are gathering in the center of the Tsongyun Sea. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chin are naturally among them. Sikong Yi. Bailey Chin. Jiao Shuyuan is also in the crowd, looking quite excited. The war on the front lines is tight, and all major sects have suffered heavy losses. As the leader of the various sects in the Tsongyun Sea, my cloud water heavenly palace is even more so. I don't know how many junior brothers have died on the battlefield. Before leaving, the sect master uncle ordered me to go out and recruit disciples. I cannot fail his entrustment. Fortunately, the harvest this trip is not small. What's going on? Where is this? I remember we were next to that vortex cloud layer, right? Also, what's with these clothes? Hey! You, the man in white clothes. Did you bring us here? Who are you? What is your purpose? Oh my, you're finally awake. Next, keep quiet. I need to explain some important matters to you. Cut the crap. Speak quickly. Where is this place? The newcomers this time don't seem very obedient. Ah, finally quiet. Then I will continue. My name is Qin Tang. I am the chief of the Dharma Transmission Pavilion of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. You should call me Senior Brother Qin. You are all outer sect disciples I recruited during this trip. In the next few months, as long as you can pass my several tests, you can officially join my Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. You must firmly remember the following points. First rule, you must maintain sufficient respect for me, Senior Brother Qin. Whatever I say, you must do. Second rule. Does any fellow Taoist know what this situation is? The following are divine sense transmissions between cultivators. This is weirdness. This cloud water heavenly palace must be a sect ruin shrouded in weirdness. Is this Qin Tang actually alive or dead? Everyone, don't panic. Weirdness has its own rules. As long as we do what this Qin Tang says, there shouldn't be any danger for now. These two look normal, as if they knew long ago they would encounter weirdness. Or rather, even if it is weirdness, do these two have a well thought out plan? It's getting late. I'll take you to rest first. Tomorrow morning, we will officially begin the tests. Follow me. We shouldn't stay here long. Staying here is a dead end. Why not explore other parts of this ruin to see if there are any treasures? A bunch of idiots. It's already been said that we encountered weirdness, yet they still vainly attempt to escape. They truly don't know how the word death is written. Strange, there are foundation establishment cultivators among these people, but how come we don't see any phenomena of heaven and earth when they die? Under the shroud of weirdness, it forms its own rules. Most past common sense becomes invalid. Therefore, we must treat it even more carefully. All right. Everyone will rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, assemble in the square. Now go pick your rooms. Remember to go to bed early. After Qin Tang left, I picked a room relatively close to Sikong Yi and his companion to stay in. I lay straight on the bed and operated the profound yellow heart-refining mantra, eliminating all distracting thoughts in my heart. Seeing me fall asleep immediately, the other cultivators in the room also forced themselves to go to sleep. But not everyone could keenly sense what was about to happen. There were still quite a few people whispering to their companions, looking excited and finding it hard to sleep. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, the lights in all the rooms were extinguished, and the entire area plunged into darkness. Qin Tang's voice echoed faintly. Oh my, the newcomers this time really aren't very obedient. I told you to go to bed early. It wouldn't be good if it delayed tomorrow morning's tests. Since you can't sleep, I'll give you a hand. Hair-raising sounds rang out continuously. Who knows how many cultivators lost their lives without even being able to let out a single scream. At this time, everyone present finally understood that Qin Tang's "remember to go to bed early" wasn't just a casual remark. Many cultivators were about to resist, but they didn't stir up the slightest ripple and perished silently just like that. Sigh, this errand is really tiring. If it weren't for the sect master uncle and all my junior brothers and sisters disappearing, there would be no need for me to step in. Boring, really boring. Boring. Might as well go drink. When it comes to sleeping, people who often suffer from insomnia definitely have a deep understanding. If there's no psychological burden, one falls asleep as soon as they decide to. Conversely, it becomes very difficult to fall asleep, and one is easily awakened. Furthermore, cultivators are used to substituting sleep with closed-door cultivation. Falling asleep has already become quite a difficult task. Therefore, even knowing that not sleeping meant death, there were still many cultivators who couldn't fall asleep. In the latter half of the night, Qin Tang came again, bringing another storm of blood and gore. The next morning, when I woke up and walked out of the room, what I saw were corpses littering the ground. Jiao Xiuyuan didn't make it through this test. Head separated from his body, he lay there quietly. I didn't delay and headed straight to yesterday's square. Having learned yesterday's lesson, the cultivators didn't run around to other places either, and obediently gathered in the square. The crowd was sparse. The surviving cultivators were less than 2/3 of yesterday's number. The trials hadn't even officially begun, yet there were already so many casualties. The survivors were very pessimistic about what they would encounter next, looking dispirited. Sikongyi and Beilichin, however, didn't change their expressions. Good wine. Ah, good wine. Good. It seems everyone has arrived. Then, we will officially begin the first test. Master once said, in seeking immortals and asking of the Tao, 3 things are the most crucial: talent, disposition, and fortune. Master believed that among these 3, talent was the most important. I, however, believe that among the 3, disposition is the most important. Therefore, the 3 tests I've arranged are all related to disposition. As Qin Tang spoke, he led us into a 3-story pavilion. The first floor we were on was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled with various cultivation methods. A single thought simultaneously surfaced in all the cultivators' minds: we've hit the jackpot this time. Casually taking some out would be enough to equal over 10 years of usual hard work. Although they were very covetous of the cultivation methods on the bookshelves, awed by Qin Tang's previous might, no one dared to act rashly. The Tao of the heart lies in focus, in courage, and in perseverance. This first test is to test your level of focus. There are 36,541 cultivation methods here. For the next period of time, you will stay here and transcribe these methods. The time limit is 3 months. After 3 months, I will comprehensively evaluate you based on the quantity and quality of the cultivation methods you transcribed. So many cultivation methods, and they're actually letting us copy them freely? As long as we can memorize a few cultivation methods, even if we don't gain anything else later, this adventure will have been worth it. Thus you may begin. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yawn. I'm going to sleep first. Last night really exhausted me. Quick! Hurry and find a cultivation method. We must find the strongest one. Golden Flame Raging Fire Art, Fire Attribute Cultivation Method, can be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul realm. This one, and this one too, are all nascent soul cultivation methods. Haha, we've struck it rich, we've completely hit the jackpot this time. I ignored the crowd of cultivators who looked like they had gone mad, casually picked up a cultivation method, and began to copy it. I didn't delve into the content of the method, just copied it word for word, sentence for sentence. Because I know that these cultivation methods are all illusory. In my previous life, cultivators who had explored countless times had long drawn a conclusion about the cultivation methods appearing in this test. What was the name of that cultivation method again? Why did I come out with a wordless book? During the trial, no matter what method is used to record the cultivation methods, once out of the cloud-water heavenly palace, all records will disappear. Among the cultivators present, although some might vaguely guess the truth, but with true nascent soul cultivation methods in front of them, how many people could resist the temptation to not read closely and delve deeply? Even as they copied, they still wrote and stopped, unable to resist looking back and reading again. There were even one or two who simply became intoxicated by the profound mysteries of the cultivation methods and delayed copying entirely. Time passed day by day just like this. Continuous copying is, after all, a tedious and arduous task. Under the deterrence of Qin Tang, no one dared to use magic power to take shortcuts. Soon, someone couldn't hold on anymore and couldn't help but stop to rest. Some closed their eyes to recover for a moment, then immediately resumed copying, while others took a thorough, proper rest before regrouping and starting again. I, however, didn't rest for a single moment. There were also 2 or 3 others who were as tireless as I was. It seemed that due to the cultivation methods they practiced, their inherent endurance was particularly good. I, on the other hand, was purely holding on through sheer willpower. Because I knew that Qin Tang's evaluation for this test, aside from the quantity of cultivation methods copied and the number of mistakes made, also had a very important evaluation criterion: how long the continuous time lasted, from the moment the pen was picked up to the moment it was put down. Just as Qin Tang said before, the test of this stage is focus. Since one started copying cultivation methods, no matter the reason for stopping, it would be considered an interruption of focus. My heart was free from distractions. The physical and mental fatigue were all forcefully suppressed. I don't know how long passed. That was a really good sleep. Time's up. Let me see how you all performed. Truly worse year by year. Wait. A bit interesting. The first test ends now. Everyone rests for a day tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the second test begins. With a clap of Qin Tang's hands, I only felt a blur before my eyes. In the blink of an eye, I returned to the building where we slept before. Qin Tang's figure did not appear along with us. The cultivators finally relaxed. Looking excited, they conversed with each other. This time was truly a great fortuitous encounter. I copied and memorized simultaneously, and managed to memorize a full 15 cultivation methods. Most are golden core methods, and there are even a few nascent soul methods. What's the use of memorizing so many? Let's talk after we make it out alive. You can't say that. To have the fortune of glimpsing the profound mysteries of the methods to form a nascent soul, even if I die tomorrow, I will have no regrets. There were also some cultivators who had designs on the belongings of those who died previously. Unfortunately, after investigating, they all wore expressions of disappointment. Don't even think about it. I already checked earlier. After being killed by that Qin Tang, their storage rings, magic tools, and the like all disappeared. Nothing was left behind. I was just preparing to go back and get a good rest when I inadvertently saw Jiao Shuyuan's corpse. 3 months have passed now, yet his corpse hasn't decayed into white bones but has become like dead wood. This is just a puppet, not his true body. It's this Jiao Ziliyuan's usual trick. Fellow Taoists need not be surprised. Many thanks for the guidance, fellow Taoist. This humble one is Li Fan. Is fellow Taoist also a member of the Wanxian Alliance? Hearing fellow Taoist's words, you seem to be quite familiar with this Jiao Shuyuan? This humble one is Chinen. I have been in the Wanxian Alliance for over 30 years. I wouldn't say I'm familiar with Jiao Shuyuan. But well, having lived on the island for so long, I still know some things I ought to know. This Jiao Shuyuan opened a grocery store on the island, selling everything. It's said he has official Wanxian Alliance channels backing him, and occasionally he manages to sell some good things. Besides that, he also frequently does intelligence business. It's just that this guy never risks himself. He always uses puppets to pave the way. Greedy for wealth and afraid of death, I see. Haha, fellow Taoist summary is extremely accurate. The 4 words greedy for wealth and afraid of death describe Jiao Ziliyuan perfectly. Previously, when copying cultivation methods in that book pavilion, I saw others copy for a while, rest when tired, and then resume copying after recuperating. Only you, fellow Taoist, did not rest for 3 months. This humble one deeply admires you. Yet I wonder what deep meaning is behind fellow Taoist's action. If we only talk about copying speed due to physical and mental fatigue later on, fellow Taoists definitely couldn't match those who rested frequently. I wonder if fellow Taoists could clarify my doubts? I dare not claim any deep meaning. It was just an intuition in my heart. That Qin Tang said the first test is focus. Focus means the heart has no distractions. Only when one is undisturbed by any external things can it be called supreme focus. Are physical and mental fatigue also interfering external things? If one stops because of them, are they no longer focused? Just a humble opinion. Fellow Taoists can just take it as it is. Hearing this, Chenin looked thoughtful. I didn't say anything more and returned to my room to rest. Early morning of the 3rd day. Good wine, good wine. Today, the second test begins. This time, I will test your courage. The immortal Tao is long and boundless, with countless hardships and difficulties. Do you have the courage to face them one by one? I am waiting for you on the other shore of the sea. Use your courage to cross this ocean. Qin Tang was nowhere to be seen, only his voice came from afar. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. A bold person walked to the seaside and took a step out. The seawater immediately froze into ice, steadily catching that person. Seeing someone else take the lead, the rest of the crowd impatiently walked into the sea one after another. Bailey Chen was the same, following into the sea. Only that Sikong still remained at the seaside, hesitating to make a move. I gathered my thoughts and slowly stepped onto the sea surface. The water froze into ice under my feet, and the traces of others in my vision gradually disappeared. On the vast ocean, in an instant, only I was left alone. I walked forward step by step. Overhead, the sun rose and the moon set. I don't know how much time passed. The scenery I saw remained unchanging. This ocean seemed to have no end. Even though I already knew the answer in advance, I couldn't help but feel various kinds of powerlessness and hesitation rising in my heart. At this time, I could feel the thickness of the ice surface beneath my feet gradually decreasing. I immediately expelled the fear from my heart and resolutely walked forward. The ice under my feet became thick again. This second test evaluates courage. Not only the courage to face external things, but even more so the courage to directly face one's inner self. On the vast ocean, walking for a long time without seeing the opposite shore, will doubts arise in your heart, wondering if you have already lost your way? Will anxiety arise in your heart, wondering if this ocean actually has an end? Will fear arise in your heart, causing you to lose the courage to move forward, or perhaps give up on yourself and stop advancing? Walking step by step, I was also interrogating my inner self. Letting go of all external worldly matters, just thinking while constantly walking. Freezing ice to cross the sea is just like the path of the immortal Tao. The road ahead is boundless, the endpoint unseen. Time flows by, and it seems like I have to walk like this forever, endlessly. Even knowing that this test will eventually stop, I wavered in my heart countless times. Because this journey across the sea was simply too long. My hair turned white, my body became hunched, but I never stopped moving forward. Whenever my heart wavered, I reaffirmed my belief and took the next step. Until my body became too old and could no longer walk. Finally, I fell weakly onto the sea surface. My vision blurred, and before my consciousness faded, I finally saw it. On the coast not far ahead, Qin Tang stood there solitarily. He raised his wine gourd towards me, a smile on his face. Treading the river of the 9 netherworlds is easy, crossing the sea of the heart is difficult. This second stage, the trial of courage, has ended. Early the day after tomorrow, we will conduct the final test. Early on the third day, Qin Tang appeared in everyone's sight as usual. Only this time he wasn't drinking. No longer drunk, he looked much more energetic. Today is the final test. On the path of cultivation, you will always encounter countless hardships and temptations. Can you persevere and remain true to your original intention? Let me wait and see. Amidst Qin Tang's words, everyone's vision went black, and they lost consciousness. In a small mountain village, lying on the roof and watching the setting sun, I always felt like I had forgotten something. Growing up in a mountain village since childhood, living a life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset every day. This has continued for a full 15 years. Such days are plain and happy. If I continue to live like this, it seems there's nothing bad about it. Fanner, come down to eat. But there has always been a faint throbbing in my heart, feeling that I absolutely shouldn't end this life so ordinarily. I remained indifferent to my mother's calls, looking up at the sky until night fell and the stars filled the sky. Under the vast starry sky, I felt my own insignificance even more. Thus, I watched for a whole night. Until dawn approached, I suddenly attained enlightenment. Mother, please cancel my marriage engagement with Ernyo from next door. I'm not getting married. I'm going to cultivate immortality. After saying that, disregarding my mother's attempts to stop me, I simply packed my bags and set foot on the path to seek immortals. Half a year later, while exploring the deep mountains, I unfortunately lost my life in the jaws of a tiger. In front of the dilapidated Taoist temple, amidst the constantly leaping flames and the crying of the crowd, my heart was filled with bewilderment. Eldest senior brother, master is dead. What will our Chuyan temple do in the future? What else can we do? Of course, everyone should divide the things in the temple and go down the mountain. We originally thought there was a true immortal on the mountain, which is why everyone went through so much hardship to come up and pay respects. Who would have thought this old Taoist was an out-and-out fraud? Yeah, how could a true immortal die? Was Master a fraud? The crowd looted the objects in the temple empty, leaving only me on the mountain. I feel that perhaps it isn't what everyone thinks. Immortals might truly exist. For the rest of my life, I stayed alone in the Taoist temple, watching the clouds roll in and out in the mountains, and the sun and moon change. Spending all day comprehending the Chuyan heaven ascending chapter left by Master. Yet I never made an inch of progress, and died with regret. Why has this tribulation cloud gathered for so long without striking down? The might of this heavenly tribulation is even stronger than when the sect master ascended back then, right? That's natural. Just in terms of combat power, Martial Uncle Li Fan can be called the #1 person in our Lishan sword sect in 1,000 years. What is there to fear from a mere heavenly tribulation? Martial Uncle Li Fan actually split open the tribulation cloud. The immortal gate! It's the immortal gate! Without a trace of hesitation, I flew into the immortal gate and arrived at the immortal world, but I discovered that the seniors of Lishan who ascended in the past had all been murdered by an unknown enemy. I cultivated while searching for the mastermind behind the scenes. Wandering for 100 years, yet I found nothing. Once, while exploring an ancient secret realm, I was ambushed by a close friend traveling with me, and died full of shock and unwillingness. Northern Immortal Realm. Ever since I unified the Azure Heaven Immortal Realm 2,000 years ago, I began a blood-filled journey of conquest. Over the years, with the heads of 5 immortal emperors and 16 immortal kings, I forged the peerless, fierce reputation of my heavenly Emperor Fan. In the end, the entire immortal world was left with only the northern immortal realm still gasping for its last breath. Qin Tang, it seems you have something to ask me? As my trusted confidant, speak your mind freely. The Imperial Lord's power now dominates the heavens, and all the immortals in the immortal world are terrified upon hearing your name. Why does the Imperial Lord never show any intention of stopping? What exactly is the Imperial Lord painstakingly pursuing? After completely unifying the immortal world, what plans will the Imperial Lord have? He. What I seek are merely the two words eternal life. Eternal life? With the Imperial Lord's current cultivation, can it not be called eternal life? If there are no accidents, it wouldn't be hard for the Imperial Lord to live for several million more years, right? Can a lifespan of 1,000,000 years vainly be called eternal life? What I want is to step above the immortals and share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. There is no need to continue the test, the trial of perseverance ends. In this test, an anomaly appeared. Even if I constructed infinite layers of worlds, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to wear down this person's indomitable determination. If Master were here to see such a rare talent, he would probably be very happy too. It's just a pity. The 3 tests have all ended. Among you, some performed beyond my expectations, while others were truly unbearable. Sect Master Uncle once told me, when our Cloud Water Heavenly Palace recruits disciples, we focus on quality, not quantity. Since that is the case, half of you will remain. What do you mean? At that time, I only cared about memorizing the cultivation methods. I didn't copy many at all. In the second test, I fell down after just a few steps. I'm dead for sure this time. At that time in the illusion, I only cared about indulging in pleasure. I'm afraid I'm among the half Qin Tang wants to kill. We're dead either way. Let's fight him. Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, Chief of the Dharma Transmission Pavilion, Qin Tang. I invite you all to enlighten me. Sect Master Uncle was a strict person. But Master once told me, never push things to the absolute extreme. If you can survive against your own mirror shadows, I will not make things difficult for you anymore. Half of the cultivators fell into a bitter struggle, while the other half, including myself, retreated to a safe place. The blue mirror shadows attacked extremely fiercely. Moreover, they knew no fatigue and could not be injured. Many cultivators died tragically at the hands of their own mirror shadows. As cultivators continuously died, it looked like the remaining ones struggling bitterly wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Driven to desperation, they hurled curses at Qin Tang. Wake up! What disciples are you still recruiting? The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace was destroyed, who knows how many years ago. What bullshit, Master and Sect Master Uncle! When the great calamity descended, didn't everyone end up slaughtering each other? Slaughtering each other? My Cloud Water Heavenly Palace is united from top to bottom. We respect and love each other. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves for our fellow disciples, we wouldn't hesitate. How could it be possible to slaughter each other? Great calamity? Great calamity, great calamity. Great calamity. Great calamity. Great calamity. What's going on? Those people are all dead. Why haven't these mirror images disappeared? Not good. They're coming our way. These mirror images simply cannot be killed. What should we do? Great calamity. Great calamity. Senior Brother Qin, drink some wine. Pay it no mind, there is absolutely no great calamity. No great calamity? Right, there is absolutely no great calamity. No great calamity, no great calamity, no great calamity. Haha, you're right. There is absolutely no great calamity. Fortunately, in my past life, there was a method to counter Qin Tang losing control. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous this time. What's going on? 2 faint killing intents suddenly locked onto me. Sikong Yi! Bailey Chin! Facing the killing intent of Sikong Yi and Bailey Chin, I pretended not to notice, secretly using formless killing intent to lock onto them in reverse. The trial has ended. You may go. You should go too. Senior brother, you still owe me a jug of good wine. Haha, right, I still owe you a jug of good wine. This cloud water illusion dream art is my original, painstaking creation, integrating everything I have learned in my life. I hope you won't let it fall into obscurity. I definitely won't disappoint senior brother's entrustment. Sect Master Uncle, Master, Senior Sister. I don't know how long passed, but I gradually regained consciousness. Ahead was a towering gate with the 4 large characters, Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, written on it, and beneath the gate stood a stone statue. The stone statue was extremely dilapidated, covered in scars. Its heart area had been pierced through, revealing a massive hollow hole. From the blurred face of the stone statue, one could vaguely make out Qing Tang's appearance. Inside the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, everywhere was shrouded in thick fog, making it difficult to discern directions. Most of the cultivators who woke up by Qing Tang's stone statue had already left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. A few entered further to continue exploring, disappearing into the fog. I operated the shadow following art and sped in the direction locked onto by the formless killing intent, searching for the traces of Sikong Ni and the other. Soon I found them. Not far from them, I concealed my aura and followed behind. Sikong Ni and Bailey Chen seemed extremely familiar with the layout of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. They moved with a clear goal all the way, continuously bypassing buildings shrouded in fog, going deeper inside. Suddenly, the two sped off in opposite directions. A tactic to divide forces? Did they discover me? I hesitated for a moment, and still chose to chase in the direction Sikong left. A provocation? Does he want to use a deadly area in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace to kill me? If that's your idea, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Demon Refining Tower, one of the most perilous areas in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. In the first 10 years after the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opened, no cultivator had ever returned alive from the Demon Refining Tower. In my previous life, it wasn't until Anchor Year 21 that an alchemy master risked his life to enter and finally crack the weirdness rules within. A gloomy wind blew constantly inside the tower, filled with the smell of decay and stench. I went all the way up and reached the top of the tower. Senior brothers and senior sisters are all fighting on the front lines, and only I can't help much. I must refine more medicinal pills, so I can improve their strength as much as possible. For every extra pill I refine, the chances of the senior brothers surviving increase. But all the demons in this demon refining tower are dead. Without alchemy materials, what should I do? How could this happen? Didn't I choose to leave here directly? How was I tied up here in the blink of an eye? My life is over, my life is over. I clearly already left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, yet I was caught and brought back. I wonder how the medicinal properties of the pills are this time. I just happened to catch a few bugs. I can use them to test the medicine. Which bug should I choose? This one it is. I want to see exactly what Sikong relies on to dare lure me into this deadly area. Why didn't this Sikong use any means of resistance? Sigh. It seems testing the medicine failed. The medicinal properties must be too strong. Sikong dead. Where did a variable occur? Could it be that in this life, my tracking caused the development of events to go differently from the previous life? No, this Sikong clearly lured me to this demon refining tower. How could he die so easily? He knew this was a deadly area. Did he lure me in just to trade a life for a life? Wait. The formless killing intent has locked onto a target outside the tower again? The dead Sikong resurrected outside the demon refining tower? A puppet? An external avatar? It doesn't feel like either. It seems the secrets on Sikong are even bigger than I imagined. However, once targeted by me, secrets will no longer remain secrets. With the formless killing intent locked on, I'm not afraid of them running away. I just need to extract myself from this demon refining tower as soon as possible. Should I try this pill again? Forget it, they were refined in the same furnace, it should be about the same. If I had known, it would have been better to die at Qin Tang's hands, at least it would be a quick death. This weirdness swallowed the medicinal pill and is completely unaffected. Next, let's try this medicinal pill. Which bug should I choose to test the medicine? I'll choose this one. The selected person, just like Sikong, flew into the hands of the weirdness and turned into a human-faced flying bug. The weirdness pinched the flying bug with one hand, held the black medicinal pill with the other, and forcefully stuffed it in. After the pill entered its belly, it seemed to be digested, and the flying bug's abdomen began to shrink. Tiny black dots, one after another, drilled out of its abdomen. After drilling out of the body, they didn't fly around randomly, but stayed on the human-faced flying bug, devouring it greedily. Soon, the human-faced flying bug was gnawed until not even a speck of residue was left. The weirdness sighed and sucked the densely packed black dots into its stomach. Sigh failed again. Soon, the third round of medicine testing arrived. This time, I was still not chosen. The weirdness took out 2 pink medicinal pills and fed them to the human-faced flying bug. With a bang explosion, the human-faced flying bug turned into a cloud of pink smoke. In the smoke screen, agonized human faces continuously surfaced. Finally, amidst the muttering of the weirdness, the smoke was inhaled into its body, ending this eternal agony. At this time, only I remained in the demon refining tower, and the weirdness was about to use me to test the medicine. Junior Brother Chong, I heard you don't have enough alchemy materials? Right, there are not enough alchemy materials. I haven't been able to refine new medicinal pills for a long time. So, it's Senior Brother. I thought it was a bug. Senior Brother, I'm really sorry. I'll let you down right away. I messed things up again. It's like this every time. I can't refine pills well. My cultivation progress has always been very slow, holding everyone back. Don't say that, Junior Brother Chong. The medicinal pills you refine are very effective. Everyone really likes eating them. Really, Senior Brother? Everyone really likes eating the medicinal pills I refine? What, you don't believe Senior Brother's words? Of course I believe Senior Brother's words. But I have no more alchemy materials left. I can never again refine the medicinal pills everyone loves to eat. It doesn't matter. Refine Senior Brother into a medicinal pill. This way, everyone will have pills to eat again. Senior Brother, you. Although I entered the sect early, my talent is insufficient, and my cultivation has always been very low. The senior brothers and senior sisters are all fighting on the front lines, and only I can't help much. Every time I think of this, my heart aches incomparably, and I hate my own incompetence. Therefore, refine me into a medicinal pill. This way, I can still be of some help. So Senior Brother is just like me. But Senior Brother is much greater than me, willing to sacrifice himself to help the senior brothers and sisters on the front lines. And me, I only know how to escape. Only knowing how to hide in this tower. No, I absolutely cannot just watch Senior Brother sacrifice himself. Senior Brother, I can refine pills for you. As long as you eat the medicinal pills I refine, your strength definitely won't be very low anymore, and then you can also go to the front lines to help. Refining pills, I want to refine pills. Senior brother, the medicinal pill for you. He is using his own flesh and blood to refine medicinal pills. Is this weirdness? Between life and death, clarity and confusion, bound by obsession, only able to act according to established rules, forever repeating in a cycle. Qin Tang was like this, and this Taoist Chong is like this too. Senior brother, the medicinal pill. My aptitude is too poor. I'm afraid even if I eat this medicinal pill, my cultivation won't increase much. So I definitely cannot eat this medicinal pill. Leave it for senior brothers with good aptitude in the future. It will be of greater use. However, I would like to ask junior brother for a favor. I wonder if junior brother is willing to agree. I agree. Senior brother, whatever request you have, just tell me. I want to learn that method of catching bugs from junior brother. Weirdness has its own rules. If one does not follow the rules of weirdness, they will definitely die under the weirdness. But if one figures out the rules, not only can they remain safe and sound within the weirdness, but they can also obtain various benefits from it. In Qin Tang's tests, if the results of all 3 tests are quite good, one can use a jug of good wine to request Qin Tang's guidance right before finally leaving. Qin Tang will also, based on the specific performance in the previous tests, either help raise one's cultivation base or impart a cultivation method. And here with Taoist Chong, if one chooses to swallow the golden medicinal pill, they can obtain Taoist Chang's alchemy method. It's just that, this alchemy method is not the normal Tao of alchemy. Rather, it is the Tao of bug pills. As more bug pills are refined, the refiner will gradually become like Taoist Chong. So I didn't choose the golden medicinal pill as a reward, but instead chose something else, whose value is absolutely not inferior to the Tao of bug pills. Senior brother, that bug binding net is just something I usually play with. Why do you want to learn this? The senior brothers are fighting on the front lines. It's inevitable that some blind bugs will go and harass them. Although my strength is low and I cannot personally go into battle to kill enemies, if I learn this bug binding art of yours, I can also cover the flanks, helping the senior brothers clean up all these eyesore bugs. I hadn't thought the bug binding net could have such a use. Senior brother, you are so smart. Senior brother, I will hand over the method of binding bugs to you. Senior brother, here. Innate divine ability, bug binding. The transparent wings turned into bursts of light and entered my body. At the same time, before my eyes, it seemed as if countless intersecting fine threads appeared between heaven and earth. As long as the opponent's realm is lower than mine, once the bug binding divine ability is activated, I can instantly subdue the opponent. Junior brother Chong, I have already learned this method of binding bugs. I am going to the front lines to find the senior brothers now. Take care of yourself. Senior brother, you must be careful, you must come back safely. The senior brothers and senior sisters are all fighting on the front lines, and only I can't help much. I must refine more medicinal pills, so I can improve their strength as much as possible. Leaving the demon refining tower, I sensed the location of Sikon Yi and his companion. They were already very close to the central core area of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, the Tai Hall. They seemed to have stopped for some reason, only advancing towards the central area at a snail's pace. I immediately knew what was going on. I hurried towards the direction where the two were. In front of the Tai Hall. Passing through this sword mound, I can reach the Tai Hall. With every step forward, a phantom corresponding to the broken sword beneath my feet will pierce through me. Although it won't cause actual damage, the pain is no different from having my heart pierced. After every step, I have to recover for a long time before I can continue moving forward. The thing I've sought with such hardship is right ahead, within reach. Even if it's more painful, I must persevere. It's you? How is that possible? Impossible! How could you possibly come out of that godforsaken place alive? Hiss, just as the rumors in my previous life said, the sword shadows piercing the heart won't cause injury, but the pain is no different from having the heart pierced. If one cannot endure the pain and falls off the sword hilt, they won't die, but will simply be teleported back to the starting point to begin again. But if one attempts to fly over the sword forest, then they will experience exactly what it feels like to have 10,000 swords pierce the heart. Blue Flame Phantom Spirit. With the enhancement of the Blue Flame Phantom Spirit, my body temperature is extremely low. Although I still feel pain, I can maintain absolute calmness, and no external objects can interfere with me. What? Is this still a human? We can't let him catch up. Hurry! Ugh! Ah! Damn it! He's chasing very closely. I can't stop. The 165th generation personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, Bailey Chin, requests an audience with Ancestor Tai. Personal disciple? How is that possible? This is Ancestor Tai of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? After so many years have passed, he is still alive? Or, like Qin Tang and Taoist Chong, has he turned into weirdness? In my previous life, there were absolutely no rumors regarding this Ancestor Tai. I'd better observe the situation from a distance first. Your name is Bailey Chin? You are a personal disciple of my Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? Reporting to Ancestor Tai, this disciple belongs to the Fuyun lineage. Fuyun, huh? It is indeed the aura of the Fuyun lineage. So, that kid still has descendants living in the world? Then, what did you awaken me for? This disciple wishes to beseech the ancestor to bestow the Cloudwater Map record. Cloudwater Map record? What is that? Let me think. Oh, so it's that. It's not a big deal. Back then, I once said that this thing could only be given to a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Since you are a descendant of Fuyun, then handing it to you doesn't seem to be wrong. Thank you, Ancestor. Hold on. Disciple Li Fan is also a personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. I also wish to beseech the ancestor to bestow the Cloudwater Map record. Where did this fraud come from? The disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace have long since. Ancestor Tai, please see clearly, this person can absolutely not be some personal disciple. The Cloudwater Illusion Dream Art, huh? To think that Kid Chin also has a successor. Good, very good. Not bad. My cultivation method was indeed personally imparted by Master Qin Tang. Naturally, I can be considered a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. You are a personal disciple, and this kid is also a personal disciple. You both want the Cloudwater Map record. This is really a headache. Since that's the case, according to the sex rules, the two of you should spar with each other. Whoever wins, I will give this Cloudwater Map record to them. The disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace respect and love each other. When you two spar, remember to stop before going too far. You may begin. Ancestor, rest assured, I will definitely spare junior brother Bailey's life. Not bad, it's the sea calming sword art. He has already cultivated 21 swords. He is close to major completion. I can't move. Is this that little bug's bug binding art? I didn't expect he actually passed it on to an outsider. This move, it is clearly exactly the same as the technique used by that weirdness Taoist in the Demon Refining Tower. It's one thing to escape from that weirdness Taoist's hands. But he could actually learn his divine ability? Could he really be a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? Impossible! Who exactly is he? No, this person is too mysterious. If I fall into his hands. Flee! This is body swap. My skills are inferior, I concede defeat. I yield. I give the Cloudwater map record to Senior Brother. I ask Ancestor Tai to send me out of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. You want to leave here? Leaving is good. Leaving is good. Faking death again, trying to escape? With the formless killing intent locked on, you too cannot escape the palm of my hand. Ancestor Tai, I wonder what cultivation method Junior Brother Beilichin just used to swap positions. It is truly somewhat miraculous. Looks a bit familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. I'm getting old, my memory isn't too good. I can't remember. While I still remember, I'll hand the Cloudwater map record over to you. Cloudwater map record. Just this? This is worth 100,000 contribution points. Ancestor Tai, please also send me away from here. I still have business with Junior Brother Beilichin. Leaving is good. Leaving is good. Songyun Sea. Returning to the sea, I chased after Sikong Yi and his companion following the position locked by the formless killing intent. The formless killing intent, which had been hidden and unreleased, suddenly activated. I could feel they were hindered, their speed greatly slowed. I operated the shadow following art, my speed continuously increasing, and soon caught up with the two. Who exactly are you? I've already yielded the Cloudwater map record to you. Why are you still pestering us without letting go? This person is too bizarre. Right now, our only option is to flee separately and then. Let's see how you run this time. Soul locking chain. This is a magic tool I custom ordered for 958 contribution points. Once the two are connected by the chain, they cannot move too far apart from each other. Plus the azure wood purple fire formation I exchanged for 1500 contribution points. With your cultivation bases below foundation establishment, you will undoubtedly die. Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. Having snatched your fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for me to let you go. Right now, I am more curious about how many times you can resurrect from the dead. Azure wood purple fire formation. Ah. Ha. He can actually resurrect. I don't believe you can keep resurrecting forever. Ugh. Ah. Under the burning of the azure wood purple fire formation, Sikong Yi died time and time again. I finally discovered some clues within. With each resurrection, his cultivation base would drop. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you everything, just don't torture me anymore. Under my continuous torture, his cultivation base had fallen from the late Qi refining stage to the early Qi refining stage. I can no longer resurrect if you continue to activate the formation. Both he and I will die. The cultivation method I practice is the steal the heavens and change the sun art, which allows for the creation of avatars. Unlike an external avatar, this avatar has its own unique appearance, aura, divine soul, realm, and cultivation base. When creating an avatar, if one adds the bones of a deceased cultivator, or mixes in the essence blood of a living cultivator, one can strip away a portion of the other party's innate talent, fortune, and so on, and graft it onto the avatar. I accidentally discovered the corpse of a Cloudwater Heavenly Palace disciple and created this avatar Beilichin. Through this avatar, not only did I obtain a cultivation method called the Sea-Calming Divine Sword, I also learned some secrets of the former Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Later, I discovered that the bounty item worth a staggering 100,000 contribution points, the Cloudwater map record, was right in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Therefore, when the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace reappeared, I rushed here at the first opportunity. I originally wanted to get the cloud water map record, obtain the 100,000 contribution points, and have a smooth cultivation path from then on. But I didn't expect to meet you. Who exactly are you? And how did you notice me? Heh. You have no right to ask me questions. Ugh ah. Chi refining cultivator Sikon Ni. Cultivated the Tao for 35 years. Killed by Chi refining cultivator Li Fan in the Tsongyun Sea region. Chi refining cultivator Bei Li Chin. Cultivated the Tao for 3 years. Killed by Chi refining cultivator Li Fan in the Tsongyun Sea region. Now their bodies are dead and their Tao erased, returning the Tao to the heavens. Steal the heavens and change the sun token. The holder of this token shall command the steal the heavens and change the sun sect. When I picked up the token, a piece of information suddenly surfaced in my mind. The steal the heavens and change the sun token is the ultimate treasure of the steal the heavens and change the sun sect. The steal the heavens and change the sun sect is a hidden sect that has existed in the world since ancient times. The steal the heavens and change the sun sect does not have a fixed sect residence. There is often even only one person in each generation. This steal the heavens and change the sun token was created thousands of years ago by the 38th generation sect master, Sikongyu. This token has endless wondrous uses. Not to mention possessing an extremely spacious storage space. After being refined, the token can freely transfer between the main body and the avatar, ignoring spatial distance restrictions. Most importantly, through the steal the heavens and change the sun art, she transferred the life essence of the avatar, and even the main body entirely onto the token. As long as the token is not destroyed, even if the main body and avatar are killed, they can reconstruct a new body by consuming the essence blood accumulated in the token during ordinary times, thereby accomplishing resurrection. For thousands of years, relying on this bizarre token and avatar cultivation method, no matter what kind of perilous situation, the disciples of the steal the heavens and change the sun sect could retreat unscathed. However, the steal the heavens and change the sun art is not perfect and has certain fatal flaws. For example, the main body and the avatar cannot be too far apart. The further the avatar is from the main body, the more severely the avatar's strength will drop. If the limit is exceeded, it will only retain the lowest cultivation base of the early Qi refining stage. As another example, because the life essence is tied to the token, when disciples of the steal the heavens and change the sun sect die, a portion of their remnant souls will be bound inside the token, unable to be freed. These remnant souls often retain some important memory fragments from their time alive. In moments of crisis, they can even be released by the token's master to face enemies. I used my divine sense to enter the token. The massive storage space, however, was completely empty. Only Sikoni and another remnant soul with an unclear face were drifting blankly inside. My divine sense transformed into a giant hand, grabbing these two remnant souls to read their still remaining memories. I also finally figured out why this steal the heavens and change the sun sect, with a legacy of thousands of years, had fallen to such a state. The cause of the matter has to start with Sikong Yi's chief master, Sikong Bo. In a distant continent, Foundation establishment stage, Sikong Bo planned to collect materials to re-refine an avatar. In a wilderness mountain village, he encountered a 5 or 6-year-old toddler. The toddler had a natural immortal body. Not only possessing infinite strength, but his cultivation speed was also horrifyingly fast. At this age, he had already reached peak Qi refining and was preparing for Foundation establishment. After observing secretly for a while, Sikong Bo discovered that this toddler's fortune was even more incredible. Every time he went hunting alone in the deep mountains, he would bring back various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If he stripped away this toddler's fortune, the created avatar would definitely be no small matter. Thus, one night, taking advantage of the toddler's deep sleep, Sikong Bo tried to steal his essence blood. Unexpectedly, this toddler had long been reserved by a nascent soul almighty. This nascent soul almighty's lifespan was nearing its end, and he felt a breakthrough was hopeless. So he searched everywhere for a target he could possess. He adopted an extreme method, transforming himself into a mystical object of heaven and earth, waiting for the toddler to establish his foundation so they could perfectly merge into one. When Sikong Bo tried to take the toddler's essence blood, the nascent soul almighty immediately flew into a rage and revealed his form, which was a green willow. He intended to kill Sikong Bo on the spot. One was a mystical object of heaven and earth transformed from a nascent soul cultivator, with greatly reduced strength. The other, although only at the foundation establishment cultivation base, possessed the legacy of a millennium-old hidden sect, with an endless stream of various methods. After a long, tangled fight, both suffered heavy injuries. Just at this time, the toddler suddenly appeared. His expression was cold and stern, completely like a different person from the innocent 5- or 6-year-old child from before. His cultivation base had already reached the limit of chi refining. As long as he had a mystical object of heaven and earth, he could step into the foundation establishment realm at any time. The green willow faintly sensed something wrong. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. During these past days, while he was asleep, various restrictive spells had long been placed on him by the toddler, and now they suddenly activated. The toddler instantly sucked the green willow into his body, refining it in an instant. Seeing this scene, Sikong Bo was incomparably terrified and turned to run. The toddler naturally refused to let him go. Although the toddler had just entered the foundation establishment stage, his every movement faintly carried the demeanor of a grandmaster. Every move and every stance could hit Sikong Bo's vital points. Moreover, he seemed to know Sikong Bo's background quite well. The two chased each other all the way. Sikong Bo was heavily injured and at the end of his rope. Thus, he could only choose to release all the remnant souls of the sect's past elders from Steal the Heavens and Change the Sun token, hoping to block him for a moment. Those remnant souls did indeed cause some interference for the toddler, allowing Sikong Bo to get far away. From afar, he saw a streak of purple thunder descend from the sky, striking all the remnant souls until their ash flew and smoke extinguished. Sikong Bo was scared out of his wits and fled madly all the way, fleeing until he reached this remote Songyun Sea region. It was just that his injuries were too heavy. Not long after staying in the Songyun Sea, his lifespan was nearing its end. Before dying, Sikong Bo found Sikong Yi and took him as a disciple. He only hurriedly handed the Steal the Heavens and Change the Sun art and the token to him before he perished. If it weren't for me, Sikong Yi should have successfully obtained the Cloud Water Map record and exchanged it for the 100,000 contribution points, and then left the Songyun Sea through the ultra-long distance teleportation formation before anyone could react. No, perhaps he never left the Songyun Sea at all. He just teleported away in front of everyone, and then returned to somewhere in the Songyun Sea through the Steal the Heavens and Change the Sun art. A good method. Perhaps I can do this in this life. After all, the temptation of 100,000 contribution points is simply too great. There is another point worth paying attention to. Based on the memories just now, it's clear that people can be refined into mystical objects of heaven and earth. Or rather, many mystical objects of heaven and earth are transformed from cultivators who have perished. After a cultivator perishes, the so-called returning the Tao to the heavens is not just an empty phrase. The Tao of a cultivator, after being transformed by heaven and earth, forms various peculiar mystical objects, reappearing between heaven and earth. In life, they are not allowed to cultivate the same law. In death, they must still be utilized to their fullest. This is exactly the attitude this world holds towards all cultivators. The harvest from this trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was too great. I'm even feeling a bit stuffed. I need to spend some time to go back to Wanxian Island and digest this properly. I returned to Wanxian Island through the teleportation formation. The news of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's appearance in the world had already spread. Quick look! Dust-sealed Millennium Weirdness sect reappears in the human realm. Gentle senior brother unexpectedly attempted misdeeds at midnight. Top secret intelligence, 10 contribution points per copy. Fair trade for old and young. The intelligence sold by Jiao Xiuyuan only contained content related to the first test of Qin Tang's trials. However, because it was first-hand intelligence, it still sold for the high price of 30 contribution points per copy. Cultivators bought it one after another, and Jiao Xiuyuan made a huge profit because of this. I returned inside the Tianxian mirror and began to inventory the harvest from this time. The cloud water illusion dream art imparted by Qin Tang, Daoist Chang's bug binding divine ability, and the cloud water map record, as well as the sea calming divine sword, steal the heavens and change the sun art, and steal the heavens and change the sun token obtained from Sikong Ni. The cloud water illusion dream art has endless wondrous uses. It will be of great use for my next plan. So I have to cultivate it. As for these things from Sikong Ni, the sea calming divine sword can be cultivated all the way to the golden core realm. When cultivated to major completion, one can condense 108 sea calming swords in the Dantian. Against a single target, 100 swords can be fired simultaneously. Against a group, it can form the sea calming sword formation. It is a top-tier offensive cultivation method. Its power is impressive, but there's no rush to cultivate it. It is now Anchor Year 12. In my previous life, red flame burning the sea happened in Anchor Year 31. Before, I was still hesitating about whether to participate in this major event. Now, with all these fortuitous encounters added to my body, if I use the avatar and the cloud water illusion dream art, even if I flee to the distant mainland, I might not be unable to stir up a storm in the Tsungyan Sea. Finally, the cloud water map record. If I hadn't personally obtained this thing from Tai's hands, I probably wouldn't believe that this is the legendary cloud water map record. Perhaps there really is a secret hidden inside. But if it cannot be deciphered, holding it in my hands is no different from garbage. It is still most appropriate to exchange it for 100,000 contribution points. Handing it over with my main body would be too conspicuous. I still need to refine the avatar first. Fortunately, most of the materials for refining an avatar are not considered expensive. After everything was ready, I left Wanxian Island and, according to Sikong Ni's memory, came to the uninhabited small island where he refined his avatar. But I saw Jiao Xiuyuan. I immediately used the form hiding talisman to conceal my figure and aura. What are you doing? Is it fellow Taoist Sikong? Hey, he mistook me for Sikong Ni, that's perfect. You sent someone to sneakily track us before, just so you could sneak into my cave abode while I was away? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I wonder where fellow Taoist Bailey is? Clack, clack, clack. There's a smell similar to burnt wood in the air, as expected. It's still a puppet. Flying into the uninhabited island, I stopped in front of an extremely ordinary-looking coconut tree. Touching it lightly, with the aura verified, I felt a burst of suction. Letting go of resistance, I was able to enter the tree. Calling it a cave abode is a stretch. It was actually extremely crude. However, I was just borrowing this place to use, so I wasn't too particular. I took out all the required materials, held my breath and concentrated, and began refining. For this avatar refinement, I didn't plan to expend much effort to strip away the destiny of other cultivators. Because in my plan, this avatar is only used to deceive the heavens and cross the sea, attract everyone's attention, and get my hands on the 100,000 contribution points. Bones, organs, skin, hair, all slowly took shape. Then I adjusted the avatar's appearance. A moment later, a dull-looking face appeared before my eyes. For the first time refining an avatar, it's not bad. Next was the final step, severing the connection between the avatar's destiny and its source. Sever. The avatar finally became its own independent entity. Gaining an extra body, gaining a brand new perspective. This feeling is a bit wondrous. Greetings, fellow Taoist. From now on, you shall be called Lin Fan. Excellent. The avatar Lin Fan was one minor realm lower than me. He only had a mid-chi refining cultivation base. After handing the cloud water map record to the avatar, I controlled him to join the Wanxian alliance. And we separately returned to Wanxian Island. In the eyes of outsiders, we never had any contact. Lin Fan entered the Tianxian mirror, took out the cloud water map record, and chose to complete that 100,000 contribution points mission. Unable to authenticate the cloud water map record. Please wait a moment. The mission publisher requests to visit your space. Do you accept? Accept. Greetings, Senior. No need to be so formal. I am but an old man who should be dead but isn't. This white-haired old man looks somewhat familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him. I cannot sense the slightest aura of a cultivator from him. He is just like a mortal. There is no doubt that his cultivation base is too high, far exceeding the range I can sense right now. Are you the one turning in the cloud water map record? Yes, please take a look, Senior. That's right, this is it. Hi, Tai Fuyun. Long time no see. From his words, this old man is actually of the same generation as that ancestor Tai. The destruction of the cloud water heavenly palace happened who knows how many years ago. This guy was actually able to live from then until now. After the great calamity, cultivators were universally targeted by the malice of heaven and earth. They could no longer live as long as the ancient cultivators. Living to 1,000 years was already extremely difficult. Exactly what level of cultivation is required to live this long? Subsequently, the old man asked me what the current situation of the cloud water heavenly palace was. I described in detail Qin Tang turned into a stone statue, Taoist Chong using himself for alchemy, and Tai with his body pierced full of broken swords. Sigh, if it weren't for special reasons that prevent me from entering the cloud water heavenly palace, I wouldn't have just sat by and watched them suffer. Being able to come out of the cloud water heavenly palace alive, you are quite alert and resourceful. Just a fluke. I have another commission. I wonder if you are willing? Please go ahead and speak, Senior. When you have time, make another trip to the cloud water heavenly palace for me and just place this item there. Since I cannot personally enter the cloud water heavenly palace, I will use this statue to stay with them in my stead. As for the reward. A moment later. Just now, with a tap of the old man's finger on my forehead, a massive amount of information flooded into my mind, making me uncontrollably dizzy and making my head swell. By the time I recovered my senses, the old man's figure in the Tianxian mirror had long since vanished. The 100,000 contribution points had naturally been credited to my account, but I didn't expect the old man to give an additional reward. Heavenly Doctor Immortal Scripture. This is not a cultivation method, but a medical scripture. The volume of information is so massive that I estimate just reading through it once would take at least a dozen years. It not only includes the study of human physiology, pathology, diagnostics, treatments, and pharmacology. The subjects of study even encompass various animals and plants in heaven and earth. It can be called all-inclusive and comprehensive. This vast and precious treasure trove of knowledge, the old man casually imparted it to me. It's definitely a good thing. Unfortunately, learning it takes too much energy. I can only put it aside for now. I didn't dare to neglect the old man's commission. After all, the big shot even gave the reward in advance, so I made another trip to the cloud water heavenly palace. I originally thought that upon entering again, I would re-experience senior brother Qin Tang's illusion dream test once more. I didn't expect to appear directly in front of the gate of the cloud water heavenly palace. Perhaps it was because of this white jade statue that I didn't enter Qin Tang's illusion. The moment I took out the statue, it flew high into the air on its own and slowly dissolved and disappeared, like melting ice and snow. After waiting for a moment, absolutely no anomalies occurred within the cloud water heavenly palace. Does this count as the mission being completed? This is a bit too simple and smooth. I wonder what that statue is used for either. Unable to discern any profound mysteries, I could only choose to leave. Returning inside the Tianxian mirror, I looked at my balance of 100,000 contribution points and fell deep into thought. Originally, I planned for the avatar to directly exchange for the necessary cultivation methods and precious treasures after obtaining the 100,000 contribution points, and then hand them over to the main body. But after meeting this white-haired old man, I dispelled this idea. From what it looks like currently, it's better for the avatar and the main body not to have any connection whatsoever. Although the avatar can't buy things to give to the main body, these 100,000 contribution points won't rot in the avatar's hands either. After all, in this world, the most precious things are various kinds of knowledge, including cultivation methods. While the avatar browses through various knowledge, it is equivalent to the main body watching at the same time. So I manipulated the avatar to buy a lot of relevant information about the cultivation world and began to memorize it. Meanwhile, my main body took advantage of the night to come to Lily Island through the teleportation formation. He Zhenghao should still be exploring the cave abode and hasn't returned yet. I concealed my figure and quietly arrived at the home of the Tsengyuan ship captain, Zhang Haobo. It is currently 19 years before red flame burns the sea. Now that the avatar has been refined, some threads can be laid out in advance. Cloud Water Illusion Dream Art activate. This is Lioli Island? Could it be that all of that was just a terrifying nightmare? But how could there be a dream so realistic? In the dream, while I was out at sea fishing once, I fished up a corpse. Along with the skeletal remains was a book. Even after being soaked in seawater for a long time, the handwriting on it was still clearly visible. See Calming Divine Sword. It was exactly by relying on this cultivation method that in my short dozen years of cultivation, my cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, advancing all the way from immortal to the late Qi refining stage. I originally had hoped for foundation establishment, but I didn't expect. In the sky above the Tsongyan Sea, a crimson, transparent figure suddenly appeared. In his hand, a seemingly weak flame flickered. But it was this exact flame that, over the next 10 years, slowly boiled the entire Tsongyan Sea dry. My friends and family, my hometown, everything around me, was completely destroyed by it. The Tsongyan Sea became a deadly area, impossible to enter or leave. Rolling roaring flames descended from the sky, burning Wanxian Island to ashes. The nightmare ended here. Was that really just a dream? How could I, a mortal, dream so clearly of things like Wanxian Island and the Tianxian Mirror, which didn't even exist in my imagination before? Even that cultivation method. Wait. See Calming Divine Sword. All of that wasn't a dream? I reincarnated? I've read many supernatural novels with plots about reincarnating after death and returning to decades ago. I didn't expect that one day I would actually encounter this. No, I must stay calm. I need to carefully recall what happened in my previous life. A moment later. I can't, my mind is full of that crimson figure. As for the events of the previous life, I only have faint impressions of some major events. But this is already enough. There are still over 10 years before that tragedy occurs. In this life, I will prepare early to protect my family and hometown. The reincarnation Zhang Haobo believed in was naturally the effect of my cloud water illusion dream art. Using the future I genuinely experienced as a blueprint, it was more than enough to deceive a mortal with a fabricated dream. Unfortunately, my current skill is still shallow, and the constructed illusion dream still has considerable flaws. To increase the credibility of the dream, I even spared no expense, taking out the Sea Calming Divine Sword castrated to the foundation establishment stage. The purpose is to have Zhang Haobo, in my stead, push the Wanxian Alliance to fight against that red flame. Of course, to prevent Zhang Haobo from being scared off by red flame's might and choosing to flee directly, I also planted psychological suggestions in him within the illusion dream, making him feel a sense of responsibility to prevent the tragedy for the sake of his family and companions. At the same time, I also modified red flame's strength, making him appear not so invincible, becoming capable of being defeated. Looking at it now, the effect is not bad. Every so often in the future, I must come back and reinforce it with the cloud water illusion dream art. I used formless killing intent to secretly lock onto Zhang Haoba, to prevent him from slipping away quietly. Then I prepared to return to Wanxian Island. Under the night sky, most of the residents of Liuli Island had already fallen into deep sleep, and the island was covered in darkness. Why is Steward Zhao's residence brightly lit and hung with white mourning banners? Could it be Spirit Tablet of the late immortal master He Zhenghao? He Zhenghao is dead? How did fellow Taoist he die? Reporting to the immortal master, it is said that immortal master he unfortunately perished after encountering a trap while exploring a cave abode. It has been 56 days so far. Coincidentally, a few friends recently discovered an ancient cave abode and invited me to explore it together. According to them, this cave abode should have been sealed before the great calamity descended. There must be many rare treasures inside, and perhaps even quite a few cultivation methods exist. In my previous life, I only met He Zhenghao over a dozen years later. At that time, he was still alive and well. Why did he perish at this time? That is to say, in the previous life, He Zhenghao did not participate in this cave abode exploration. The reason for the change is because the contribution points he had accumulated over half his life were lost all at once. In order to switch to a nascent soul cultivation method, he prepared to gamble on it. And the reason he lost all his belongings was because the island-producing spirit mist grass was destroyed by that exotic beast dragon whale, making him think there was an opportunity to make a huge profit. In other words, in the previous life, none of these events occurred. And what was the reason that led to the exotic beast attack? In the dragon whale's stomach, I had found many incompletely digested Liuli pearls. Liuli pearls are the main material for refining Liuli pills. After consuming a Liuli pill, it can produce an effect similar to spirit enlightenment. Because this exotic beast, dragon whale, devoured a large number of Liuli pearls, it gradually developed spiritual sentience. By a fortuitous coincidence, it encountered the island planting spirit mist grass. Spirit mist grass must have some kind of benefit for it, so the dragon whale brazenly launched a surprise attack and devoured most of the spirit mist grass on the island. And the reason it could devour a large number of Liuli pearls is because, in my previous life, when I embodied the vast ocean, I had seen the skeletal remains of a massive lily fish. Among the skeletal remains, a giant lily pearl shone in the sunlight. Thus, in this life, when passing by, I conveniently killed the leader of those Liuli fish. Without a leader, the school of Liuli fish was like a group of dragons without a head and could only be devoured by the dragon whale without any resistance. So, it was my unintentional action back then that led to Zhenghao's death? In fact, not just Zhenghao alone. I killed the leader of the Liuli fish, causing the school to be unable to cope with predation from other creatures, which led to the dragon whale devouring a large amount of Liuli pearls and developing spiritual sentience. To improve its cultivation base, the dragon whale with spiritual sentience completely destroyed all the spirit mist grass on an island. The destruction of the spirit mist grass, coupled with someone secretly adding fuel to the fire, caused countless people to lose their family fortunes. The final result was the premature deaths of several Foundation establishment cultivators. So it turns out that even Foundation establishment cultivators are this easy to kill. This is the correct way to use the killing intent of heaven and earth. Inside the Tianxian mirror. To kill a person, there is no need to do it personally. With the foreknowledge of Huanjun, I can easily act like I killed He Zhenghao, using a scheme that crosses time and space. From 10,000 miles away, several years prior, I can claim a person's life. If it weren't for He Zhenghao's accidental death, I'm afraid it would have taken me a very long time to comprehend this move life and death chain of locks. Steward Dao's residence. Fellow Taoist, you died well. Just go. In the next life, I will definitely not treat you poorly. This immortal master seems to have had a pretty good relationship with immortal master, fellow Taoist. He and I were acquainted for about 40-odd years, and he took great care of me. I was away on business previously and didn't know he had passed away. Suddenly seeing fellow Taoist his spirit tablet today, I am truly extremely shocked. Since I learned of immortal master his death and set up the mourning hall for him, 26 days have passed. You, immortal master, are the first and only one to come and pay respects to him. Dozens of immortal masters have come to the island, either to search for his belongings or to vie for the position of guardian immortal master of Lily Island. Seeing that the new guardian immortal master has already taken office, it will be hard for me to keep this position as steward. However, I have been unable to fulfill immortal master his dying entrustment, and I truly feel ashamed in my heart. Fortunately, I met you today. Fellow Taoist, his entrustment? Yes. Before he died, immortal master he gave me an item and entrusted me that if he met with a mishap in the future, I should give this item to the first fellow Taoist who came to pay respects after his death. Why would he give something to a mortal like you? I will not hide it from the immortal master. In my early years, by a stroke of luck, this lowly one once saved immortal master's life. Originally, immortal master wanted to take me to cultivate, but I feared the hardships of the Tao and only asked for a job. Over these years I have always served by immortal master's side. Therefore, I gained the immortal master's trust. The item in this box is immortal master his relic. As for its specific use, that is not something I can know. This is the passage spirit talisman of Wansien Island. But what is special about this thing? I will go and put in a good word for you with the new guardian. As for whether you can keep your position, I cannot guarantee it. Thank you, immortal master. I've finally gotten rid of this hot potato. That person just now wasn't lying, and he was indeed the first to come and pay respects to you. Handing your relic over to him can be considered fulfilling your entrustment. Cultivating immortality. Cultivating to the end, you die even earlier than me, and no one even collects your bones. Truly boring. I arrived inside the Island Protection Grand Formation and met that newly appointed guardian. I told him that Steward Zhao and I were old acquaintances, and asked if he could retain his position as the financial steward of Lily Island. Since it was just a mortal position, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After we exchanged communication spirit talismans, I hurriedly returned inside the Tianxian mirror. After some searching, I finally figured out the use of that passage spirit talisman. Besides being used as a passage credential to enter Wansien Island, it can also be used as an item storage and retrieval credential. Items are not stored in the Tianxian mirror, but in a place called the Wanseng Pavilion. This Wanseng Pavilion is not on Wansien Island, but on Yulon Island in the northern Tsongyan Sea. Having figured out the talisman's use, I didn't delay and made a trip to Yulon Island, finally taking out He Zhenghao's relic, a jade slip. Inside the jade slip was an unfinished work by He Zhenghao, detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation map. The book detailed He Zhenghao's various special insights into the Tao of formations, as well as some innovative concepts. Along with this book was a message left by He Zhenghao. I have only loved the Tao of formations in my entire life. Shedding blood and sweat for decades, stumbling along the way, I barely managed to complete more than half of the detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation map. Logically speaking, going to explore the cave abode this time shouldn't be too risky. But it's not the 10,000 possibilities we expect, but the 1 in 10,000 chance we fear. If I meet with a mishap, dying is a small matter. My only fear is that my life's blood and sweat, the detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation map, will become a bright pearl covered in dust, buried forever. Therefore, I left a backup plan. I hope the acquainted cultivator who obtains the spirit talisman can hand this detailed explanation of the 100 Veins formation map to any formation master on Wansien Island, hoping they can complete it. Finally, He Zhenghao couldn't help but complain a bit. He talked about the various benefits of the sitting mountain art he practiced. Unfortunately, it was simply too difficult to cultivate. If not for this, he wouldn't have had to risk going to this ancient cave abode to change his cultivation method. Sitting mountain art? Fellow Taoist, you really gave me a difficult problem. Sitting on the mountain and enjoying the fruits. I didn't expect such a cultivation method to actually exist in the world. What a pity he only mentioned it in passing and didn't leave the cultivation method behind. I wonder if fellow Taoist his corpse can still be recovered. The sitting mountain art is just too suitable for me. It can completely unleash the foreknowledge advantage of Huanjin. It would have been one thing if I hadn't known about the sitting mountain art, but now that I know its profound mysteries, then I am determined to cultivate this method, and no one can stop me. Thus, I began to inquire for information about that ancient cave abode where He Zhenghao perished. He Zhenghao's group of 5 foundation establishment cultivators all perished. Only one golden core cultivator survived by luck. This cave abode is located inside an undersea volcano. Previously, because the volcano was dormant, the cave abode was never discovered. It wasn't until the volcano suddenly erupted recently that passing cultivators noticed the hidden cave abode within it. According to the information they obtained, this was just the cave abode of a golden core cultivator named Taoist Tianyang from ancient times. Logically speaking, when exploring the cave abode of a golden core cultivator, even if He Zhenghao's group couldn't return fully loaded, it shouldn't have been hard for them to retreat unscathed if they encountered danger. But after venturing deep inside the cave abode and triggering some restrictive spells, they discovered that this Taoist Tianyang indeed had a golden core cultivation base. But what he practiced were mechanism arts that existed in ancient times and have long since been lost today. Over a dozen flint mechanism puppets were instantly activated, tightly surrounding the group. Only that golden core cultivator named Jing Xiaoyun managed to escape, sustaining heavy injuries. The other 5 foundation establishment cultivators all died tragically at the hands of the mechanism puppets. This rather shocking news not only failed to dispel people's thoughts of exploring the cave abode, but instead made their enthusiasm soar even higher. Not to mention the priceless mechanism puppets inside the cave abode. Just the legacy of 5 foundation establishment cultivators had already made many people red-eyed with greed. It is said that a second exploration team is currently assembling. The one leading this time is a nascent soul almighty, true Lord Gozhuan. I wonder if this exploration will be successful? However, since the ones going this time are great nascent soul and golden core cultivators, I won't go join the fun. With so many treasures, they wouldn't fight me for fellow Taoist He's corpse, right? Perhaps I could post a bounty mission? The sitting mountain art is different from the cultivation methods exchanged in the Wanxian Alliance. It is a pre-great calamity cultivation method. If no copies were left behind, it generally means this cultivation method is completely lost. And using the steal the heavens and change the sun art, I have hope of recreating lost cultivation methods from the remains of cultivators. Let's get fellow Taoist He's corpse out first. I need to do some missions and earn some contribution points before I can post a bounty. Refining an avatar can only be done by the main body. It's better if I personally post this mission myself. So I selected a bounty mission, used memories from my previous life to provide information, and obtained 1,000 contribution points. With the contribution points in hand, I immediately posted a bounty mission for 500 contribution points. In the mission, I stated that I had nearly 40 years of friendship with He Zhenghao, and we were intimate friends. I couldn't bear to see his corpse exposed outside, so I posted a bounty, wanting to bring his remains back for a proper burial. It didn't take long for someone to accept the mission. After all matters were settled, I continued to cultivate the cloud water illusion dream art. To prevent Zhang Haobo from going astray and deviating from the growth path I had set for him, I need to perform illusion dream modifications on him every so often. Right now, Zhang Haobo is still immortal, so controlling him poses no difficulty. Once Zhang Haobo officially becomes a cultivator, I must break through the cloud water illusion dream art to the second layer to be able to influence his thinking. 3 months later. Liuli Island, Tsunghai ship. Captain? See calming divine sword. Everything is exactly the same as in my memory. It really wasn't a dream, I reincarnated. I can't delay any longer. I must improve my cultivation base as soon as possible so I can prevent that calamity. Just a chi refining cultivation base is definitely not enough. My words would carry no weight, and I wouldn't be able to win people's trust. I must at least reach foundation establishment, or even golden core. As expected, his destiny seems to have undergone some miraculous change. On the path of cultivation, one fast step leads to being fast at every turn. In this life, under my push, he started cultivating over a dozen years earlier. Once destiny changes, it circulates on its own. It's like standing at the crest of a wave. The strong become stronger. Perhaps, you really will bring me a little surprise. I'm looking forward to your performance, Zhang Haobo. In a cheerful mood, I leisurely flew onto Liuli Island. Just as I was about to return to Wanxian Island through the teleportation formation. Liuli Island's newly appointed guardian, Yuan Xing, fellow Taoist Yuan? Why are you looking for me? Something happened. The cave abode exploration team led by True Lord Goxuan was completely wiped out. Not even True Lord Goxuan himself managed to escape. How could this be? Didn't they say it was just the cave abode of a golden core cultivator? How could even a great nascent soul cultivator perish? No one knows the exact situation. It's just that the entrance to that cave abode has been temporarily sealed. On the entire Wanxian Island, the number of nascent soul cultivators is merely a dozen or so. Now that one has suddenly perished, the loss cannot be said to be small. Not to mention the 4 golden cores and 13 foundation establishments who died together in the 2 successive explorations. This Yuan Xing's worry seems to have another reason, but since he didn't say it, it's not good for me to ask. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, I returned to Wanxian Island through the teleportation formation. After asking around a bit, I learned the reason behind Yuan Xing's worried face. It turns out that Yuan Xing's backer was the perished True Lord Goxuan. Relying on this connection, he was able to become the guardian of Liuli Island. Now, before his seat was even warm, his backer had already fallen. Even a nascent soul almighty perished. That cave abode is truly incredibly perilous. It seems, fellow Taoist, his corpse won't be retrieved anytime soon. That's what I originally thought. However, a few days later, things seemed to take a turn. The Wanxian Alliance investigated a rule of Taoist Tianyang's cave abode. The mechanism puppets possess a bizarre characteristic: weak when encountering the weak, strong when encountering the strong. This characteristic must have an upper limit. After all, Taoist Tianyang only had the strength of the golden core realm when he was alive. Weak when encountering the weak, which means if chi refining cultivators enter the cave abode, the puppets will only be at the chi refining stage. Within the chi refining stage, aren't I practically invincible? The bug binding divine ability and the blue flame phantom spirit can render these puppets completely defenseless. How about I go explore this cave abode? No, if these mechanism puppets are truly just weak against the weak and strong against the strong, then the Wanxian Alliance could easily gather a group of late chi refining cultivators in secret, break through the cave abode, and haul all these puppets back. The puppets in this cave abode must have other oddities. The Wanxian Alliance isn't sure either. I'm not the only one who understands this logic. But there are always people holding on to a fluke mentality, believing themselves to be chosen by destiny. They allied together, about 30 or so people. The third exploration of the Tianyang cave abode. 10 days later, this expedition team returned in a sorry state. They tearfully recounted what happened inside the cave abode. These puppets are simply too strong. Their entire bodies are forged from some unknown material, incomparably sturdy. No matter what spells hit them, they had no effect. They didn't even leave a scratch. Their physical body strength itself can forcibly withstand nascent soul stage attacks. I wonder how this cave abode eventually ended up in my previous life? After I joined the Wanxian Alliance in my previous life, I never heard anything about this Tianyang cave abode. Clearly, by that time, this cave abode had already disappeared. Actually, it's not that there's no way to crack it. As long as human wave tactics are used to stall the puppets, one could go deep into the cave abode to find opportunities. But no one is willing to risk perishing just to help someone else succeed. Just like this, the number of cultivators keeping their eyes on the Tianyang cave abode grew fewer and fewer. I also began to calm my mind and cultivate in peace. Half a year later. Anchor year 13. That formless killing intent that had been locked onto Zhang Haobua is faintly showing signs of diminishing? Zhang Haobua broke through from immortal to the qi refining stage in less than a year? Very good. Faster than I imagined. Perhaps he really can achieve golden core before red flame burns the sea. 3 months later. Fellow Taoist Yuan? Fellow Taoist Li Fan, did you know? An incredible figure has recently emerged on Liuli Island. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Just watch. What does fellow Taoist Li Fan think? These 17 puppets are from the Tianyang cave abode? Fighting 17 puppets alone and still retreating unscathed. Who is this person? This person is named Zhang Haobua. Over a year ago, he was still an ordinary mortal. A few months ago, after breaking through to the qi refining stage, he joined our Wanxian alliance through my introduction. After hearing the rumors about the Tianyang cave abode, he headed to the cave abode all alone. At first, I didn't know what he was going there to do. It was only later that I realized he was using those 17 mechanism puppets to train. In the very beginning, it said he could only hold on for a few breaths of time. Later, the time he could hold on under the puppet's hands grew longer and longer. This recording I sent you is also from over half a month ago. TSK. If this person doesn't perish going forward, a bright future on the Great Tao is definitely expected. The 24 Seacoming swords that can only be condensed at the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Haobua actually condensed them right after entering the qi refining stage. Is it that he is particularly suited for this cultivation method? Or is there some other reason? Interesting. Feeling interested for the moment, I immediately set off for the undersea volcano. Around the crater, quite a few cultivators were gathered. They paid no mind to the boiling seawater, nor to the bizarre sight of the undersea volcano erupting. Their attention was entirely focused on Zhang Haobua, who was meditating with his eyes closed not far away. In his first battle at the mid-qi refining stage just now, why did it seem like he didn't last much longer than before? What do you know? Didn't you see that the power of his moves was about the same as when he was at the early qi refining stage? He is clearly still adapting to his strength after the breakthrough. He went in again. Eh? What is he trying to do? His water swords. The spinning speed is several times faster than before. Didn't he only have 24 water swords? Now it looks like hundreds and thousands of swords. Is this Zhang Haobua really at the mid-qi refining stage? What kind of cultivation method is he practicing? So strong! It said he has only been cultivating the Tao for a little over a year? He really is a heaven-defying talent. Fellow Taoists, charge quickly! I see these puppets have been beaten so badly they can't even lift their heads. It's the perfect time for us to explore the cave abode's fortuitous encounters. I think otherwise. Fellow Taoist Zhang's move is indeed terrifying, that's true. But unfortunately it must consume an extreme amount of vital energy, making it hard to sustain. I'm afraid the time he lasts this round won't even be as long as the last time. The move Zhang Haobua just used is a killer move from the Seacoming Divine Sword, Water Dragon's Chant. It has a wide attack range, fast sword drawing frequency, and strong lethal power. It just requires an extremely strong spiritual power consumption to support it. Generally, Only the foundation establishment stage can execute it. For Zhang Haobao to actually be able to execute it with a mid-chi refining cultivation base, his talent is indeed extraordinary. This move, Water Dragon's Chant, is destined not to last long. Yet he looks completely confident, seeming not worried at all about his spiritual energy not being enough to consume. Why is this? This is pure water attribute spiritual energy. The shadow following art was instantly activated. Like a phantom, I rushed into the crater before anyone else could react. With my departure, more and more people discovered the anomaly in the water spiritual energy. Water spiritual energy affinity. I understand now. Zhang Haobao has a water spirit body. As long as he is above the sea, he doesn't need to worry about spiritual energy issues. Even if he consumes it rapidly, with the omnipresent water attribute spiritual energy around him replenishing it, he can recover quickly. Fellow Taoists, charge! The chi refining cultivators who came to their senses scrambled to rush into the crater, trying to find fortuitous encounters and good fortune. And I, who was one step ahead of them, had already passed through the magma inside the volcano and arrived inside the Tianyang cave abode. Passing the battling puppets and Zhang Haobao, I swept my divine sense, trying to find the traces of He Zhenghao's remains. But let alone a complete corpse, I didn't even see a storage ring. I could only barely distinguish the residue of some cultivators' remains on the ground. The cultivators behind were already catching up. Time was tight, so I simply collected all this residue. Just then, an ancient and mechanical voice suddenly echoed inside the cave abode. Tian Yang. What's the situation? Couldn't these puppets withstand nascent soul attacks? Why are they starting to shatter one after another? Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhang is actually an almighty hiding his cultivation base? All my life. Never. Weaker. Not good. What's going on? Reassembling? Then, don't just stand there. Fellow Taoist Zhang, hurry and leave. Anyone. Tian Yang, all his life was never weaker than anyone. I ran wildly all the way, finally bringing Zhang Haobao to a safe zone extremely far away. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Otherwise, this Zhang would have lost his life here. That was close. Almost disrupted my plan. However, at this very moment, on the sea surface above the Tianyang cave abode, heaven and earth shook, as if the entire Tsongyan Sea was trembling. Tianyang in all his life. A mechanism puppet deeply buried in the earth vein for thousands of years, absorbing earth fire energy day and night to temper itself, stood up in the Tsongyan Sea. Countless crimson flying rocks carved lines of fire across the sky, splashing in all directions. Was never weaker than anyone. Fellow Taoist, please stop. An upside-down mountain dozens of times larger than the Tianyang puppet suddenly appeared above its head. The mountain peak, like a drill, pressed down right on its head. Tianyang. All his life. Just as the Tianyang puppet propped up the upside-down mountain, phantom images of several mountain peaks impressively emerged. The weight of the upside-down mountain above abruptly increased by several times. The Tianyang puppet was pressed down again, and the seawater around it was entirely squeezed outward, forming a ring of giant waves scattering in all directions. Was never. Under this tremendous pressure, the puppet's lower limbs were crushed bit by bit. Under the collision, the earth was continuously scraped away. Then anyone. Was never weaker than anyone. The puppet was crushed by the upside-down mountain. However, everything was not over. From the bottom of the Tsongyan Sea, the earth vein fire erupted once again. Tianyang in all his life. The Tianyang puppet transformed into a fire dragon and flew out from the seabed, completely destroying the upside-down mountain. Was never weaker than anyone. However, the upside-down mountain also recondensed. The puppet and the upside-down mountain were locked in a fierce confrontation, hard to determine a victor. A bit interesting. worthy of being a successor of the ancient body transformation Tao, with the aptitude of a golden core, after thousands of years, to actually possess this kind of strength. Just then, a lazy female voice rang out. Between heaven and earth, it suddenly grew dark. It was as if a large hole had been torn in the sky, dotted with stars inside, resembling the night sky. Good. Let's change places and have a good fight. The shattered canopy of the sky slowly closed, and the stars disappeared bit by bit. The sun was bright, heaven and earth were quiet, and it still looked like pale clouds and a light breeze. Those two who just appeared should be the deity transformation stage cultivators of Wanxian Island. Such elegance truly makes one yearn for it. It seems the illusion formed by the cloud water illusion dream art still cannot be compared with personal experience. Otherwise, after truly witnessing red flame burning the sea, one definitely wouldn't be awed by this battle of deity transformation cultivators. Fellow Taoist Zhang, how do you feel? Originally, going from immortal to the mid-QI refining stage in just one short year, I felt a bit smug in my heart. Today, having seen true great almighty beings, I finally know that in their eyes, a mere QI refining stage is actually no different from an ant. Fellow Taoist Zhang need not be depressed. With fellow Taoist Zhang's innate talent, given time, you might not be unable to become such a great almighty being. I still don't know fellow Taoist's name? This Zhang truly dares not forget today's life-saving grace. I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. If we are fated in the future, you will naturally know. We will meet again. That crimson figure burning the sea. If deity transformation cultivators are already this powerful, can I really defeat him? No matter what, I must do my utmost to stop him. I returned to Wanxian Island. The news that a heaven-shaking great battle had occurred where the Tianyang cave abode was located had already spread back. Cultivators discussing this matter could be seen everywhere. Judging from today's situation, the destructive power of battles between almighty cultivators is astonishing. Once a battle occurs, it will inevitably attract attention. Also, this world's malice towards cultivators has always existed. Before red flame burned the sea, various calamities must have occurred. But, whether in the previous life or this life, during their conversations, cultivators almost never take the initiative to mention similar events. Do they actively avoid mentioning it, or has it been forgotten? I immediately searched for keywords. In history, calamity events that have occurred, where cultivators suffered heavy casualties. The result, however, sent cold sweat pouring down my spine. No matter how I searched, the Tianxian mirror consistently showed no results. I faintly had a guess in my heart. I casually picked up a communication spirit talisman and asked a few cultivators I knew. The answers I received were basically the same. It seems to have happened, but I can't remember clearly. Even mortals can remember a wind disaster. How could a cultivator's memory be worse than a mortal's? Remembering disasters and engendering a vigilant heart, this is a natural principle. But now, this principle has been reversed. Reversing the principles of heaven and earth to prove eternal life. At this moment, from the various signs contrary to common sense, I was finally able to catch a glimpse of the eternal life heavenly venerable. This power that influences and changes all cultivators between heaven and earth, formless and imperceptible, without anyone noticing, is vastly more powerful than simple destruction. In this cultivation world, golden core stage cultivators are generally respectfully addressed as perfected lords, nascent soul stage cultivators as true lords, deity transformation stage cultivators as immortal lords, and Tao integration stage cultivators as immortal venerables. And finally, those supreme powerhouses are called eternal life heavenly venerables. Most eternal life heavenly venerables in the world are like divine dragons whose heads are seen but not their tails. Ordinary cultivators find it difficult to even know exactly how many there are. But all cultivators in the world are under the influence of their authority. Eternal life is the ultimate pursuit of my continuous reincarnation. But right now, I am still too far away from my goal. Keeping my feet on the ground and cultivating solidly step by step is what I should do currently. Several days later, Avatar Lin Fan has come out of seclusion. Calming my mood, I carefully comprehended the divine ability the Avatar had comprehended this time. All things in the world are interconnected, linked with one another, from life to death. By taking a designated person as the target of death, one can trace backwards all the way, and from countless connections, sense the weakest and most fatal link of life. By severing this thread of vitality, one can unknowingly and imperceptibly push the designated target towards death. This is the divine ability the Avatar comprehended, life and death chain of locks. In addition, the Avatar also comprehended another divine ability, heaven's vision and earth's hearing. This is an upgraded version of the formless killing intent. The previous formless killing intent could only vaguely lock onto the opponent's position. Now, after comprehending heaven's vision and earth's hearing, one can observe the target locked by the formless killing intent from the perspective of heaven and earth. Surprises came one after another, and I immediately began to test the technique of heaven's vision and earth's hearing. My mind settled, sensing the formless killing intent locked onto Zhang Haobua. Above the boundless green waves, Zhang Haobua stood in the void. 24 water swords rapidly circled him, forming some kind of profound formation. Water dragons were born within it as the water sword formation transformed. Explode. The water dragons formed from the water swords bombarded a large area in front of Zhang Haobua like a violent storm. For a moment, countless water spouts erupted from the sea surface, a spectacular sight. On the Tsongyun Sea, Zhang Haobua possessed almost inexhaustible spiritual energy. He tested the same move over and over again. From the perspective of heaven and earth, what I saw was not just the superficial scene. The circulation route of the spiritual energy in Zhang Haobua's body, the flow of spiritual energy in every move and stance, and even the operation method of this enhanced version of the water dragon's chant formation, were all displayed before my eyes, unreserved and incomparably clear. Although there is still a considerable gap between seeing and actually mastering it. But, if you look at it enough times, won't you eventually learn it? Thrilled, I withdrew from the state of heaven's vision and earth's hearing. Since the beginning of my cultivation, a problem has always lain across my path. My aptitude is mediocre. Even if I start over countless times, I might not have the comprehension to break through the later major realms. What can I rely on to compete with those geniuses? Today, I finally have an answer. A heaven-reaching great Tao that belongs exclusively to me and can never be replicated by others. Huanjun, sitting mountain art, heaven's vision and earth's hearing. So what if their innate talent is high? Under my gaze, the comprehension of a lifetime shall all belong to me. Although there are many heroes in the world, they must all fall into my snare. After comprehending the two divine abilities, I decided to set out to find a fortuitous encounter to break through the bottleneck. Is fellow Taoist Master Enin present? I arrived at a place called Enin Island. There are no mortals on this island. Only a cultivator named Master Enin lives here. After waiting for a long time without a response, I sensed that my fortuitous encounter was indeed in this place, without a doubt. Thus, I maintained careful vigilance and entered the square building in front of me. Inside the door was pitch black. It devoured not only light but even divine sense, making it impossible to see the specific situation inside clearly. Only intermittent wailing sounds continuously came from within. A creature ran out from inside at lightning speed, about to crash head-on into me. I thought it was some exotic beast attack and was just about to strike and kill it. But as my divine sense swept over it, I discovered this was just an ordinary little beast. So I grabbed it by the back of its neck and picked it up, but couldn't help feeling a wave of severe chill in my heart. What is this thing? I must find you, I must find you. Fellow Taoist Master Enin? Woof woof woof. Oh my! We have a guest. Oh my! We have a guest. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Why are there two voices? I was so absorbed in thinking about a problem that I didn't hear fellow Taoist's calls. Please forgive me. This is not a place to talk. Fellow Taoist, this way please. By the way, my name isn't Master Ying. My name is Master Ying. His two voices echoed one after another, making it sound just like Ying. I see. Greetings, fellow Taoist Master Ying. Haha, good, good. Master Ying led me into a large room displaying many collectibles. He enthusiastically introduced them one by one. The vast variety of collectibles truly opened my eyes. Master Ying talked as he walked, then suddenly stopped in front of an empty display stand. My. Fellow Taoist Ying, what happened? Where is my precious treasure? Fellow Taoist Ying, the treasure you mentioned wouldn't happen to be a bone, would it? Yes, you've seen it? If my guess is not wrong, fellow Taoist, please come with me. That's exactly it. My precious. Fellow Taoist Ying, what is the origin of this bone? Why do you cherish it so much? This is an incredible treasure. I could lose all my other collectibles, but this alone is even more precious than my life. Oh? This treasure is actually so precious? Fellow Taoists must not be unfamiliar with the immortal miasma. In the beginning, this immortal miasma was only spreading among mortals, and had absolutely no effect on us cultivators. Later, after a cultivator inexplicably got infected by it, it finally began to spread among cultivators. You mean? That's right. This rib belonged to the very first cultivator who was infected with the immortal miasma. Well, such a treasure? Upon seeing it, doesn't fellow Taoist feel trembling all over and inexplicably pleasantly surprised? Sigh, to think fellow Taoist cannot comprehend its preciousness, what a pity. The immortal miasma infecting cultivators is one of the top major events in history. Its impact on the current structure of the cultivation world is second only to the Great Calamity. And that poor bastard who was the first to get infected with the immortal miasma back then, how much research and commemorative value do you think his skeletal remains have? Aren't you curious? Why could a mere plague on mortals actually infect cultivators? If the source of this mutation can be figured out, perhaps the immortal miasma can be resolved from its source. By then, I will be a great existence remembered by the entire cultivation world. Sigh, you don't know, this guy named Sue something. Whatever, every single bone of this poor bastard's corpse is invaluable, with countless cultivators scrambling for them. I was also extremely lucky to be able to snatch such a rib. Of course, the most precious one has to be his complete skull, which is stored at the Wanxian Alliance headquarters. I still don't know the reason for fellow Taoist's sudden visit? Finally getting to the main topic. I won't hide it from fellow Taoists, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I want to find a fortuitous encounter to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I heard fellow Taoist has considerable insight regarding foundation establishment, so I came to visit. Oh? You want to ask how to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Fellow Taoist has definitely asked the right person. I dare say, no one understands foundation establishment better than me. I would like to hear the details. The so-called foundation establishment is establishing the foundation of cultivating the Tao. Then, does fellow Taoist know what this Tao foundation actually is? The Tao foundation is the root and foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. After cultivating to peak qi refining, one needs to build their own Tao foundation before they can continue cultivating. Otherwise, even if the cultivation base can continue to increase, the foundation will be unstable and crumbling. Exactly. Now here comes the key question. Foundation establishment must borrow the wonders of heaven and earth. Then, what exactly are mystical objects of heaven and earth? After a cultivator perishes, they will be transformed by heaven and earth into a mystical object of heaven and earth. Doesn't that mean that while a cultivator is alive, they can also be seen as a mystical object of heaven and earth that hasn't been completely transformed yet? Does fellow Taoists know that some cultivators will refine mortals possessing special abilities into mystical objects of heaven and earth, to be used as their own Tao foundation, thereby taking those mortals' special abilities as their own? I am also human, so am I a mystical object? Is this fellow Taoist's guess, or? It used to be a guess, but now it has already been confirmed by me. 10 years ago, I used myself as a mystical object and built my Tao foundation. No wonder when this masterine speaks, there are always two voices sounding one after another. It turns out there is another, him, inside his body. I used myself for experiments to verify my conjecture. Anything that exists between heaven and earth can be seen as an unformed mystical object. This process of smelting in the furnace of heaven and earth I call mystical transformation. However, if one wants to use an unformed mystical object to build a Tao foundation, they need to personally complete the unfinished process of mystical transformation. This difficulty is simply too great. Once it fails, in the worst case, one will die on the spot. Even if one escapes death by luck, the body will undergo various bizarre changes. Just like my current ghastly appearance. Didn't you say you succeeded in foundation establishment? Succeeded, but not completely. My understanding of myself wasn't thorough enough, which led to falling short at the final juncture of foundation establishment. If I was given a few more chances, no, just one more chance is enough. If I could do it once more, I would definitely be able to perfectly achieve foundation establishment with myself. Foundation establishment with myself. If you can successfully establish your foundation with yourself, then what? That is equivalent to borrowing the power of the furnace of heaven and earth to reshape the body. And this body would be the most perfect constitution I can imagine. As the common saying goes, what suits you best is the best. Nowadays, when cultivators establish their foundations, they often need to find a mystical object of heaven and earth that matches their compatibility, so they can maximize the might of the mystical object. But no matter what level of mystical object of heaven and earth it is, even if it's a legendary wonder of heaven, it is absolutely inferior to foundation establishment with myself. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for clearing my doubts. My doubts are now completely gone, so I won't disturb you any longer. Ha. Fellow Taoist, remember to definitely try my method of foundation establishment with myself. Rest assured I will avenge you. I will definitely find the person who created the immortal mortal miasma and avenge you. Returning to the Tianqian mirror, I searched for foundation establishment with myself. Foundation establishment with myself. This isn't some top secret. But all cultivators treat it as a joke and don't believe it at all. Everything between heaven and earth can be seen as unformed mystical objects. Is Huanjin a mystical object of heaven and earth? And can I rely on Huanjin to build my Tao foundation? I had Lin Fan search for knowledge related to foundation establishment. Heaven, earth, and man, records of 100 people's foundation establishment. I exchanged for and read them one by one. Currently, trying to use Huanjin for foundation establishment is still too risky. In this life, it's better to wait for the vast ocean pearl to appear and use the vast ocean pearl to establish my foundation. In my previous life, I embodied the vast ocean and comprehended heaven and earth through the vast ocean's consciousness. I am already incomparably compatible with this vast ocean pearl. Using it for foundation establishment will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Currently, there should be about 7 or 8 years left until red flame burns the sea and the vast ocean pearl appears. During this time, I can also comprehend the Tao of foundation establishment through the art of heaven's vision and earth's hearing. Activating heaven's vision and earth's hearing, the images in my mind gradually became clear. Amidst the violent storm, Zhang Haoba fluttered in the wind like a kite with a broken string. It has been nearly 3 months since I last looked at him. He is now already at the late Qi refining stage cultivation base. His eyes were tightly closed, his breathing was completely gone, and even the spiritual energy in his entire body had quieted down. He seemed to be comprehending something. The wind and rain filling the sky seemed to have no end, not knowing when they would stop. I had to keep a sliver of mind to constantly pay attention to the movements on Zhang Hao's side. The majority of my attention returned to the Tianxian mirror. Placing all my bets on one person is clearly not going to work. It's better to cast a wide net. I haven't tested yet what the maximum number of people the formless killing intent can lock onto is. I can find some cultivators who are about to reach Foundation establishment to do an experiment. Let's go ask Jiao Shuyuan. Thus, I concealed my figure and arrived outside Qianli Hall. Before I even walked in, Jiao Shuyuan's voice came from afar. I've got the stuff. When exactly are you coming to get it? I've urged you several times already, haven't I? Don't give me any nonsense about not being able to make it here. I think you just don't want it anymore. Hello? Hello? Is fellow Taoist Jiao doing losing business again? What is fellow Taoist saying? I, Jiao, never do losing business. To think this kid actually dared to play me, does he really think I, Jiao Shuyuan, am easy to bully? Fellow Taoist Jiao, this small cauldron is incredible. It took me a tremendous amount of painstaking effort to find it in a destroyed sect ruin. Oh? I wonder what use this small cauldron has. Does fellow Taoist know of the famously renowned Medicine King sect? Never heard of it. The Medicine King sect was also one of the illustrious sects from ancient times. It was always world-renowned for refining pills and nurturing herbs. It's said that after the immortal Venerable imparted the Dharma, and before the great calamity arrived, the Medicine King sect's master at the time, Lu Rukin, had a faint premonition that heaven and earth might usher in a great change. Thus, Lu Rukin took an extremely tough stance, leading the entirety of the Medicine King sect, using the Medicine King cauldron as a boat to melt the void and break through the realm boundaries to leave. Where did they go? It's a past event from thousands of years ago. Who could possibly know? They might have gone to wandering small worlds nearby, or perhaps to a brand new world. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is this cauldron. This cauldron is. Hearing this, I immediately used my avatar Lin Fan to search for the keyword, world. Related information instantly surfaced. The cultivation world we are currently in is not the only world that exists. Not only are there many attached small worlds and miniature independent grotto heavens around the world. Before the Great Calamity, cultivators of this world all called themselves cultivators of the Xianhuang realm. Outside the endless void, there are other existences similar to our world. I see, the Xianhuang realm. Could it be that the profound yellow heart-clearing mantra was passed down from ancient times? But the immortal miasma clearly hadn't appeared at that time. The timeline doesn't quite match. Fellow Taoist, how about it? Do you want this small Medicine King cauldron or not? What exactly is the use of this small cauldron? Fellow Taoist Jiao, please say it again. I was thinking about other things just now. This small Medicine King cauldron was used by the disciples of the Medicine King sect to plant and cultivate various spiritual plants and herbs. It forms its own space inside and can continuously and automatically generate what attributes spiritual energy to accelerate herb growth. With such a treasure, why did that person just now not want it? Fellow Taoist still doesn't know? The first batch of spiritual plants and herbs cultivated in that newly discovered wood attributes spiritual energy grotto heaven by the Wanxian Alliance is already on sale. The quantity is extremely massive, so the prices crashed. With these massive, large-scale shipments, the market prices of these spiritual plants and herbs keep dropping. Rumor has it that 2 more grotto heavens of the same scale are hidden near that would attribute one. I see. In that case, buying this small Medicine King cauldron would be useless to me. I'm not buying it. Fellow Taoist, please reconsider. Spirit herb prices might be down now, but what about the future? Will they go back up? Who's to say? A treasure like the small Medicine King cauldron is something you stumble upon by pure luck, not something you can just search for. Once this deal is gone, It's gone for good. Even if you don't grow herbs, it makes a great decorative planter. Well, since you're a long-time customer of Qianli Hall, tell you what, today I'll take a loss and give you a clearance deal. Buy one, get one free. You're not trying to scam me, are you? Did you really dig this Medicine King cauldron out of the Medicine King sect ruins? I guarantee it's authentic. Qianli Hall does business across the entire cultivation world. We would never ruin our own reputation. 500 contribution points, buy one, get one free. You absolutely won't lose out on this deal, fellow Taoist. Forget it. I didn't bring many contribution points to begin with. I'm here for other business, so I don't have spare cash for this cauldron. Hold on, just tell me what you need. I'll help you figure it out. You're one of my regulars, after all. Those were exactly the words I was waiting for. Thus, I explained my reason for seeking out Jiao Shuyuan. Oh, so you just need to find a place with a lot of cultivators breaking through from qi refining to foundation establishment. That's easy. Buy this small Medicine King cauldron, and I'll throw that information in for free. Alright, since you put it that way. The buy one, get one free deal still stands, right? Hand them both over. No problem. The intel you want is in this jade slip. Take good care of these two small Medicine King cauldrons. I put away the small cauldrons and browsed the contents of the jade slip. A foundation establishment master? Interesting. I've achieved my goal. I should set out right away. As for those two small cauldrons, they weren't too expensive. Who knows, they might come in handy later. Could this Jiao Ziluyuan also be a clone? Where exactly is his main body? Whatever, that's none of my business right now. Handling my own affairs takes priority. Meanwhile, Jiao Shuyuan. I worked so hard to dig out 36 small cauldrons, and after all that effort, I've only managed to sell 10. Just my fucking luck. Tsongyan Sea, Southeast Region. The waters here are vast and empty. Aside from a nameless little island in the center, there isn't another island for thousands of miles. And the Foundation Establishment Master, Jiao Shuyuan mentioned, resides on this island. Although this person is only at the late Foundation Establishment stage, rumor has it he possesses a profound understanding of the Foundation Establishment process. He can offer guidance to shorten the time it takes for a cultivator to establish their foundation. Thus, many cultivators come to seek his advice, figuring it's worth a try. And to be honest, it's highly effective. But cultivators are prideful. After successfully establishing their foundation, most are unwilling to admit they relied on someone else's help. So they rarely mention it to others. The fame of the Foundation Establishment Master only circulates within a niche circle. Just as I was hurrying toward the nameless island, the sliver of consciousness I left on Zhang Haobua suddenly sent back feedback. My mind stirred, and my divine sense shifted back to Zhang Haobua. By this time, the wind and rain had finally dispersed, and the sky had cleared. Wind. Rain. Wind and rain, intertwining. Zhang Haobua could now actually summon wind and rain over the sea. Ha! Such a divine ability obliviously couldn't last long with his current cultivation base. Is he exhausted after just a few moments? My consciousness returned to my main body, and I continued rushing toward my destination. I hope you continue to bring me even more surprises, Zhang Haobua. 3 days later. The nameless island only had one courtyard-style compound. I slowed my flight and gently landed in front of its gates. When the master takes action, your foundation establishment is guaranteed. Honest prices for all. You must provide your own heaven and earth mystical object. The fee is 2,000 contribution points, or the equivalent in spirit stones. I am Li Fan. May I ask how to address you, fellow Taoist? What a coincidence, we share the same surname. I'm Li Chenfeng. Tell you what, since we share a surname, when you go in to negotiate, just offer 1,800 contribution points. Thank you, brotherly. However, I haven't found a suitable heaven and earth mystical object yet. I just came here today to see the Foundation Establishment Master for myself before making any plans. Oh, that works too. We get quite a few people like you every year. As long as you just watch from the sidelines, the Master won't stop you. You just have to keep quiet and make sure not to disturb him. Calm your mind, concentrate, and comprehend carefully. Do you know why I chose to build the academy in this remote place? It's precisely because there is nothing but seawater for thousands of miles around. The laws of the great Tao here are relatively pure. If you were to break through on Wanxian Island, you would inevitably suffer various kinds of interference, slowing down your Foundation establishment. Under my guidance, 265 cultivators have already successfully established their foundations. And the vast majority of them did it in record time. You will definitely be able to drastically shorten the time required for your Foundation establishment as well. These 5 chi refining cultivators seem to be on the verge of breaking through. This is the perfect time to lock onto them with my formless killing intent and observe their breakthrough process. 1, 2, 3, 4. Calm down. Including Zhang Haobua, is 5 people my current limit? This Foundation Establishment Master is quite remarkable. To think he can faintly detect my formless killing intent. It seems I'll need to be even more cautious when using it in the future. Someone broke through. Many thanks for the Master's guidance. I am endlessly grateful. The first person to reach Foundation Establishment has already appeared, a full 10 days earlier than expected. Who's next? This cultivator surnamed Xiao. On the surface, it really looks like he broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage, but with Heaven's vision and Earth's hearing, I can see right through him. There are absolutely no traces of law condensation on his body. Only his aura has expanded to the Foundation Establishment level. His actual strength is still stuck at chi refining. You may leave now. Do not disturb the others' breakthroughs. Thank you, Master. He hasn't gone far? Through Heaven's vision and Earth's hearing, I watched him circle right back around and sneak in. His clothing and appearance shifted, and in an instant, he transformed into a completely different person. So the so-called Foundation Establishment Master is actually a fraud? While I was still reeling from the surprise, another cultivator started showing faint signs of a breakthrough. And this time, the breakthrough is actually real. Perhaps a boost in confidence was all they needed to accelerate their comprehension and break through early. I guess he isn't a complete fraud after all. Whether it's true or false doesn't matter. What's important is making the cultivator believe it's real. For the time being, I continued to lay low around the island. I locked onto the hopeful cultivators with my formless killing intent, gaining my own comprehension alongside them as they broke through to Foundation Establishment. In less than 3 months, I observed the breakthroughs of over 40 chi refining cultivators. My own comprehension regarding the formation of a Tao Foundation gradually deepened as well. Right at that moment, the sliver of my mind attached to Zhang Haobua sent me another alert. It seems Zhang Haobua has reached peak late chi refining and is currently searching for his own fortuitous encounter. Howling gales roared, whipping up stormy waves. It was a typical wind disaster in the Tsonian Sea. Zhang Haobua continuously rose and fell, seemingly imitating the omnipresent wind. A unique spiritual energy rhythm gradually began to radiate from his body. As the wind disaster slowly dissipated, he drifted off in a certain direction. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations, yet his speed was incredible. He moved like a clear breeze, gently sweeping between heaven and earth. This movement technique isn't bad at all. But what exactly is he comprehending now? Isn't he looking for a mystical object of heaven and earth to establish his foundation? I could faintly sense that another wind disaster was brewing in the direction Zhang Haobua was heading. Interesting. It seems he doesn't plan on establishing his foundation anytime soon. With that, I shifted my attention back to the Foundation Establishment Master. Recently, no new chi refining cultivators have come seeking the Foundation Establishment Master. The three people on the island couldn't sit still anymore. They gathered together every day, discussing who knows what. So, I activated my formless killing intent and locked onto the one named Li Chenfeng to see what they were up to. With Heaven's vision and Earth's hearing activated, I could see everything happening inside the room. It's here again. That feeling is back. Is that really necessary? Are you that scared? You don't understand. Even though my realm is stuck at the late Foundation Establishment stage. After observing the successful Foundation establishments of hundreds of cultivators, I'd become incredibly sensitive to the fluctuations of the laws of heaven and earth. I can't be wrong. This feeling of being watched. It must be some almighty keeping an eye on us. Once or twice could just be an accidental glance, but this has happened too many times. Is it a warning? Or, enough, stop scaring yourself. If we had truly been exposed, someone would have come to wipe us out long ago. Still, your worries aren't entirely unfounded. Our rule has always been to never stay in one place for too long, make a quick score and run. Originally, we planned to work for another 7 or 8 years before leaving, but it seems our massive profits have attracted some unwanted attention. Since that's the case, we might as well retreat early. Pack your things, we set off tomorrow morning. Next, we'll head north to Yongliang Prefecture. That's the territory of the 5 Elders' Council. Once we're there, even if the Wanxian Alliance tries to cause trouble for us, it won't be so easy. How much are we short to make the exchange? Just a little more. Let's stay careful. After grinding for another 50 or 60 years, we should have enough to exchange for it. The closer we get to our goal, the more cautious we must be. A century of planning and the sacrifices of countless people absolutely cannot be ruined by our hands. As long as we can bring it back, all those sacrifices will be worth it. I wonder how many realm-splitting whales have been bred over these past few years. At the time, the Imperial Princess calculated that we would need the combined strength of a whale pod of 100,000 realm-splitting whales to counteract the cultivation world's gravitational pull on our homeland. When I left our homeland 30 years ago, the pod only had a little over 70,000. If the number of realm-splitting whales is still insufficient, they can slowly breed more later. As long as we bring back the true Tao integration cultivation method, we can help the Imperial Princess subdue the other factions. By then, with the full might of the entire empire, we can definitely push our homeland to break away from this cultivation world within 10 years. And with the Tao lineage established by that method, free from the shackles of incompatible immortal laws, the empire will see more and more cultivators emerge. The future of the empire is bright. For the empire. For the Imperial Princess. An empire, law stealers, breaking away from the cultivation world. Capable of breeding and commanding 100,000 realm-splitting whales. This so-called empire is not weak at all. The next day, Li Chifeng and the other 2 quietly left this island. In the perception of the formless killing intent, they headed north the entire way, getting further and further away. If there's a chance in the future, I could definitely take a trip to their empire. Returning to Wanxian Island, I first entered secluded cultivation for a period of time. Slowly digesting the comprehension I gained from observing the Foundation establishment process. After coming out of seclusion, I started checking the exchange by my avatar, Lin Fan. The map surfaced in my mind. The seemingly vast and boundless Songyan Sea was actually just an inland sea. It looked as if someone had forcibly gouged a gap out of the continent. The Songyan Sea is almost entirely surrounded by land. Only in the southeast direction, through a relatively narrow sea area, is it connected to the endless ocean. To the north of the Songyan Sea is Yongliang Prefecture, where Li Chenfeng and the others fled to. It is under the control of the 5 Elders' Council. To the west and south, from top to bottom, are Jiushan Prefecture, Shilin Prefecture, and Yanao Prefecture, respectively. These 3 prefectures are all territories belonging to the Wanxian Alliance. Relying on this life alone might not be enough to stop red flame from burning the sea. It is time for me to plan an escape route. After getting my hands on the vast ocean pearl, I should leave the Tsongyan Sea as soon as possible. I'll leave my avatar here to quietly watch the situation develop. As for where to go, Jiushan Prefecture borders Yongliang Prefecture, so it's not very peaceful. Shilin Prefecture and Yuannao Prefecture are comparatively more stable. But Yuannao Prefecture borders the endless ocean and is abundant in water attribute spiritual energy. Considering I will use the vast ocean pearl for foundation establishment later, choosing to go to Yuannao Prefecture is definitely the more appropriate choice. I also learned that in this Xianhuang realm, the boundaries between prefectures are not artificially divided. The prefectures are naturally separated by something called the White Mist Barrier. Both mortals and cultivators can pass through it. But the price required each time one crosses the White Mist Barrier is lifespan. The longer it takes, the more lifespan is depleted. Mortals almost never dare to cross the White Mist Barrier unauthorized, because with their travel speed, they often die of old age inside before they can walk out. Although cultivators fly extremely fast, every time they cross the White Mist Barrier, they must deplete at least 30 days of their lifespan. Therefore, most cultivators follow a single principle: do not move unless necessary. They generally only operate within their respective prefectures. With massive organizations like the Wanxian Alliance and the Five Elders Council spanning the entire cultivation world, resources will not be lacking. Thus, even if some cultivators only operate within one prefecture for their entire lives, it doesn't have any substantial impact on their cultivation. Of course, one can also cross between two prefectures through an ultra-long distance teleportation array. But that merely reduces the lifespan depletion to about 10 days, and it also costs a substantial amount. Between Yuannao Prefecture and the Tsongyan Sea, there is no White Mist Barrier present. Moreover, within Wanxian Island, there is also a dedicated teleportation formation heading to Yuannao Prefecture. If they can be recreated by me, then some heaven-defying talents will become quite important to me. After leaving, perhaps I could take them along to see the effects of this. After thinking about it, I took the teleportation formation to Yuannao Prefecture for an inspection. Yuannao Prefecture, Yuannao Heavenly City. The overall layout of Yuannao Prefecture is similar to the Tsongyan Sea. Almost every large mortal town has a city protection array and foundation establishment cultivators guarding it. And in the sky above Yuannao Prefecture stands a floating city, Yuannao Heavenly City. Yuannao City, just like Wanxian Island, also has a Tianxian mirror. I entered it, and found that it was exactly the same as using the one on Wanxian Island. It seems that within the ruled territory of the Wanxian Alliance, this should be the case everywhere. I just don't know what the situation is like over at the Five Elders Council. Mortals are unable to enter Yuannao Heavenly City. The largest city in Yuannao Prefecture is called Zhuiling City. I teleported to Zhuiling City, and at the cost of 50 contribution points, I exchanged for a courtyard from the Guardian of Zhuiling City to serve as my foothold later on. Afterwards, I piloted the Taiyan boat and flew all the way back to the Tsongyan Sea from Yuannao Prefecture. This action was to scout the route for my later evacuation. Anchor Year 14. During this period of time, Zhang Haobo has been floating in the air, looking up at something. Like a stone sculpture, quietly unmoving. Where is he going? Zhang Haobo flew straight up into the air and actually entered a bizarre space. A cyan, transparent figure stood there with its eyes closed. In his hands he held up a cage formed of cyan light. Inside the cage, a black sword hilt emitting a sky-piercing baleful aura continuously crashed against it, wanting to break free. Occasionally, a wisp of cyan glow was dispersed by it, and flew out of the space. The cyan glow landed somewhere in the Tsongyan Sea and transformed into a wind disaster. This is the source of the wind disasters. Soul of heaven and earth, wind. Even though my main body was tens of thousands of miles away inside the Tianxian mirror, I was still affected. My line of sight uncontrollably wanted to shift towards the cyan wind. The blue flame phantom spirit suddenly awakened, slowly diminishing the desires that had swelled countless times over. My mind became incomparably cold and rational. I once again silently observed the scene in this bizarre space. This time, I shifted my sight to that black sword hilt. The sky-piercing baleful aura on the sword hilt had almost condensed into a black physical substance, covering its surface. The cage appeared empty, but I could faintly see what seemed like terrifying cyan air currents constantly surging inside. The cyan wind was like a blade, hacking at the sword hilt without stopping for even a moment. The cyan wind continuously shredded and annihilated those black baleful substances. Although the sword hilt was exceptionally fierce, the cyan wind still continuously carved into it at an extremely slow pace. Who could have thought that the wind disasters ravaging the Tsongyun Sea were actually just accidental collateral damage from the wrestling match between a soul of heaven and earth and a sword hilt? The might of Tao integration is indeed terrifying and fearsome. What exactly is the origin of this sword? To think that a mere broken sword hilt can actually stand as an equal against the Tao integration stage soul of heaven and earth for so long. If it were complete and at its peak, how strong would it be? Confrontations at the Tao integration stage are fundamentally undetectable by ordinary cultivators. The battle between the sword hilt and the cyan wind is, moreover, hidden in this concealed space. To think Zhang Haobo could actually perceive their existence. The covetousness caused by the soul of heaven and earth seems to have no effect on him at all. Zhang Haobo wasn't looking at the cyan wind's figure at all, but rather observing the struggle between the cyan wind and the sword hilt inside the cage. The cyan wind also seemed completely unable to see Zhang Haobo, ignoring his existence. Could it be because of this layer of blue light flowing around his body? Within this Tsongyun Sea, Zhang Haobo can truly be called the child of destiny. If I relied solely on my own strength, even if I reincarnated for several lifetimes, I might not necessarily discover this concealed place. But at this moment, possessing great fortune, Zhang Haobo could discover it with ease. Just in the land of the Tsongyun Sea alone, there are countless fortuitous encounters. Looking at the entire cultivation world, how many secrets are there exactly? Exploring all by myself is too inefficient. But if I use the various heaven-defying talents as my eyes, to seek out those treasured lands one by one for me. In the next life, I will then harvest all that is useful,